All of the 863 passenger planes under Muno Airlines had the same destination. Anywhere Claire Alton would be waiting. So no matter what, you'd never need to worry about finding your way back home. Lucas Dalton. Capital city, Pigskin port. Evening came with no break in the storm. Wind and rain lashed the windows. Claire, Olivia, and her husband are going through a divorce. Once the cooling-off period's done and their papers are settled, she's moving in with me. So, we should go our separate ways. Kevin McPherson finally said the words he'd clearly been holding in for a while. Claire felt like someone had cracked her chest open. Her heart skipped a beat, then the ache spread like wildfire, so sharp she could barely hold her chopsticks. You're still in touch with Olivia? Her voice caught on the last syllable. In touch? That was putting it lightly. Judging by what he just said, they'd probably rekindled things a while ago. No wonder Kevin had been acting all secretive and busy lately. It all made sense now. Those weren't random work nights. He'd been spending time with Olivia. Kevin looked away, clearly uncomfortable. After a pause, he admitted, I still love Olivia, a lot. I can't let her go. So I'm what, disposable? Just like that? As if trying to look responsible, Kevin added, after the divorce, I'll give you a huge settlement. Name any house anywhere you pick, I'll buy. Just don't give her a hard time, okay? Claire actually let out a short, bitter laugh. Tears clung to her lashes as she looked at him. Is that really how you see me? I know you're not like that. That's why I want to make up for this. Whatever you want, just say the word, he said, like it was some kind of noble gesture. How could he say that with a straight face? Make up for it? Does he think that if she did give Olivia trouble, somehow that would make him blameless? He'd promised he'd move on from Olivia, told Claire he'd focus on their life together. And now, all of it gone with a word. Claire slowly set down her chopsticks, struggling to keep her composure. If I remember right, just 6 months ago at your grandmother's birthday, you swore you were done with Olivia. Kevin, it's only been half a year. Half a year, and already he threw away everything. Olivia had married someone else, even had a kid, and yet he was ready to raise someone else's child, rather than even try to love her. Right then, Claire realized she never really knew this man at all. She'd been way too naive, thinking her love and effort could actually change something. These past few months she'd sensed something was off, but she'd chosen trust, because that's what a marriage was supposed to be built on. And now she knew. She'd been wrong. Kevin, seeing her silence, sounded anxious, hoarse even. Claire, just do this one thing for me, okay? Boom! Lightning ripped across the sky outside the giant floor-to-ceiling windows, followed fast by thunder. The harsh white light filled the living room and caught the tears in Claire's eyes. She stared at him quietly, streams of tears soaking her dress, falling one by one. The man she loved the most was begging her to hand him over to someone else. But who was going to stand up for her? She hadn't done anything wrong, yet it was still her carrying the mess. When the storm hit, she closed her eyes, swallowing all the bitterness. If that's what you want, then let's get divorced. All the love she'd poured in, all the stubborn hope, crushed under that one word. It was like someone waved a giant hand, tearing apart all the illusions, laying out the ugly truth right there on the table for her to see, just to make sure she felt every bit of the humiliation. Even if she fought to keep this marriage, what was the point anymore? He'd already moved on. This conversation, just a formality. Yeah, he was just informing her. That's all. Hearing her agreement, Kevin McPherson finally let out a breath of relief, blurting, "Thanks for taking care of me these past couple years. Let's settle the paperwork tomorrow, and you'll be free to start over in a month." She nodded, voice flat. Okay. Then Kevin added, like he hadn't said enough already, "Oh, also, Olivia told me she doesn't want to see your stuff around. If it's not too much trouble, could you pack your things up soon?" That was the final slap, snapping any last string of hope Claire Alton still held. So in his world, the one who tried the hardest to keep their home together was just disposable. Easy to wipe away with no guilt whatsoever. Even breathing felt like knives in her chest. Fingernails digging into her palm, she nodded again. All right. At this point, arguing didn't matter. Nothing would change the outcome anyway. My parents and grandma. Kevin hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Claire gave a bitter smile, her eyes on him now completely void of expectation. I'll tell them. I'll say it was me who wanted the divorce. Kevin's eyes lit up for a second. He moved toward her and suddenly hugged her tightly. Claire, thank you so much. In his arms, her tears finally broke free. She forced down the gut-wrenching pain, gently pushed him away. No need for thanks. Then his phone rang. One glance, and he didn't even pretend to hide it from her. Liv, what's wrong? I'm coming. Don't cry, okay? Pouring rain still hammered outside, but Kevin ran out like she didn't exist. It was the first time she saw him panic like that. Too bad it wasn't for her. Their marriage happened only because 2 years ago, Olivia and Kevin had a fight. Olivia married someone else in anger, and Kevin turned around and married Claire on impulse. What Kevin never knew was Claire had liked him since college. Kevin was the star of the finance department back then. Claire studied aviation across the street. She'd made it as a pilot with Air China, but took a break overseas after a family tragedy. It was during that trip she randomly ran into Kevin on a flight. A totally wrong time, wrong place encounter that spiraled into everything she was living now. Right after they tied the knot, Kevin asked her to focus on the household. Claire had just lost the last of her family, and her whole world had shrunk down to him. So whatever he wanted, she gave. She gave up her career without hesitation, gave up that job at Air China everyone else dreamed of, and Kevin McPherson never even knew what she used to do. Because honestly, he never cared. He didn't care if she made money or not, and in his eyes, someone as gentle as Claire Alton couldn't possibly achieve anything big. After they got married, everything at home was managed by Claire. Kevin's parents and even his grandmother were all taken care of by her, without him lifting a finger. But when reality finally hit her like a slap, she realized she was the only one holding on to this dead-end marriage, playing pretend all by herself. If Kevin had told her from the start that this marriage was just some kind of deal, Claire would have never allowed herself to live in that fantasy. Now that everything's fallen apart, she's got nothing left. How stupid could she have been? Rumble. Thunder rolled over and over again, almost like the school bell ringing in her ears, reminding Claire, "Hey kid, you walked into the wrong class. But it's fine. Class is over now." Claire buried her face into the dining table and cried until she was breathless. Yeah, it really is time to end this. This so-called lesson from Kevin, oh, she'd never forget it. Gray skies sank into full darkness. After crying her heart out, Claire took a shower. Her whole body felt drained. Once the rain stopped, the garden buzzed with the smell of wet grass and flowers. A breeze pushed through the balcony door, catching her attention. She got up to go close it. Then a loud click, and suddenly someone was behind her, arm around her neck, hand covering her mouth and nose, dragging her back fast. Was someone breaking in? "Don't make a sound. I won't hurt you," a deep, rasped voice said behind her. His voice was so rough it almost didn't sound human, but judging by how high his arm reached, Claire could tell he was tall. She panicked at first, but surprisingly calmed down pretty quick. Then she gave a subtle nod to show she'd cooperate. That numb, hollow feeling in her chest hadn't left yet, and honestly, Claire wasn't even that scared anymore. When you've lost everything, risking it all stops feeling like a big deal. The man stayed quiet for a few beats, then finally let go, step by step. Once she could breathe again, she didn't turn around. Guys like this clearly didn't want to be recognized. "Help me stitch up a wound," he said. "Stitch a wound?" Claire turned slightly, heart slowly calming down. "Me? Hurry up!" She finally looked at him. The man was slumped against a cabinet, head bowed low. She couldn't see his face clearly, but his left arm was drenched in blood, and his right arm looked totally out of place, maybe dislocated. Only then did Claire notice she had blood all over her own face too. He must have covered her mouth with that injured left hand. She wiped at her cheek and pointed, "I don't know how to stitch." If she did, she wouldn't have failed the vet certification exam she once considered taking. The man suddenly looked up, eyes cold and dead like he was staring at a corpse. "Then what's all this stuff for?" The room was full of curved needles and what looked like medical tools. Claire answered honestly, "Those were for stitching pigskin." That answer made him get up and walk toward her. Each step felt heavier than the last, a real threat creeping in closer. pigskin, he repeated. Over the 2 years since their wedding, Kevin McPherson had only gotten busier, and Claire Alton found herself alone at home more and more. To kill time, she figured she'd pick up the old vet skills her grandma once taught her and try for a veterinary license, so she often practiced stitches on pigskin. Sadly, she just didn't have the knack. Even the basics gave her a headache. To be honest, it probably came down to one thing. She wasn't into it. What she really loved was the open sky above her head. Just when the man was only a step away from Claire, they heard Kevin's voice from downstairs. "Claire? Claire, where are you?" Kevin? Was he back? His voice was getting closer. He was heading up. If he saw another man here, he'd definitely freak. It'd look bad, like she was the one cheating. Even if they were splitting up, Claire didn't want Kevin to think she'd betrayed him. "Go hide." She grabbed at the stranger's clothes, trying to shove him somewhere out of sight. But this was just her makeshift surgery room for practicing stitches. No big cabinets or anything to stuff a grown man into. Lucas Dalton was already considering hiding anyway. He couldn't afford to be seen just yet. But clearly, the woman in front of him was twice as anxious as he was. She looked so panicked that Lucas momentarily forgot the pain and felt a weird urge to mess with her. "Why would I hide?" he said, grinning. "I'm begging you, please." Claire's voice cracked with urgency. "Begging?" Lucas caught the tears building in her eyes. "Even if I wanted to, where exactly am I supposed to hide here?" "Lie down." Claire shoved him hard. He landed on the table just as Kevin opened the door. Eyes locked, and Claire felt her heart almost leap out of her throat. Not even during her first flight at 19 was she this nervous. Completely frozen, she had zero idea what to say. Sensing her tension, Lucas squeezed her palm gently with his bloodied hand. That tiny touch snapped her back. "What's going on?" Kevin's eyes immediately fixed on the man lying on the table. A second later, Lucas felt something slapped across his face. Claire had thrown a slab of pigskin over him and said with as flat a tone as she could manage, "A classmate gave me this fake corpse to practice stitching on. Totally forgot to tell you." "Fake corpse?" Kevin's expression darkened a little. His eyes scanned over the fake body still seeping blood, not exactly the most convincing. Claire forced herself to nod. "Yeah, fake." Kevin moved to shut the door. "Hurry, I've got something to discuss with you." "Okay." The door closed with a click. The corpse sat up. Lucas glanced at the dazed woman beside him. "You a surgeon?" Claire slowly turned to the uninvited guest. She had no idea how vulnerable she looked right then. Eyes red, voice hoarse, like even a breeze could knock her over. Then she reached into her pocket and handed him a business card. Lucas almost cracked up right there. What made it worse was what she said next. "Not quite. I was trying to become a vet, but I kinda suck at it. I can still handle minor stuff, though. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out." What kind of problem would he have that needed a vet? At that point, Claire was too emotionally wrecked to care about being cautious with this stranger. She could more or less guess what Kevin was about to say. It was probably about what came next. She could feel her chest collapsing in pieces. Her back slid down against the cold edge of the table until she was sitting on the floor. Her long hair clung to her pale cheeks, and a silent stream of tears slid down her face. Her voice was soft, with a hint of a stuffy nose. "Take whatever you need. Just head out once you've had enough rest. I won't call the cops. There's some painkillers in the cabinet. Help yourself. And close the window when you leave. Don't worry about the blood on the floor. I'll clean it up." Who would have thought the mighty CEO of Muno International would one day get bossed around like that? Claire Alton only sat a few minutes to catch her breath before standing up and walking out. Once she'd left, Lucas Dalton gritted his teeth and forced his dislocated arm back into place using his injured, bloodied hand. Pop. The wave of pain had him sweating bullets. He flexed his now aligned arm a bit, then picked up the business card off the table. Claire Alton? His sister used to go on and on about some top-tier female pilot. Same name, wasn't it? And that face. Downstairs. Before Claire even made it over, Kevin McPherson pointed at her. "Go wash your face." Wash her face? She walked into the bathroom and caught sight of herself in the mirror, dried blood from her nose to her chin. No wonder. It took her 2 harsh scrubs to get clean. So, what did you want to say? They sat across from each other, Kevin smoking a cigarette. Just picturing all that blood on Claire's face earlier made his stomach turn. Bit of a waste, honestly. She had the looks, but not much else going for her. Nothing compared to Olivia Brooks, who just bagged a Best New Actress award. But to be fair, Claire had always been obedient, always did exactly what he told her not to do. Kevin had thought about it. If things with Olivia didn't work out, he could have lived decently with Claire. But Olivia wasn't doing great right now, and she was pregnant, with his kid. He couldn't just ignore her. Besides, he still had feelings for her. Here's the deal. Olivia's not well, so I'm moving in with her. Starting tonight, she's moving here in about 3 days, so you should pack up and move out before then. Especially your syringe stuff. Toss it all. Don't want her accidentally touching it and catching something. He didn't know the first thing about medical stuff, just that those tools looked sharp and dangerous. Still, something made him wonder. Were fake cadavers this realistic now? That body had been bleeding, no? As he finished talking, it felt like every breeze through the window turned to knives for Claire. There was a flicker of hate in her eyes. Got it. Kevin didn't say more. He got up. I've got things to deal with. You should get some rest. He picked up a small bag of clothes and left, not planning to come back. Facing the tightly shut door, Claire slowly curled up on the couch, letting the stinging tears spill down her cheeks. Wake up. If Claire hadn't once been a pilot with nerves of steel, she probably would have had a heart attack right then. She looked over at the man beside her. You're still here? The living room lights were bright enough now for her to properly see the unexpected guest. Handsome. Definitely not a Boy Scout. That was all Claire could think. Lucas stood next to the armrest. Would have left if I didn't think you'd have a hard time explaining. You think I want to crash here? And what's so hard to explain? Claire wiped her tears away. Kevin's not the brightest tool in the shed, but I doubt he thinks I'm cheating on him with a fake corpse. Lucas let out a long breath. I was talking about if he turned right back around and came upstairs again. What were you going to do then? That fake corpse of yours just walked off? Honestly, it was no mystery how she ended up getting treated like this. With brain cells like that, who wouldn't take advantage? Claire looked irritated, but even then she just looked soft and heartbreakingly small. Thanks, I guess. So, are you leaving now? Nope. Claire Alton froze for a second. This guy's seriously shameless. Lucas Dalton sat right down like he owned the place. Honestly, if he didn't look so bloody, you wouldn't even think he was hurt. His left hand just sort of dangled there, probably numbed out completely. The bleeding had stopped, but it still looked kind of creepy. Mind if I use your phone? Claire glanced at him, then passed over her phone. Lucas grabbed it with his bloody hand, smearing red on the screen as he tapped around. A moment later, he had someone on the line. This place is where exactly? Claire gave him the address, and he repeated it to whoever was on the call. Then he said something else, but Claire was zoned out by then, not really paying attention. He finished the call quickly and handed the phone back. Claire pinched the phone between 2 fingers and chucked it aside like it was crawling with germs. That move was fast, and yeah, definitely a little disgusted. Lucas's eyes narrowed, a little amused. What, I gross you out? Claire's eyes shimmered as she glanced at the mess he was in, all that blood. She lied straight to his face without blinking. Nah, you're squeaky clean. Lucas suddenly felt like she just roasted him in the most subtle way possible. Then it got quiet. Claire didn't bother with him anymore. She quietly went about tidying up the house and packing away the leftovers, getting ready to head out. Right before she opened the door, she looked back. You staying here? Not the best idea. What if Kevin McPherson randomly showed up? Lucas totally picked up on what she meant, stood up and trailed after her, unhurried. He'd never met someone who could bottle things up like this. He'd caught bits and pieces of what that guy earlier said, enough to stitch some of the story together. Olivia Brooks? Sounded familiar. Maybe someone had mentioned her before. Lost in thought, he watched Claire as she fed the leftovers to a pack of stray cats and dogs. He paused there, keeping his distance, watching in silence. People who are too kind, they always get walked all over. Kindness isn't wrong, It's just, you still need some kind of armor, like his mom. Hey. Claire heard some barking and turned her head just in time to see two dogs bolt straight toward Lucas. Lucas stiffened, backing away fast. Xiaobai, spot! Claire chased after them. The dogs were zooming. 1 second they're across the yard, and the next, they're leaping right at Lucas. Caught off guard, Lucas tried dodging them, but then someone crashed into him. He barely caught a glimpse of Claire, before instinctively reaching out to shield her head. Claire hit the ground, brushed the dogs away, and scrambled up to check on him. Are you okay? Lucas looked absolutely wrecked, frowning at his hand, which was bleeding again. Claire remembered him reaching back to support her head. She asked again, Are you okay? The man stared at her, his voice sharp without meaning to be. I'm not dying, so why are your eyes red? Claire Alton blinked, caught off guard by his tone. She looked so delicate, it was like any harsh voice could make her dissolve into thin air. Back in school, people used to joke about Claire being such a softie. How could a girl like her be a pilot? But they never saw her high above the clouds, flying massive aircraft, delivering homesick souls safely to their loved ones. That Claire had once shined so brightly. Only, these last couple of years in a stifling marriage had dulled her sparkle to almost nothing. Lucas Dalton subtly moved his hand out of her line of sight, not wanting her to notice. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, bright headlights cut through the post-rain summer night, illuminating them completely. One after another, luxury cars pulled up in front of them. Same model, similar plates, M6, M7897, M7898, M7899, all starting with song A. Who had the kind of clout to lock down a whole chain of license plates like that? Mr. Dalton, sir, it's our fault we didn't protect you well enough. Your hand, sir. Let's get a doctor right away. Claire instinctively took a step back, stunned by the overwhelming scene in front of her. The bodyguards noticed her, assumed she was some threat to their boss, and immediately moved in her direction. But her clear, alert eyes showed she wasn't backing down. Without hesitation, she shifted closer to Lucas. He shifted slightly too, throwing a subtle glance at his men, a clear warning. They froze instantly and didn't take another step. Lucas's gaze landed on her scraped arm from earlier when she shielded that stray dog. He didn't say another word. Just turned around and got into the car. Right after he left, a man who looked like a personal assistant came up holding a folder. He gave it to her with both hands, respectful. Miss Alton, this is a small token of appreciation from Mr. Dalton. He's already arranged everything. You just need to go to the office later and register your name. Claire barely processed what he said. Her mind had been sluggish all day. The folder was placed firmly into her hands, and then the car line slowly drove off. He was never supposed to cross her path, just like Kevin McPherson hadn't. Soon, the engine noises faded. Claire tilted her head back, staring into the starless sky. From now on, she'd walk her path alone. Back home, Claire patched up the scratch on her arm, wiped off the dried blood he'd left behind. Only when she was done with everything did she sit on her bed and open the folder. Inside, a deep red property deed caught her eye, making her freeze for a second. Ding! A text arrived. She glanced at her phone, and in that moment, after holding it in all night, Claire finally cried. Really cried. The message came from an unknown number, and it read, "Consider it a thank you gift. At least you'll have a place to go after the divorce." Claire Alton never thought the first person to actually care about where she'd go after the mess of her marriage would be a total stranger. That one line, simple, a bit offhand, wrapped her like a blanket, covering up years of cold shoulders and blank stares. And suddenly that guy didn't seem so intimidating anymore. She picked up on it, the barely there softness in him, something quiet and almost gentle in the way he spoke that night. Tears eventually took her off to sleep. Next morning, Civil Affairs Office. Claire was 10 minutes late, 9:10 a.m. Claire. She paused when she heard her name, heartbeat stalling, face going a pale shade. Of course, Kevin McPherson didn't show up alone. There was a woman by his side. Claire only took one look to recognize her, Olivia Brooks. She remembered catching a glimpse of her college pic once. Not traditionally pretty, maybe, but there was something seductive when she smiled, same vibe she gave off on screen. Olivia had her arm hooked around Kevin's, playing the helpless, clingy role without missing a beat. Claire dragged her eyes away. "Let's go in. After we're done, you still owe me lunch," Olivia chimed sweetly to Kevin. Claire didn't even blink. She walked ahead like she couldn't stand being near them a second longer. Moments later, they were out. Now, just a month of cool-off period. After that, she'd finally get that divorce certificate in hand. Kevin walked out first, and Claire looked up just as Olivia leapt into his arms, shrieking with joy while he held her tight. Any pain Claire had left was long frozen over, hidden deep, never to show in daylight again. Now, with oversized shades on, Olivia turned smug. "Claire, thanks for taking care of Kevin for the past few years. We won't trouble you anymore. And friendly reminder, I'm pretty well known. If you start talking nonsense, you might just bring trouble on yourself." Claire barely reacted, just a cool, sarcastic glance that hit sharp but left no trace. Then Kevin looked back too. Claire wore a crisp white suit today, tall, poised, the kind of cold elegance that screamed untouchable. And when she smiled, she had that rare, disarming softness. Kevin felt a weird pang of regret. Claire really was beautiful, and if she'd had more to show off, she would have been perfect. He couldn't help softening his tone. "Take care." Sunlight poured down. Claire met his eyes for just a beat, then answered calmly as she turned away. "Let's skip the goodbyes. No point in dragging it out." She wanted to cut him out, clean and sharp post-divorce. Their sweetness, the intimacy she had to witness, it had burned too deep. That hole left in her chest had drained all her kindness. All that was left now? A cold sort of calm, slowly taking over everything inside. Claire Alton stumbled back into the house, her mind a mess. But the second she stepped through the door, everything inside hit her like a truck. Every single thing in this home had been chosen and arranged by her, carefully and thoughtfully. And now that she looked closely, it was painfully clear. There wasn't a trace of Kevin McPherson anywhere. This house, this life, she'd been the only one holding it together for both of them. The saddest part? She'd spent 2 whole years trapped in some self-made fantasy, lying to herself, pretending it was all okay. In the process, she'd completely lost who she used to be. Of course, she was angry. Upstairs, Claire opened the small suitcase she'd tucked away like a secret. Inside, a neat row of licenses lay waiting. Her B-2 driver's license, her commercial rotorcraft license, her helicopter line license, her private pilot license, her fixed-wing commercial license, stacked one on top of another. She'd started flying at 16, kept grinding through license after license, pushing herself, draining hours of effort into those little booklets. And yet, she'd let them sit here and collect dust, all because of one guy. How stupid was that? Tucked in with the licenses was also the flight uniform her former captain gave her when she left the job. A tear landed with a soft drop right on the navy blue fabric. Claire quickly wiped it off, heart aching. Right then, the soft and generous version of herself started quietly slipping away, piece by piece. What remained was someone more clear-eyed, grounded. The pretty dream was gone. It was time to zip up life's suitcase and face the wind again. On the phone. "Claire, you're really going back to flying?" Her former captain sounded kind of thrilled. "I told you back then, walking away from your dream was a mistake. No one knows better than us what it takes to become a pilot. You poured in so much blood, sweat, and tears to get there, only to give it up for a, He didn't finish that sentence, just sighed. "Problem is, the captains at Air China right now are maxed out. If you're gunning for that seat again, you'll have to build your hours in civilian aviation first." Claire didn't hesitate. "It's fine. I'll take whatever I can get as long as I can fly again." There are some great private airlines these days with solid benefits and real growth potential. Here's what we'll do. Write up a resume. I'll put my name down as your reference from Air China. Let's send it to Kino Aviation. Kino? Claire had definitely heard of it. It was under Muno International, one of the top private airlines out there right now. "That's a huge company. You think I even stand a chance?" "Why wouldn't you?" Captain Wilson sounded serious. "Claire, don't start tearing yourself down. You graduated from the top aviation school. Only a handful get out of there each year. Airlines would fight to have you." After chatting a bit more, they ended the call. Claire stared at a few pilot licenses in her hands, dazed. There was a faint emptiness in her eyes. Before she married Kevin, she used to shine so bright. She had even turned down a fast-track promotion to captain just to be with him, handed in her resignation so firmly, thinking she'd made the right choice. And what did she get in return? Just a cold slice of reality. So from this moment on, forget him. Fly again. Live again. That afternoon, Claire was ready to send her resume to Muno International. She picked up the phone and called an old classmate, Emily. The moment Emily heard Claire was getting back into flying and had chosen Muno, she practically screamed. Claire pulled the phone away from her ear. "Emily, what's going on with you?" Emily took a deep breath. "Nothing, just pure happiness. This is amazing. You're applying to Muno, right? I got you. Leave this to me. You know someone at Muno? Know someone? I know that place inside out." Emily sounded like she was running somewhere. "Say it now. Once you pick Muno, don't apply anywhere else. Wait for my update." Before Claire could respond, Emily hung up. Just as Emily put her phone down, someone behind her spoke up. "What's got you laughing like that?" She turned around, surprised. "Whoa, you're still alive?" She earned a flick to the forehead and yelped in pain. A tall, calm man walked over, a faint smile on his face and rimless glasses glinting on his nose. "Need something from me?" Still grinning, Emily held up her phone. "Two things, but I'll start with the second." He didn't even glance at her, still focused on his email. Emily went on. "A classmate of mine is job hunting. Is Steph, any chance she can join your company?" Muno International was currently the largest private airline in the country, basically dominating most of the lesser civilian carriers. Its rep had shot up fast in recent years, and a lot of other airlines' members were jumping ship to them. Earlier this year, they'd even opened international routes. The whole structure was nearly complete. What they were lacking now were experienced captains. Without looking up, the man asked, "What position?" "Pilot, at the very least a first officer." In commercial aviation, ranks go captain, first officer, second officer. "Your classmate?" Lucas finally shot her a look. "Then that's a no." "What?" Emily immediately caught the sarcasm. What was that look supposed to mean? "Means I don't trust your judgment." Emily smacked the table. "I swear on my dignity." Lucas closed his laptop on the spot. Emily was left there, totally stunned. Matthew White sighed. "Miss, maybe just skip the whole integrity talk next time. You might actually have a shot at using connections that way. I mean, you swore you'd get your commercial license in 2 years. It's been, what, 4 now? Still haven't even seen the cover of that license." Fuming, Emily Dalton chased after her brother, yelling with hands on her hips, "Lucas Dalton, regret it all you want. Claire Alton is a total gem, top of the top from the best flight academy ever. Just wait, she'll be a top pilot someday and then you'll be begging for her." She went red mid-scream, nearly choking when she saw Lucas suddenly turn back. "Wait, which Claire Alton?" Emily blinked, answering blankly. "Claire as in Claire, Alton as in ancestor Mencius." As soon as the words left her mouth, Lucas was already walking back into his study. He tapped on the desk with a smile, motioning her over. "Take a seat. No rush, let's talk." What followed was Emily chugging water while gushing about her student idol like she was running a PR campaign. She shoved a photo on her phone at Lucas and beamed. "That's her. I've told you about her a dozen times. She was a total prodigy. First test flight, everyone else freaked out. She nailed it without flinching. Her grades were off the charts." Lucas recognized the woman in the pic. It was the same one from that night. "So, same training, same school. She's clocked over 2,000 hours in the air. And you still don't have your commercial license?" Emily replied, stone-faced, "My stupidity doesn't cancel out her talent." "Good. At least you know." "So what do you think?" She looked at him, eyes full of anticipation. Lucas lit a cigarette, pausing for a moment. "Well, she's been off the air for 2 years, so she has to do a retraining program. If she passes, she'll start with helicopter trial runs. If she does well, I'll think about putting her in a crew. And what on earth is she flying helicopters for? Isn't that overqualified much?" "Are you the boss or am I?" Emily instantly zipped it. "Tell her to be at the company tomorrow for an interview," Lucas said, already walking off. "Wait, hold up. Bro, I wasn't done." That night, Claire Alton got a call from Emily, who passed along her brother's message. Claire, it's just for helicopters at the start. He's not going to make you stick with them or anything. Claire sounded genuinely happy. I'm just grateful to get a shot at flying again. Emily, I owe you big time. Come on, don't be so formal with me. Just make sure you show up on time, okay? The interview guy's got a screw loose and hates lateness. Claire chuckled. Don't worry, I'll be early. When you're free, let me treat you to dinner. Deal! 10 a.m. the next morning. Claire Alton kept it super simple. White tee, cropped jeans, white flats. She had her hair in a neat high ponytail and just a dab of lipstick to brighten her look. A plain black backpack was casually slung over her shoulder. She followed the address Emily Dalton had texted her and arrived at one of the floors at Muno International. Turns out, she wasn't the only one here for the interview. There were a few others already waiting. All of them looked like pilots, though women were clearly a rare sight in the mix, no matter if it was domestic, international, or commercial airlines. Claire sat down, keeping to herself, but still caught a few glances from the guys across. They looked at her, clearly impressed, but didn't seem too bothered. None of them seemed to think she was there to apply as a pilot. Most likely figured she was going for a flight attendant role or something. Honestly, with her height, figure, and looks, she could pass for an international cabin crew with no questions asked. Pilots were being called in, one by one, for interviews, and the nerves in that hallway were practically tangible. Captain Wei. A short-haired woman in a fitted white shirt and formal trousers walked out. Her shirt had the Muno logo pinned neatly at the chest, and the rank bars on her shoulder made it crystal clear. She was the real deal. Her sharp posture and cool energy made people stand up straighter around her. Claire's eyes drifted to the ID tag that marked her as a pilot. For a split second, something stirred in her, nostalgia mixed with envy. She used to be like that too. As the woman passed by, the hallway buzzed to life. She's the only female captain at Muno, right? More than just a captain, she's the only female pilot here at all. Muno doesn't accept women pilots. She's literally the one and only. No wonder she walks like she owns the place. Wouldn't you if you were the only one who made it in? No women pilots allowed. Claire frowned slightly at that one. Claire Alton? At the end of the hall, Matthew White called her name from the interview room doorway. Claire blinked, stood up. Yes. Heads turned. The guys all looked stunned. She's a girl, and she's applying as a pilot? Wait, seriously? Claire was definitely a little nervous. But the minute she walked through that door and saw the massive aircraft model in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, everything inside her calmed right down. It felt like coming home, finally stepping back into a world she once belonged to. Once the door shut behind her, she made her way to the chair across from the panel and sat down. One of the interviewers gave a quick glance to the man seated furthest left, then turned his eyes down to her resume. Graduated from the top aviation academy. Yes. When did you start training? In high school, Claire replied. First solo flight at 19? Yes. The panelists flipped through her file, visibly surprised. For someone just 25, her background felt almost too impressive. To double-check, one of them asked again, what major routes have you flown? Claire Alton sat with a calm, composed air, the kind that came from being back in a familiar battlefield. She spoke with ease, her voice steady and confident. I've flown over 60% of the domestic routes, she said casually, and got experience on North American routes, 18 international standards plus sea-level zero-distance missions. The room grew quiet. The interviewers didn't utter a word. Then a man's voice cut through the silence. Your resume shows a 2-year gap. Were you grounded? Claire shook her head. The interviewer was blocking her view, so she couldn't see the man's face, but that voice, it sounded strangely familiar. She hesitated, then admitted, I got married. The man slowly stood up from the back. With sharp vision, she instantly recognized him. Shock flashed in her eyes. No way. It's him? Lucas Dalton, in a crisp black suit, looked at her from afar with an unreadable expression. Our company doesn't hire female pilots. Claire stiffened for half a second, then pretended like she didn't know him. She stood and gave a polite bow. Understood. She was ready to leave when she heard him say, but considering your skills, we can make an exception. Claire turned back, surprised. Excitement flickered in her voice. Really? Lucas started walking toward the room at the back. Come with me. The rest of you, continue. The other interviewers exchanged glances but kept silent. Claire followed him into the adjacent room. Lucas took a seat on the leather sofa, leaning sideways. Sit. Claire sat, a bit uneasy around him. The last time they met, he'd shown up at her house uninvited. Not only do we not hire female pilots, we also don't hire married ones. The married pilots at Muno Aviation. What's our boss even talking about? Claire pulled in a quiet breath. This wasn't the time to lie. I'm going through a divorce. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Yeah. Once the cooling-off period ends, it's official. Her voice dropped, less confident now. Lucas's brows relaxed a bit. Then you'll start with a month of helicopter trial flights. After that, you'll join the recovery training with the main team. If that goes well, we'll talk contracts. I've already stretched the rules once. Can't push it again. The interviewer's outside. Sir, do you hear yourself? Claire nodded. I understand. Thank you. She never expected the guy from that night would turn out to be Muno's management. So what kind of chopper will I fly? And what's the task? Task? Lucas clearly hadn't thought that far but wasn't fazed. He'd wing it. As Claire waited, unsure what to expect, he added calmly, Take me home. What? Claire was pretty sure her ears were playing tricks on her. That couldn't be right. But Lucas didn't repeat himself. He just said, Go do a full medical check first. If everything looks good, you start tonight. Tonight, start work, medical bay. The medical team had no idea the big boss himself would show up here today. Lucas Dalton shot them a glance, and they instantly got the message, sitting back down without another word. Go on, he said, tipping his chin toward the hallway. Claire Alton was about to sling her backpack off when Lucas casually took it from her and held it in his hand. She looked at him, a little worried. Is your hand okay? She still remembered how she'd accidentally pressed on it again that day when those two dogs came at them. Lucas gave a lazy grin. Oh, so you do remember to worry about me? Funny, I don't recall getting a call or even a text from you. He nudged her shoulder. Go get that physical done. Pilots have ridiculously strict health standards. Nothing can be overlooked. Lucas followed along for each test like it was his own checkup, making the doctors quietly question who this woman even was. Was she the boss's girlfriend or something? Honestly, with her looks and demeanor, she and the boss actually kind of matched. When it came down to the last test, blindfolded sound localization, Claire put on blackout goggles, relying completely on her hearing to pinpoint direction. Just as the doctor was about to speak, he caught a signal from the big boss. Lucas lightened his steps, moved quietly, and then gently shook the small rattle in his hand, producing a barely there sound. Claire had to immediately identify the source and move toward it accurately. What shocked everyone was how insanely fast her reaction time was. The sound had barely started, and she was already moving the right way. The floor had padding, so Lucas's steps were basically silent. He changed position again and shook the rattle once more. Claire reacted instantly, turning on her heel and heading straight over. Lucas leaned against the glass wall, watching her walk toward him with a smirk. To pass the test, Claire had to grab the object making the sound. She trusted her ears completely, estimated the distance, and made a move. But when she reached out, what she grabbed didn't match where the sound came from. Claire froze, frowned, and let go quickly. A teasing male voice chimed in nearby. Let go? Why? Think you heard wrong? She was sure that was where the sound came from. So why was it a hand? Lucas grinned mischievously and shook the rattle again. Across the room, the doctor started the countdown. Time was running out. Claire threw caution to the wind and reached out again. Missed. The hand was gone. This time, what caught her instead was Lucas's arms, solid and steady. The doctors all politely looked away. Claire froze for a whole second, completely blanking. Lucas gave her a light, respectful hug. He patted her back and spoke low near the top of her head, voice deep and calm. I'm really looking forward to seeing you become Skywild's second female captain. Go for it. Just for that moment, Claire could almost hear her heart cracking a little, tight and trembling in her chest. That one sentence from him honestly felt like a blessing from the heavens. In Claire Alton's world, rejection was the norm. Back when she first started flight school, even her instructor thought she wasn't cut out for it. To be fair, people often said that in a crisis, women just didn't stay as calm as men. Harsh, but that was the opinion she constantly ran into. Then there was Kevin McPherson. He made a habit of brushing her off and shooting down her ideas like it was his job. Over time, Claire got used to hearing, "You can't do it." Even when she made it as a co-pilot at Air China, the whispers and judgment didn't stop. She learned how to swallow it all, how to keep her emotions on lock. Someone in management once summed her up like this: "This girl's just too naive. But if she ever toughens up, with how much she can stomach and her solid skills, give her 10 years, no one in this field will be able to hold her back." But Claire never heard that. What she heard now, loud and clear, was someone telling her, "I look forward to seeing you as a captain one day." Already ignoring the boss before your first day on the job? The teasing pulled her back to reality. She blinked and realized they were already at the helipad. The private chopper sat there, waiting. Lucas Dalton was chill, sitting to the side. "Not gonna change into your flight suit?" Claire hurried off toward the changing room, but as soon as she spotted the uniform inside, she froze. A weird, buzzy feeling hit her, right in the chest. Lucas Dalton. She said the name softly. It was the name of the man who showed her kindness when she needed it most. He looked up from his phone, 2 fingers pressing to his temple. "Yeah?" Claire held the outfit up carefully. "This is a legit helicopter pilot uniform, isn't it?" "What's wrong?" Weird, right? She hadn't officially signed any contracts yet. Lucas pocketed his phone. "It's all I had. Just put it on for now." "Okay." Claire couldn't hide her excitement. She had a thing for flight uniforms. Sure, they looked sleek, but more than that, they meant something. Every uniform told a different story. This one seemed custom-made by Muno Air. The standard stuff might be similar globally, but little details, styling, trims, those varied by company. She noticed the back clasp was giving her trouble. It was sitting too high, just out of reach. Maybe the size was too small. She hesitated before sticking her head out. "Lucas Dalton?" He answered patiently. "All done changing?" "Not really. Is this size too tight?" she asked. Lucas stood up and walked over. Claire opened the door a crack. She had everything on, just couldn't fasten the back clasp. Lucas pressed his lips together briefly, then gently grabbed each side and tugged them together. It happened so fast that Claire wasn't ready. His pull made her stumble a bit, her back bumping lightly into him. When Claire bumped into his chest, she was super embarrassed and quickly tried to push away. "Sorry." "I did pull hard," Lucas said, a chuckle hidden in his tone. Claire's ears suddenly warmed up. Something about this whole thing felt weird. She could only nod. "Yeah." He added, "I really did." Claire turned her head, clearly annoyed. "Then pull harder." The little kitten finally showed her claws. Lucas raised an eyebrow, then suddenly gave a sharp tug. Claire wasn't faking her physical strength. Even if she'd let herself go a bit the past 2 years, all that tough training still showed. She withstood the pull. "Inhale," Lucas reminded. Claire sucked in a breath. Lucas frowned. "More, aye." Claire was already trying like crazy to breathe in. She spoke between gasps. "I'm gonna explode." "Nope," Lucas said, letting go of the strap. And he let go all of a sudden. Claire couldn't brace in time and got flung forward by the elastic rebound. Lucas casually caught her, arms wrapping around to steady her against his chest. Right in front of them was a fitting mirror. Their pose looked kinda suggestive. Claire's back was pressed to him, her face flushed because of all the deep breathing. Through the mirror, Lucas glanced at her and said, half seriously, "Hard to believe a softie like you made it through flight school." Catching her breath, Claire pulled herself away and answered firmly, "What's that got to do with anything? As long as I can fly, isn't that enough?" "So what? Cry at the smallest bump in the air?" "I don't cry." Lucas crossed his arms like he didn't believe a word. "Unless I've gone blind, you cried plenty that night." Now that could totally be taken the wrong way. Claire's face turned even redder. Lucas glanced at her uniform. "Don't bother buttoning that." It had originally been tailored for Emily, but turns out the girl was too much of a klutz to even pass her commercial license. That said, he had to admit Claire had one hell of a figure. Lucas wasn't the sleazy kind, but when he'd been adjusting the latch just now, it was pretty obvious. Are you hot or something? Claire suddenly asked from behind. Lucas tilted his head a little. They were walking pretty close, so when he lowered his head to look at her, it kind of gave off this weird couple vibe. What? Your ear, Claire pointed at his earlobe. It's red. Lucas immediately put on a straight face and strode ahead out the door. Once outside, he finally looked back. The woman with long legs and a small waist, wearing a dark blue pilot uniform, was walking toward him. In those clothes, Claire looked calm and composed, way sharper than the other female captain back at Muno International. She looked a lot like someone he'd vaguely remembered from the past. She climbed into the helicopter. They were both adjusting their own safety gear. As Claire Alton felt her fingers skim over the familiar levers and buttons again, a surge of heat swept through her chest. Even though it was just a helicopter, being back in that seat with all those controls in front of her felt almost unreal, like she'd somehow stepped back into another time overnight. Maybe. You should get out first, she suggested. Lucas Dalton gave her a sidelong glance. Trying to kick your boss out? I haven't flown in ages. Just let me try solo for a bit. If something went wrong, at least he wouldn't get caught up in it with her. He settled into the co-pilot's seat, headset on, voice casual. I'm here. What are you so nervous about? I'm worried I'll get you killed, she shot back. He chuckled. Didn't we already pretend to be corpses? What, worried it'll go method now? Fly, he said, firm. This was Claire's first flight in what she considered her new life, and someone was actually sitting beside her. More than that, he was telling her, don't be scared, just go for it. The rotor blades started spinning, churning up the air around them. But the second she took control, all the fear she'd imagined disappeared. It was like muscle memory. Everything came back like it had never left. And as the chopper lifted from the ground, Claire's smile lit up her entire face. It was too loud inside, so she had to practically shout, Lucas, I'm flying again. He answered slowly, voice steady. Then keep flying forward. No looking back. No looking back. She wouldn't. Not this time. The job she loved so much, she wasn't giving it up for anyone, ever again. More than that, she was going to start loving herself properly and push to become the best damn female pilot out there. When Claire was in the air, she was a whole new version of herself. Sharp, fierce. Not at all like the pushover she used to be stuck in that dead-end marriage. It wasn't a long haul from the helipad to the coordinates Lucas had given her. She wasn't even close to done enjoying it when the landing pad came into view. But even so, excitement still buzzed through her veins. Her palms were a little sweaty, but her process was solid, flawless. She brought the chopper down smoothly. The air was still, almost too quiet. Claire blinked, eyes stinging a little. Outside, the still turning blades rustled the tree leaves. We're here, she said. Back in her old days, Claire often spoke on behalf of her captain to the passengers, always the same words. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived safely at our destination. The whole crew wishes you a pleasant journey. Goodbye. The memory drifted through her mind, right as Lucas's lazy voice cut in. Not gonna wish me a good trip? She snapped out of it, eyes slightly red, but smiling as she said in her crispest professional tone, Mr. Dalton, have a pleasant journey. After stepping off the helicopter, Claire Alton stood still for a moment. Lucas Dalton's place wasn't just luxurious, it was ridiculously extravagant. I'm leaving now, Claire said. Be here on time every day to drive me to and from work, Lucas replied without even turning around. Claire hesitated. The place I'm staying is kind of far. What time do you start work? He paused to think. 6 a.m.? Are executives all this hardcore nowadays? At that hour, given where she lived, she'd have to be up by 4. That's barely any rest and way too risky for a pilot. Lucas must have realized that too. His tone turned a bit more lenient. Then stay here. I'll be traveling a lot. It's more convenient. Wow. Most people travel with private drivers or first-class tickets. This guy flies his own chopper. Well, he's rich. And Claire wasn't exactly in a position to argue. She quietly followed him ahead. I'll need to go back to get my stuff. What stuff? He threw her a sidelong glance. That messed up leather piece you stitched to death? Catching the sarcasm, Claire gave a small smile. It was a crazy day. I didn't mean to throw that pigskin on your face, but you kind of barged into my place. Lucas suddenly gave a rare grin. So I deserved it, huh? Claire remembered he might be her future boss and quickly shook her head, knowing when to pick her battles. No, that was on me. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, but you won't need to go back for anything. Whatever you need, someone will get it for you. You'll live next door. Next door? Claire looked at the door he'd just walked into, then at the adjacent one. That close? Lucas, now inside, didn't hear her hesitation. Problem? Isn't this a little too close? Claire asked, still standing outside. He reappeared at the door, taking off his watch, and looked at her coolly. I told you, I might have to leave at any moment, so you expect me to run across half the city just to find you when I'm in a rush? You could always just call? Claire asked, her eyes clear and tone overly honest. Solid question. I could. Lucas stared her down, but I don't want to. Got a problem? Claire let out a slow breath. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. She smiled. No problem at all. Somehow, Claire ended up moving into the unit next door. It was spotless, clearly unused, fully furnished. One side was all floor-to-ceiling windows, and from here, she could still see the helicopter parked outside. Knock, knock. She looked over to see Matthew White at her door, beaming. Miss Alton, Mr. Dalton said you'd be grabbing some things from home. The car's ready. We can leave whenever works for you. This kind of treatment. But didn't Lucas say she couldn't go back? Claire didn't dwell on it. I'll head out now. Matthew added, if you feel the drive is too long, the helicopter's available too. No need. My place doesn't even have a helipad, Claire replied politely. Of course, please, after you. He respectfully opened the car door for her. You don't have to be so formal. I'm just a regular worker. Claire's fine. Matthew personally drove the car. Once they were on the road, he casually said, workers, yeah, but not all of them are at the same level. Claire didn't catch that. Nothing, Matthew responded with a warm smile. They arrived quickly. Miss Alton, I'll wait out here. No, it's fine, Claire said. I've got a few things to handle after packing. I'll head back on my own later. Won't interfere with Mr. Dalton's schedule tomorrow. Matthew White pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then. As soon as Claire Alton stepped through the door, a pair of high heels at the foyer caught her eye. Sounds of laughter floated from the living room, light and intimate. Claire? There they were, Kevin McPherson and Olivia Brooks, curled up on her treasured sofa, fooling around and acting like a newlywed couple. It was disgusting, really. Kevin immediately noticed what Claire was wearing. It struck him as odd, but also sharp and confident. Claire dug her nails into her palm, pretending not to see anything, and headed straight upstairs. She needed to pack, clothes, essentials, and a few items she had carefully stored away. Kevin followed behind, seemingly compelled to explain something. Claire, Olivia wasn't feeling well. Since this place is close by, I brought her over. Why are you telling me this? Claire didn't even glance back. Kevin's eyes kept flicking toward her uniform. He was puzzled but figured it must be something she'd recently bought. I wanted to talk about the settlement. His voice dropped a little. Claire gave a faint smile. Go ahead. She kept packing while waiting for him to speak. Olivia thinks you haven't really contributed much to this household. You never earned money. So out of basic decency, I'll give you $100,000 when we divorce, just to help you get set up. Even Kevin didn't sound confident about what he was saying. Claire's fingers trembled slightly, not out of sadness, but pure rage. Not because of the money, but that statement didn't contribute much. And worse, it came from Olivia. How laughable. How pathetic. Claire crouched for a long while in front of her suitcase. You told her, right? Olivia's voice floated in from downstairs. Once you're done, have her cook. I'm starving. So is the baby. Claire felt a sharp stab in her chest. She could barely breathe. Just then, her phone lit up with a call from an unknown number. Distracted, she answered without thinking. Meanwhile, Kevin responded to Olivia, all right, I'll order delivery. I don't want takeout. It's not clean, Olivia replied sweetly. Didn't she always cook when she lived here? It's not like the divorce is finalized. Having her make a meal isn't asking too much, right? Kevin hesitated, but just for a second. So when he actually called out to Claire, something inside her broke completely. Her grip around the phone tightened, her arm trembling visibly. Claire, could you maybe just help us out this time? I'm not much of a cook, and Olivia's pregnant. We can't upset the baby, you know? The moment he finished, clang, a trophy hit the floor with a heavy thud. Claire rose to her feet. Her eyes, usually calm and gentle, were now rimmed red, sharp with cold fury. She laughed, dry and bitter. Kevin McPherson, want to say that again? I, and Olivia, bold as ever, chimed in smugly. You're still his wife. Cooking for him shouldn't be a problem. Isn't that what a good woman's supposed to do? Claire narrowed her eyes. Then why don't you do it? I'm pregnant. I need to take care of myself. Olivia clutched her barely there belly and pouted. Claire's lips curved up. So that's your excuse for shamelessly expecting me to serve you too? Kevin frowned, clearly displeased. Claire, you didn't used to be this mean. Mean? He had the nerve to call her mean. Claire's head was buzzing so loud, it felt like her brain was short-circuiting. She couldn't even remember when she'd put her phone down on the table. Her fists were clenched tightly as she tried to keep it together. She couldn't let her whole life go off the rails because of those two losers. That'd be too pathetic. But looking at Kevin tangled up with Olivia like that, it hit her hard. She was just standing there alone, totally out of place, and it nearly knocked the breath out of her. Still, pride kept Claire steady. She opened her mouth, voice cold and clear. Kevin McPherson, am I just the maid in your eyes? The second I stop bending over backwards for you two, I'm suddenly the villain? Tears finally started rolling down Claire's face. God, she wanted to slap Kevin so bad. She wanted to kick both of them out right then and there. But she didn't have that kind of power anymore. She was the one getting dumped. You think just because I've been taking care of you for so long, everything I do is just expected? You think it's normal? Her voice cracked, eyes burning. And that woman next to you? She's nothing but a homewrecker. The fact that I haven't knocked the hell out of her already? That's me being merciful. And now you've got the nerve to ask me to help take care of your baby with her, and then throw shade at me? Get real. You're the one who cheated, Kevin. And don't forget, your precious woman is a public figure, right? What do you think will happen if the press catches wind she's wrecking homes? As she stepped closer, inches from them, the sharp-edged fury inside Claire finally burst out. That strength she had long hidden under layers of compromise came blazing to the surface. Olivia's face instantly went pale. Her throat bobbed hard as she subconsciously scooted away from Kevin, sheer panic all over her. Claire didn't miss that. She let out a cold snort. And another thing. You said the divorce settlement gives me 10 grand? You must be dreaming, and dreaming in the middle of the day. When the divorce is final, we'll split things by the book. If you two want to play dirty and try to leave me with nothing, go ahead and try me. But be warned, if this turns into a fight, you two will lose way more than I ever will. That moment hit Kevin like a punch. For the first time, he realized he might have never known the real Claire at all. She wasn't just the quiet, selfless woman he saw day after day. She had sharp edges, too, sharp enough to bleed. Claire blinked back the rest of her tears and stared at them. All the love she once felt had turned to ice. All that remained was loathing. Kevin was the one who taught her to play house, to keep things together. And now he'd made a fool of her. She didn't wish them well. She wished them chaos. Because people who mess up should pay the price. That's just how life works. Forget that whole let's all move on and be happy crap. She wasn't that zen, not even close. Claire turned and started shoving her stuff into the suitcase. The trophies that once made her proud now felt like they crushed her piece by piece. Not far away, the phone on the table, the call apparently still going before, finally went dark. Kevin stared at her for a long time, jaw opening and closing a few times, but no words came out. He could only watch as she walked out, suitcase in hand. Claire didn't look at Kevin once on her way down. She only glanced around the apartment. How many times could a person start over? How many new homes could one really build? Claire Alton couldn't even remember how much strength it took just to push that door open, let alone force her legs to step outside. The moment the door shut behind her, the soft but solid thud echoed in her chest like a cannon blast, deep, final, and hollow. Just before it closed completely, she caught Olivia Brooks still whining about how she wouldn't get a dime from the divorce. Outside, the sunset looked like someone had lit the sky on fire, brilliant and outrageous. Claire tilted her head up, staring blankly. When does someone finally give up on the person they've loved deeply? Probably when that person makes you feel like nothing more than a joke. Turned out she was the only one who'd been struggling in the marriage, the only one actually trying. Fresh air rushed at her, and she let out a heavy breath. Warm wind seeped into her lungs, and for a second, she felt something close to rebirth. Kevin McPherson never knew she used to be a pilot, and he definitely didn't know. When women get serious, they don't mess around, they cut deep and clean. Watching the sun sink into the breeze, Claire's thoughts were sharp. She hoped Kevin fell apart, that he regretted every second he took her for a fool. She stepped beyond the front gate. Just 10 meters or so, but it felt like her body had run out of battery. Familiar streets stretched out in front of her, and all she wanted in that moment was to crouch on the curb and cry like no tomorrow, cry away the last 2 years. As she considered giving in to the exhaustion, the flash of hazard lights caught the corner of her eye. A sleek luxury car, license plate straightforward enough, Song A8000 pulled into view. Seeing Lucas Dalton show up like that left Claire stunned. Her mind blanked out completely as she stood frozen, watching him walk toward her. Lucas leaned down slightly and gave her head a gentle push. You really should have slapped him, maybe landed a punch too. Call him an asshole, then grab your suitcase and strut out. Tears that she'd forced down came flooding back to the surface. Her eyes grew glassy, but she was stubborn. She wasn't going to let them fall. Go on, cry, Lucas said, lowering his head as he pulled out some tissues from a packet he'd swiped from Matthew White. Mr. Dalton is standing by with tissues ready to wipe them for you. Claire burst out laughing through her tears. Have we met before? She suddenly asked. Lucas frowned. Claire, if that's your pickup line, it's outdated. Claire wasn't actually flirting. It was just that watching him frown and tug tissues out of the packet felt oddly familiar. 2 minutes later, the car pulled away quietly, leaving without catching anyone's attention. So what brings you here? She asked. I gotta fly out tomorrow. Figured you might take forever to pull yourself together. Just passing by, thought I'd wait a bit. He turned his face toward the window. You flying a helicopter? Yep. Claire picked up on his unusual quietness, but didn't press further. Then Lucas asked out of nowhere, What did you see in him? It threw her off. Anyone would be thrown off. They were sitting on either side of the back seat, with the console between them. Lucas shot her a sidelong glance, waiting. She didn't say anything, so he pressed again. He's hot? Claire had been about to nod, but one look at Lucas's face. Yeah, Kevin McPherson wasn't even in the same league, so no, she didn't have the guts to say yes. He good in bed? Pfft. The driver in the front seat broke a sweat. Sorry, Mr. Dalton. The soundproof screen between the front and back seats zipped up in an instant. Whatever came next, it was just the two of them now. Ahem! Claire Alton cleared her throat. What the heck? Good what? It's not like they ever had anything going on. Why do you even care about my business so much? She turned to Lucas Dalton and asked. He had been looking at her, then quickly averted his gaze like he'd just remembered something else, mumbling in an indifferent tone. I still need you flying my chopper. Your mood kinda relates to whether I stay alive or not. Your mood kinda relates to whether I stay alive. That line could totally pass for a fact, or as something more. But honestly, right now, it could only be the first. Claire shoved all the unnecessary feelings aside. Relax, I won't mess up your schedule. But, she paused, not buying it. How did you even know something happened? There was a slight beat of silence. Claire narrowed her eyes. Just now, a random number called me. That wasn't you, was it? Lucas didn't reply, avoided eye contact. Claire wasted no time, pulled out her phone and redialed that number. Next second, a buzzing sound came from Lucas's pocket. And somehow, in that moment, deep down in that half-shattered heart of hers, pieces started gently clicking back into place. Mr. Dalton, thanks, she smiled out of nowhere. Only now did Lucas look at her. Her smile, it was so bright, dazzling even, warmer than the sunlight back when they were flying. If someone ever pushes you around like that again, just quit, he said flatly. Huh? He didn't sugarcoat anything. No one under me gets treated like trash. But I'm a pilot, she blinked. Doesn't mean anything special, he replied, deadpan. Claire tried to explain, we need to keep a calm mindset up there, no emotional swings for everyone's safety, but it doesn't mean I wasn't angry or upset. She turned to the window, her voice going soft, just didn't think it was worth it. Kevin McPherson wasn't worth sacrificing anything else for. She didn't notice the subtle smirk forming on Lucas's face. The car pulled up at Lucas Dalton's place. He went in first. But just as Claire was about to follow, someone stopped her, a guy dressed in a suit with a polished, book-smart vibe. "Miss Alton, I'm Benjamin Hart." Through his glasses, he gave her a quick once-over. Whatever spark he saw, he hid well. "I'm Mr. Dalton's personal lawyer. These are some documents for you." "Documents?" Claire looked a little lost. Benjamin explained, "With a wrongful death case like yours, worst-case payout is around $1.2 million. In your situation, I can make sure there's no criminal charge." "So what's the catch?" "What Mr. Dalton means is, next time someone tries to humiliate you like that, feel free to hit back. He's got a reputation to maintain. No one in his team should be bullied." Benjamin smiled politely. "Every other employee, lies, total lies." Claire stood there, confused. She glanced at the documents, then looked back up, speaking calmly. "Mr. Hart, I really appreciate what you and Mr. Dalton are trying to do, but I won't fight wrong with wrong. I want to be someone others are proud of, not someone they have to deal with." Those words actually stunned Benjamin for a moment. He'd assumed Claire was the kind of woman who'd try to climb her way up. As she handed the documents back, Benjamin just stood there for a long, long time. "Claire, how was your interview?" Emily called a bit later that evening. Claire had just come out of the shower. "I got the job at Muno International. I'm now reporting to someone in upper management. Last name's Dalton. Funny, same as yours." "Dalton?" Emily paused. "Lucas Dalton?" Claire blinked. "You know him?" Emily swallowed. "Yeah, I do. He's someone I know pretty well. You'll be fine working under him. He doesn't let his people get pushed around." "Emily, is he really that impressive?" Claire asked. "Why do you ask?" "Just a gut feeling. He stands out in a weird way." Back in flight school, Emily had never mentioned she was Muno's heiress. She didn't want to be treated differently. Even now, she didn't bring it up, not wanting Claire to feel weird. "Claire, don't worry about whether others are special or not. You're plenty special yourself. Not just me. Everyone from school thinks the same. By the way, word's already out that you're flying again. You wouldn't believe how many commercial airlines reached out asking for your contact info today." "I didn't give any, of course," Claire laughed. "I trust you. I'll stick to the job you helped me land and give it my best." "Keep grinding, Claire. Once you're cleared to fly passenger planes, I'm signing up as your chief flight attendant." "Wait, you're a flight attendant now?" Claire was surprised. Emily let out a long breath and sighed dramatically. "Yep, I didn't pass the commercial pilot license test. Couldn't get into civil aviation, so here I am in the cabin crew." That explained why she was always flying around, and why they hadn't seen each other in years. "It's fine," Claire said. "If you find time, I can help you prep. The test's not that bad. Easy for you to say. You're a natural. Me, not so much." Emily's voice was laced with self-pity. Claire reassured her a bit more before Emily yawned. "I'm off to bed. Got a flight to Paris tomorrow. I'll come see you once I'm back." "Sounds good," Claire said. After the call, Claire leaned against her bed's headboard. Just a wall away sat Lucas Dalton. Where she'd be flying tomorrow? No clue. He hadn't told her anything. Next door. "How do you even know Olivia Brooks?" Benjamin asked, genuinely confused. "She's divorcing my cousin. They're in the cooling-off period." Lucas raised an eyebrow, lit a cigarette. "What's the reason?" "Here she cheated." "With who?" "How would I know?" Benjamin adjusted his glasses. "My cousin's a fool, though. Didn't press charges and he's still splitting the assets with her." "Seriously, where'd you even hear Olivia's name?" Benjamin knew Lucas too well. If someone wasn't worth his time, he wouldn't even ask. "Go on, call Matthew in for me." Unceremoniously dismissed, Benjamin rolled his eyes and walked off. Matthew walked in shortly after. "Mr. Dalton?" "The company we're signing with mid-next month. Who's the legal rep again?" A sly look flashed in Matthew's eyes, like a fox that had sniffed something out. "Kevin McPherson." "Oh?" Lucas dragged out the word, eyes narrowing with interest. "Should I prep a profile on him for you?" Matthew asked. "You already have one?" Like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, Matthew pulled a folder from behind his back and laid it down in front of his boss. As Lucas flipped through the pages, Matthew added slowly, Kevin McPherson, male, 26 years old, 2 years younger than you. Lucas shot him a cold glance. Matthew White acted like he didn't hear anything and kept going. He's not an only child, has a younger sister. She's a flight attendant now. Back in college, he dated this girl named Olivia Brooks. They were together for about 3.5 years, but broke up over some issues. Turns out Olivia was already seeing someone else before she and Kevin McPherson officially split. That someone is actually her current soon-to-be ex-husband, who's also Benjamin Hart's cousin. Plus, Kevin's parents were against Olivia from the start, couldn't stand the idea of their son dating an actress, especially one surrounded by gossip. That's pretty much what drove a wedge between them. Olivia eventually married the guy she cheated with, while Kevin ended up having a flash wedding with Miss Alton. Thing is, Olivia's marriage didn't go well either. Her husband's way too quiet and boring, definitely not someone who can handle someone like Olivia, who's a real piece of work, full of hidden agendas. She's ambitious too, and Kevin's been secretly helping her out behind Claire's back. Now Miss Alton's got no living relatives. Aside from some savings, she doesn't really have any other assets. As Matthew wrapped up his report, Lucas Dalton flipped through the last of the documents. Matthew, yeah? Lucas's tone turned cold, almost eerie. Don't you think people who betray others don't deserve to live? Matthew's eyes widened slightly, instantly recalling the stern old Mr. Dalton. He lowered his head. Yeah, I think so. You know what to do? Matthew didn't hesitate. I get it. What? Kevin McPherson jolted upright, Olivia still in his arms. Weren't we supposed to sign the contract next month? No. I mean, we had everything settled. How can they just go back on their word like that? We're sorry, Mr. McPherson. The board decided to reevaluate the deal. It's just a delay. We hope you understand. Understand? Like hell he could. But even if he didn't, what could he do? His company, Harmony Air, was just a medium-sized player in commercial aviation, no match for a giant like Muno International. So when Muno approached with a buyout offer at the start of the year, including some very tempting terms, Kevin didn't think twice. He was eager to become a part of their bigger machine. With a major corporation backing him, he'd have it a lot easier than struggling on his own. Air travel was booming, and more competitors were popping up left and right. To stay ahead, he needed solid allies. Muno International, which practically owned the game now, was at the top of the list. After everything with Muno was practically finalized, Kevin got cocky. He'd started clashing with other aviation companies, dead set on hitching his wagon to Muno and crushing the competition. But now? Now Muno's suddenly delayed the deal, and they're not even giving him a firm signing date. The worst part? He'd already promised raises to his pilots starting August. If Muno didn't come through, how was he supposed to keep that promise? A competent lead pilot could easily pull in a 6-figure salary annually, not including bonuses. His company might not be huge, but they had over a dozen pilots, not to mention co-pilots and junior staff. Where was he supposed to get that kind of money? Kevin rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure mount. He was so stressed that even when Olivia tried to get things going again, he wasn't having it. He brushed her off gently but firmly and walked out while dialing someone on his phone. Olivia sat there, biting her lower lip, staring at him as he walked away. The next day, 4 a.m. It was still pitch black outside. Claire Alton hadn't gotten up this early in a long time. Back when she used to co-pilot, she'd spend entire nights up in the sky. There were countless breathtaking views, yet she barely spared them a glance. Up already? Lucas Dalton's voice came from behind. Claire Alton turned around in surprise. Didn't expect you to be up this early, too. Gotta fly out to Haisu City in a bit. He walked over in his pajamas, slouched slightly, resting both arms on the balcony railing, eyes fixed on where the sun was rising. Claire stood right behind him, leaning slightly against the glass door. They stood like that, him in front, her behind. 10 minutes later, the sun finally spilled over the horizon, casting golden light on both their faces. Claire, He took a slow drag of his cigarette. Ever watched a sunrise with someone before? Her eyes flicked over his broad back. No, this was her first time with someone else. The rotors kicked in at precisely 5:15 a.m., stirring the air and rustling nearby leaves. Claire was way more composed today than yesterday, calmly handling the helicopter as it lifted off. Lucas, seemingly sleep-deprived, didn't sit up front this time. He took a seat in the back. As they lifted off, she said, "Try to get some rest. I'll get you there in one piece." He glanced at her. "And what if we crash?" Yeah, helicopters were loud, super loud, but good thing he had a headset on, or he wouldn't have caught what she said next. "If you go down, I'm not making it either." His eyelids twitched just a little. He let it slide, barely smiling, and shut his eyes to nap. By the time they were flying over Haisu City, Lucas had woken up. She noticed and took a moment to glance at the cityscape below. "Heard someone say this is the most romantic city in the country. People love proposing here. There's always wind, they say. It blows flower petals right into couples' laps." Lucas squinted at the view. "Sounds fake. You believe that nonsense?" Claire didn't know why, but she chuckled and threw the next line out without much thought. "Then did it fool you?" The question caught him off guard enough to look up at her profile. She'd been gone for over 2 years, and she wasn't the same woman he first met. He'd been abroad back then. News reached him from home. His mom had taken her life after learning about his dad's illegitimate kid. It was the middle of the night overseas. There was no way a helicopter could have taken him back in time. So he chartered a jet and flew straight home. On the plane, flipping through old photos of his mom and barely holding it together, he remembered a woman in a pilot outfit just suddenly appearing. That was the first time he saw a woman look that sharp and magnetic in pilot gear, just like his mom used to. She'd sat beside him and told him that there was still hope in life, that he just had to get through the low points. He never forgot the warm milk and single piece of candy she handed him later. That bit of sweetness somehow lasted him the next 6 months. When he tried to find her later, the airline told him she'd quit. Her name was Claire Alton, graduate of the country's top flight academy. Lucas couldn't help but wonder back then, why do women like them always end up giving everything for the wrong man? His mom, he couldn't save her. But Claire, he still could. He snapped out of it just as Claire realized her little "did it fool you" might have been a bit much. She decided to just pretend she hadn't spoken at all. But Lucas didn't let it go. "So, you want me to fall for that? In other words, you want me to believe this city's full of romance? What does it matter what I want?" Claire Alton was already maneuvering the helicopter down for a safe landing, rotor blades chopping the air loud enough to drown out most of the conversation. Right before the helicopter touched down, the only thing that managed to slip through the noise was Lucas Dalton's voice, faint and low. He said, "Because if you believe, then I do too." Well, if even someone half clueless can think this place is romantic, then it must be pretty romantic. As they stepped off the helicopter, Lucas heard the soft buzz coming from Claire's bag. His hearing was sharp as ever. "Your phone's ringing." Claire pulled off her gloves and took out her phone. Lucas glanced at the screen without much interest, but the name stood out, Kevin McPherson. Claire was just about to answer when the phone was gently taken from her. She looked up at him in disbelief as Lucas calmly declined the call and tucked the phone into his jacket pocket. "Forgot to mention, my team's not allowed to take personal calls during work hours." At the same moment, Claire's eyes flicked over to Matthew White behind them, who was visibly on a work call. "Matthew." Without waiting to hear whether the caller had finished speaking, he promptly hung up and covered it with a straight-faced lie. "Legal stuff. Needed quick confirmation." Claire raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Hard to tell if she believed him from that expression. Matthew then shot a subtle look at Lucas, practically begging, "Next time maybe give me a heads up?" That came out of nowhere. Haisu City really lived up to its name as a romantic hotspot. It was also one of the country's top 4 major cities, the other 3 being Pingsung Port, Nianzhou City, and Jingdu City. Among them, Haisu was the only one by the sea, its climate damp and perfect for lush, moisture-loving plants. Its most iconic plant? Pink trumpet trees. When they bloom, the whole place feels like it's blanketed in dreamy shades of pink and purple. The sea breeze sweeps petals through the air, landing them right at couples' feet like some kind of fairy tale. It's no wonder people call it the city of love. Every couple who truly loves each other will make their way here at least once. Unfortunately, the trumpet trees had already finished blooming. Claire missed their peak, a bit of a downer. "Wishing you could have seen the flowers?" Lucas asked, catching the way she kept glancing all around. Holding her gloves, Claire walked beside him off the helipad. Not really. But beneath that casual tone, there was a trace of disappointment. Nothing major. After all, she was here for work, not sightseeing. Inside the car, Claire found it a bit strange that she was riding with her boss. Before she even got in, habit made her glance at the license plate. It read, High A8000. For some reason, Lucas always gave off that weirdly all-knowing vibe. Just as he put on his reading glasses and started scanning some documents, he said, "I've got cars in all 4 major cities, same plate number every time." Claire quickly smothered her surprise and nodded politely. That's impressive. But internally, her whole brain was doing mental math. Seriously? Just a regular executive? With this kind of access? Then Lucas added, almost like it was no big deal, "If someday you run into trouble in any of these cities, just find the driver of one of those cars. Mention your name. They'll help you." "Why my name, though?" Claire asked, recalling those moments in dramas where it's always the big shot's name that opens doors. Not the assistant's. Lucas Dalton wasn't a mind reader, but he could tell what that silly woman was thinking just by the look in her eyes. Too many people out there know my name. If I let everyone use it, might as well run a charity, right? "You remember it now?" he asked. Claire Alton gave a quick nod. "Got it." The motorcade pulled up in front of a luxury guest building. Some people were already waiting. As soon as Lucas stepped out, it was all Mr. Dalton, Mr. Dalton, like they were afraid he'd disappear if they didn't say his name enough. Their respectful attitude almost made Claire think Lucas was some kind of emperor. She followed them inside. "Come on," Lucas said, eyeing her from the elevator as she lingered at the back. Claire felt a little thrown. She wasn't slow or clueless by any means, but right now, all she was a chopper pilot, basically a driver. Why was she expected to tag along every step of the way? Still, under the pressure of her boss's gaze, she stepped in, ending up right in front of him. Lucas, standing behind her, looked down and easily caught sight of the top of her head. They were standing close enough for the reception team to start wondering who she even was. Should they be treating her like someone important? By the time the elevator reached the upper floors, one of the team leads had made up his mind. He didn't care who this woman in a pilot suit really was. If Mr. Dalton personally brought her into the elevator, then she was getting VIP treatment. And so, while Lucas was in a meeting elsewhere, Claire was shown to a nearby VIP lounge and practically drowned in over-the-top hospitality. Snacks, drinks, and even a professional masseuse showed up. Claire hopped up from the couch. "You guys really don't have to do all this. I'm just waiting for Mr. Dalton to finish his meeting. Please don't worry about me. Thank you, though." Her gentle tone was a relief to them. Clearly, she wasn't someone hard to deal with. If she really was important to Lucas Dalton, possibly even his girlfriend, that'd make her the de facto queen of the civil aviation world. No one dared take that risk. Inside the conference room, Matthew White handled most of the negotiation. Lucas mostly observed, only chiming in when something didn't sit right. But his phone wouldn't stop buzzing in his jacket pocket. He'd already declined the same call 3 times in 30 minutes. This Kevin McPherson guy sure had patience. On the 4th ring, Lucas picked up. He tapped something on the screen before waiting silently, letting the other side speak first. Kevin sounded impatient, his voice full of blame. "Claire, I've called you so many times. Why aren't you answering? My mom's sick. She had a checkup this morning, and the doctor said she needs to rest for a while. I'm in another city right now, can't go back. You go take care of her." It wasn't a request. It was an order. Even Lucas, listening in, could hear the commanding tone without a trace of courtesy. Inside the room, Lucas stood up and signaled for a break before walking out. Once in the corridor, he sat down, phone wedged between shoulder and cheek, lit a cigarette with a flick of his Zippo. Kevin on the other end clearly heard the lighter snap open. Something about that sound made his heart skip. Claire didn't smoke. As the smoke drifted out, Lucas finally spoke. "Who do you think you're bossing around?" Kevin instantly lost it. The possessiveness and anger in his chest boiled over. "Who the hell are you? Where's Claire?" "Claire doesn't have any male friends." "Who the hell are you?" Kevin sounded pissed off on the phone, yelling nonstop. Lucas's voice was low and a bit teasing. "I'm her new boss. Employees need to turn in their phones during work hours, but you seem pretty persistent, so I figured I'd pass along your message. Too bad, though. What you said really rubbed me the wrong way." "This is between me and Claire. What does it have to do with you? You're her boss, not her babysitter. You've got no right meddling in her private life." Lucas didn't even flinch. "All right then, I won't pass it on." Kevin got anxious. "You?" A few seconds ticked by before he forced himself to calm down and said more gently, "Just tell Claire that I'm at the hospital with Olivia right now. I won't be back in Pingsong Harbor for a while, so I need her to look after my mom. That's it." After ending the call, Lucas lit up a cigarette and took a few quick drags. He remembered clearly, after his mom passed, he'd found some old recordings on her phone. His father had said almost the exact same words. All for some woman outside. His dad just drained his mom dry, never treating her like a real person. People like that. Why do they still exist? "Mr. Dalton?" Matthew came out to find him. Lucas looked up, and the coldness in his stare gave Matthew a jolt. Then Lucas said, "Blacklist the airline company under Kevin McPherson's name from Muno International, and let the other companies quietly know too." That was basically announcing a permanent ban on Kevin's airline. "Meeting's over? Ready to leave?" Claire had been waiting over 2 hours. Thank God for the TV in the lounge, otherwise she would have gone nuts killing time. Lucas walked over, eyes scanning her face, slowly, carefully, tracing every line like his gaze was brushing her skin. It made Claire uncomfortable. She turned her head slightly away. Then he handed her phone back. The screen lit up as he casually tapped play on a recording. The entire call from minutes ago poured into Claire's ears. She stood there, frozen. Lucas dropped into the couch, tugging at his slacks and toying with a lighter in his hand. "Listen to that. That's the guy you loved." Claire didn't move for a long time. Eventually, she stopped the playback and slowly sat down. She didn't say anything, but the blood had drained from her face. Lucas was good at reading people, and from her expression he could tell, this time she'd really let Kevin go for good. "I'm honestly curious," he said. "Do people like you always treat love like it matters more than anything else?" He wasn't being sarcastic, just genuinely confused. Claire's thoughts were a mess. Everything she once believed now felt useless, scattered, crashing into each other with no place to land. Her mind was a spinning wreck. Kevin actually wanted her to take care of his mom? Because he was off traveling around with Olivia and couldn't make time? That kind of person, Claire had to bite down hard to stop herself from feeling physically sick. "All I can say is, I never thought he'd turn into someone like this." Lucas cut in sharply. "You don't even know who you're going to be in the future. What made you think someone else couldn't change?" Claire looked up sharply. That look made Lucas frown. Claire's eyes were red, and that look of her trying so hard to hold everything in, it just didn't sit right with him. Maybe it was because of his mom's past that he felt so bothered, or maybe it was those comforting words Claire once said that seemed small but meant a lot. "You're still crying over him?" Claire shot back fast. No, it wasn't tears of heartbreak. Her body just had a full-blown allergic reaction to Kevin McPherson's awful behavior and even worse words. Lucas Dalton didn't press further. Back at the hotel they'd arranged for her, Claire lay back with her eyes closed, but those words from earlier were still echoing in her head, stirring everything up again. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Claire opened the door. Matthew White stood there with a polite smile. "Miss Alton, Mr. Dalton is waiting for you." Waiting for her? Claire followed Matthew silently. She had no clue where Lucas was, so she just trailed behind him. They left the hotel, got into a fancy car, and drove for about 20 minutes before pulling over. Matthew stepped out and gestured. "Miss Alton, he's just inside. You can go right in." Without asking much, Claire walked into the place with only one visible door. The moment she stepped in, a strong floral scent wrapped around her. Flowers. The subtle breeze of late summer carried with it a lovely surprise. A purple petal from a jacaranda tree drifted by. Even though it looked like it had started to wither, Claire could still make out its delicate beauty. She followed a little path, passed through an arbor, and then suddenly stopped. Her breath caught the second she laid eyes on it. Rows and rows of jacaranda trees in full bloom painted the whole garden purple. The ground beneath was bathed in the same hue, like the earth itself had turned violet. The scent hanging in the air was fresh and sweet, and for the first time in a while, Claire felt her heart beating alive again. "Pretty?" Lucas's voice came from her right. He leaned casually on the arbor post, eyes scanning the distance. Claire glanced at him, then turned away. She wasn't dumb. Some things you just feel. A small random comment from her. This man not only remembered it, but actually followed through just so she could see it in person. "These are top-quality jacarandas, planted especially in this estate. They're specially cared for, so they bloom longer," Lucas explained casually. What he didn't say was that this place was usually reserved for world leaders, definitely not open to the public. As Claire walked through the garden filled with what's considered the most romantic flowers in the country, her smile turned genuinely sweet. She wandered among the blossoms, and Lucas casually followed behind. After one loop through the garden, Claire's eyes sparkled. "Mr. Dalton, thank you." Lucas glanced over at her. "Just a verbal thank you?" Did she even know how much this visit cost him or what strings he had to pull? Claire teased, hands behind her back. "All right then, name your request. If it's doable, I'm in." Without missing a beat, Lucas said, "Don't go take care of your ex's mom." Claire froze. That was not what she expected at all. "You," she paused. "Why do you even care that much about what I do?" Lucas leaned against a tree, his tone as lazy as ever. "Just being nosy. That a problem?" Whenever he spoke in that tone, Claire Alton couldn't really argue back. "It's not that I'm being overly kind," she said, letting out a soft laugh with her head down. "Even though things ended badly with Kevin McPherson, his parents treated me really well. Sometimes I honestly wonder if there was a mix-up at the hospital. How could such decent folks have raised someone like Kevin with that kind of messed up worldview? So what? You've decided to go see your ex's parents now?" Lucas Dalton's brows were already furrowing. "I'm just going to check in and let them know about the divorce. I think it's only right to finish things properly," Claire replied calmly. Looking at the clarity in her eyes and the honesty in her voice, Lucas couldn't help feeling like maybe this world wasn't completely hopeless after all. At least, it hadn't corrupted this woman's heart. For some reason, Claire felt like explaining a bit more. As they walked out of the garden, she said softly, "Maybe someone like me seems dumb in your world, but I'd rather have people think I'm foolish than do something I'm ashamed of. Even though Kevin and I ended things badly, I can't ignore the kindness his parents showed me during our marriage. I just want to see them, explain everything, and that's it. After this, I probably won't run into them again." Lucas didn't even glance at her. "Why are you telling me that?" Claire blinked, frowning a little. "Because you keep butting into my life?" Once they got in the car, Lucas stayed quiet. Claire got this weird feeling that he was low-key mad about something, but maybe she was just overthinking again. So she kept her mouth shut. Still, she thought to herself, no wonder everyone says Woodfield International treats employees well. Just look at this boss. Actually caring about someone's personal life? No wonder the company's doing so well. Of course, Lucas couldn't read minds, so he didn't pick up on what Claire was thinking. But when they flew back to Pingsong Harbor and Claire asked for time off, Lucas suddenly looked even more annoyed. "You're really going?" Claire blinked. Wow, this guy was seriously invested in her business. Lucas shot a glance at Matthew White in the front seat. "Don't we have something else to get to?" "Drive." Less than half an hour later, Claire was dropped off at the address she'd given. It was Kevin's parents' house. Lucas didn't even turn his head. "Go on, I've still got time. Just say what you need to say and come out." Matthew, sitting in the front. "What schedule? Did I miss something?" Claire forced a thin smile, not wanting to hold them up. "You really don't need to wait. I'll head back on my own afterward." Lucas gave her a sharp look. "Are you going or not?" Claire hurriedly got out and walked off. As he watched her disappear into the house, Matthew sighed. Boss, aren't you being a bit harsh? People need to go through these things. She won't truly understand unless she does it herself. Go through it? Lucas gave a low laugh. If something happens while she's going through it, who's going to make sure she's okay? Lucas Dalton didn't quite understand his own feelings. Part of him was annoyed by Claire Alton's kindness and blind acceptance of the world. Another part just wanted to protect that innocence of hers. But reality doesn't cut you slack just because you're a woman. Sometimes it's even crueler because of it. As they were finishing their conversation, a car pulled up about 10 meters behind them. Mr. Dalton, that woman with the mask, she's Olivia Brooks, Matthew White said in surprise. He casually snapped a photo of Kevin McPherson walking with his arm around Olivia, then sent it to Benjamin Hart with the message, "Look what I just saw." Benjamin replied almost instantly, "Are you trying to get my cousin killed?" Lucas stared at the couple acting all lovey-dovey, and he could already picture how crushed Claire would be once she walked into that house. 5 minutes earlier, Claire had just set foot in Kevin McPherson's parents' place when they warmly welcomed her at the door. Kevin's mom, a sharp and capable woman back in the day, was basically the reason their family was able to run a decent-sized business today. Kevin's dad, on the other hand, was the gentle and approachable type, never big on rules. Every time Claire visited, he'd personally cook for her. Back when she used to live there, she was often alone. Kevin was always busy, either working late or on business trips all over the place. Whenever she was dealing with menstrual cramps, it was Kevin's mom who stayed with her. Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, her birthday, Kevin was usually absent. His mom would buy gifts to fill the gap. That's probably why Claire, even now, no matter how much she resented Kevin, couldn't bring herself to be cold to his parents. "Mom," the word came out stiff and awkward. "Kevin said on the phone you weren't feeling well. What's going on?" Kevin's mom shot her a look. "If I didn't say that, do you think you two would ever bother visiting?" Her sharp eyes scanned Claire's face, like she was picking up on something deeper. But before she could ask, the front door swung open. Everyone turned and saw Kevin walk in with Olivia Brooks at his side. Olivia was grinning, belly barely looking pregnant. She even had the nerve to greet them with a cheerful, "Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom." Obviously, she'd been told it was okay to call them that. Claire noticed Kevin didn't object, didn't look the slightest bit uncomfortable when Olivia said it. Kevin's parents, though, looked completely blindsided. Kevin quickly helped Olivia over, not once glancing at Claire. His guilt was all over his face as he went straight to the point. "Mom, Dad, Olivia's pregnant. As a man, I need to take responsibility. You always taught me that a real man faces things head-on. I can't let my child grow up without a father, so whether you approve or not, I'm marrying her." And with that, he dropped to his knees. Claire's eyes locked on Kevin's knees, pressing into the carpet. He'd actually knelt down? The Kevin she remembered was always prideful, borderline arrogant sometimes. He actually went as far as kneeling just so Olivia Brooks could get into the family. Seriously? Claire Alton couldn't help but laugh. There wasn't a trace of pain in her at that moment, just a lightness she hadn't felt in a while. Letting go of a guy like that earlier would have saved her a lot of trouble. Turns out, the moment your heart dies, it really is just that, a moment. Just then, Grandma McPherson came down the stairs, leaning on her cane, her silver hair showing every bit of her age. Claire heard the tap of the cane and instinctively got up to help her. For some reason, as the old woman slowly made her way over, her wrinkled hand gently patted Claire's. Her eyes shimmered with tears and deep regret. At 80, she'd practically seen it all. A scene like this? One glance was enough. The McPhersons didn't have many descendants. Over the past year, the elderly couple had kept nudging Claire and Kevin McPherson to have a child. But Claire had no choice but to dodge the topic, always using Kevin's busy work schedule as an excuse. Now, Kevin's words had thrown Claire onto the stage like some clown on display. Grandma McPherson sat down with a thud, her eyes sharp and daunting. She gripped the top of her cane tightly, staring at her grandson kneeling shamelessly on the floor. Kevin's parents were slowly coming back to their senses, with Mrs. McPherson looking especially upset. "Kevin McPherson." The voice came from Grandma McPherson. Behind them, Olivia Brooks was fuming at the sight of Claire still calmly sitting there. But marrying Kevin and using his money to climb the ladder in showbiz was more important than her pride right now. As soon as she made it big, these people would be the ones trying to please her. "If you really insist on marrying that woman," Grandma McPherson said icily, "then I don't mind having your mother continue running the company for a few more years. No way I'm handing the business to some idiot to ruin." Kevin's pride took a hit, and he snapped, "Grandma." But Grandma McPherson only smiled. Her eyes might be aging, but her mind was anything but. They say a man's mother reflects the wife he chooses. And if that's the case, then Grandma McPherson, being Kevin's mom's mother-in-law, was on a whole different level. Her words cut like a knife. "Since you've already dragged this woman in here like it's nothing, then I've got something to ask you. Just now, you were talking about being a man and taking responsibility." Kevin straightened up arrogantly, like he had nothing to be ashamed of. "Exactly. Olivia's the woman I love, and now she's carrying my child. How could I abandon them? And what about Claire?" Grandma's voice trembled with anger, but her words landed hard and true. "She's been married to you for over 2 years, caring for your home and your family. How many times have you shown your face around here? But Claire? She comes by every single week. She knows exactly what everyone here likes to eat. She couldn't cook at all before, but for us, she learned all kinds of cuisines. She made sure you had nothing to worry about. Her kindness gave you the free pass to go fool around." She slammed her cane into the floor, completely disappointed. "And now you stand here blabbering about responsibility and being a man? Don't you think that's just pathetic?" Those words basically ripped Kevin McPherson's dignity to shreds and stomped all over it. Desperately, he looked to his parents for some kind of support. But the ones who used to dote on him? Silent. They just stared at him with expressionless faces. As for Claire Alton, she was completely numb by now, sitting there like a detached onlooker watching some messy soap opera unfold. "Mom, Dad," Kevin pleaded, "Olivia Brooks and I have been together for years. I really love her. And didn't you always talk about wanting grandkids? We're having one now. Shouldn't you be happy?" While Kevin knelt in front of them, Olivia stood tall behind him, stiff and proud. She was a rising public figure, with over 5 million followers and a fresh new Best Newcomer award. There was no way she was going to kneel for some old-school family or beg for approval. If Kevin wanted to marry her, he had to prove himself. She was more than fine waiting. Miss McPherson noticed that flash of annoyance and disdain on Olivia's face. Instead of answering her son, she fixed her eyes on Olivia with a cold smile. "Miss Brooks, I remember very clearly what I told you back then. Maybe you've forgotten, or maybe it's just the memory loss from having a baby." Olivia rarely got insulted like this. She forced down her fury and kept her smile. "But Kevin and I are really in love. Even if you tried to break us up back then, we still ended up together. And you're a woman too. Why hit me below the belt about having a kid?" By the end, her voice was soft and trembling, and she actually lowered her head and wiped at her eyes. Kevin didn't even glance at his parents. He immediately stood up and gently wiped Olivia's tears. Don't cry. It's bad for the baby." They acted like no one else was in the room. Grandma McPherson suddenly reached out and tightly held Claire's hand, her face drained of color from sheer rage. Mrs. McPherson slammed the armrest of the sofa. "Kevin McPherson, do you even know what shame feels like? Your wife is still sitting right here." But Kevin just said, "We're already filing for divorce." "Divorce? Already filing?" All 6 eyes snapped toward Claire. Staring at Olivia and her pitiful act, Claire suddenly felt like she'd learned something new. So she lowered her head too and said in a quiet voice, "A few days ago, Kevin came home for dinner and told me he wanted a divorce, all because that lady was working on ending her marriage. Once both divorces go through, they could be together. He asked me to let him go. She let out a sigh, eyes slightly red, though it was hard to tell if it was real emotion or just an act. "Grandma, I'm all alone. I don't have the guts to fight back against all this. All I can do now is let him go. I really don't have any other choice." That hit a nerve. Grandma exploded on the spot. Without hesitation, she swung her cane hard at Kevin McPherson, and Olivia Brooks didn't manage to escape either. Olivia cried out in pain, her voice sharp with both shock and anger. "Why are you hitting me? What did I do?" Kevin scrambled to protect her, dodging between the cane swings and pulling Olivia behind him. Eventually, Grandma tired out. Her arm trembled as she pointed at the pair across from her. "Let me tell you this. So long as I'm still breathing, this woman will never become part of this family." She already had a bad rep back then. Your parents only tried so hard to stop her for your own good, and yet she turned around and married someone else in the blink of an eye. You never wondered why that is, you idiot. Now she's messing around with you while still married, and you think she won't cheat on you again someday with someone else? Harsh as Grandma's words were, they pierced straight through Olivia's pride. Teary and flustered, Olivia countered through sobs. "Grandma, you're so old. Why do you have to slander me like this? I never wronged you. I love Kevin, that's all. Why are you treating me this way?" "Oh, give it a rest." Grandma let out a cold laugh. "Pulling tricks on Kevin, that fool, might work. But trying to play smart with me, you're way out of your league." Turning to Kevin, her tone turned ice cold. "As long as you stay with this woman, you can forget about having control over the company. Make your choice. Your mother will be taking your place at work starting Monday." Then she looked over her shoulder at Kevin's mom. After a pause, Kevin's mom slowly nodded, eyes filled with sorrow and disappointment. "I'll be going in Monday, Mom." But before he could say more, Grandma raised her hand, cutting him off. She ordered the house staff, "Get them out, right now. Change the locks and reset the code. If he won't leave her, then don't let him come back." The staff didn't dare disobey. In no time, Kevin and Olivia were thrown out of the house. The living room went unbearably quiet. Claire Alton hadn't expected it. She was honestly surprised at how the McPhersons didn't stick up for Kevin at all. She'd always assumed the kindness they'd shown her was mostly for Kevin's sake. After all, without any blood ties between them, what reason did they have to treat her like family? But today, their actions told a whole different story. Kevin's mother was the first to break the silence. "Claire, are you and Kevin really getting divorced?" Claire nodded. Kevin's mom let out a long breath, and finally, Grandma's eyes welled up with tears. Her actions had made one thing clear: she truly liked her granddaughter-in-law. Too bad her grandson didn't cherish that. After a while, Kevin's mom spoke again, her voice hoarse and quiet. "Since you're already filing for divorce, I guess you've made up your mind, Claire." She hesitated, struggling with her words. "I'm not even sure if I can still call myself your mom anymore." Claire shook her head slightly. "It's okay, really." Her mother had passed away early, and she would always remember how kind Kevin's mom had been to her. Kevin's mother turned away, wiping at the corners of her eyes. "I can't say anything to comfort you. After all, it was my son that messed up. The things he's done are just disgusting," she said, voice tight with rage. "Over the years, everything you've done, how much you've given, your father-in-law, Grandma, and we've all seen it. You may not really know what kind of person I am," she continued. "I do love Kevin. He's my only son. When he's sick or hurt, I worry, and I drop anything to be there for him. But if he crosses a line, if he becomes someone I can't recognize, I won't make excuses for him. If someone forgets what it means to be a decent human, they don't deserve to be called one." Her voice trembled with disappointment, the anger barely held back. "His father and I won't take his side. Whatever's yours, we'll fully support you in taking it," she said as she moved to Claire's side, holding her hands tightly. In that moment, her gaze was full of the kind of love a mother might show her own child. She gently tucked Claire's hair back and rested a hand on her thin, pale face. "Claire, from one woman to another, I can understand how hard this must be. I'm sorry for not raising my son right and for putting you through all this. And from now on, no matter what happens, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Call us, or Grandma, the moment you need anything. Even without Kevin, I'll always see you as family." Claire looked into her tearful eyes, and snapshots of the past couple years flashed in her head. She blinked quickly, holding her emotions back. "Thank you," she said quietly. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the house, Kevin's mother insisted on slipping a bracelet onto Claire's wrist, despite her refusal. It was a family heirloom, passed down from Kevin's grandma to his mom, and now onto Claire. Kevin's mom had originally planned to give it to her when she got pregnant, figuring it'd make her happier then. But now she and Claire would never truly be family again. Her eyes welled with tears. Kevin's dad, standing beside her, looked just as heartbroken, and the grandma's lashes trembled from trying not to cry. Claire gently ran her fingers over the old jade bracelet, then bowed deeply to the three elders. Thank you all for everything these past few years. For the first time, the strong and composed Kevin's mother couldn't hold back her tears. She turned away, shoulders shaking as she cried in silence. Just as Claire was walking away, Kevin's mom called out, "Claire, I'll always be your mom. Call me if you need anything. I'll do everything I can to protect you." Claire, who lost her own mom so young, nearly broke down right there. That's how much Kevin's mother cared for Claire, and how much it hurt to let her go. She got so sick afterward, she was bedridden for days. The car with the license plate Song A8000 had been parked outside for quite a while. The person inside had watched Kevin McPherson and Olivia Brooks being kicked out, then saw Claire Alton leave and come back with teary eyes. "Mr. Dalton?" Matthew White was surprised to see the man stepping out of the car. Claire looked dazed when a man gently pulled her along. Back in the car, Matthew had already dragged the driver out and hidden nearby. Claire sniffled. "Mr. Dalton? Got bullied again?" Lucas Dalton guessed. Claire shook her head. "No. Kevin's parents were really kind to me. They threw those two out." "And you think that's enough?" Lucas suddenly smirked. "Bringing a mistress home? Seriously? Who even does that?" He glanced at Claire, who was quietly fidgeting with the jade bracelet on her wrist, then shot a look toward Matthew, who was crouching outside and smoking. Soon after, both the driver and Matthew got back in the car. Claire wasn't quite sure where they were going. By the time she snapped out of her thoughts, she was already standing in front of a high-end dessert shop. She recognized the place. Kevin's mom loved the mini cakes from here. But the shop was by appointment only. Even walk-ins weren't accepted. Lucas walked in first, looked back at her and said, "Legs stopped working or what?" Claire hurried to follow, still wondering, "Do guys even like sweets?" The head pastry chef, a foreigner, clearly knew Lucas well. After a brief chat, he made an inviting gesture. The kitchen area was fully open, not a single other guest in sight, and even the staff had cleared out. "Claire." It was Lucas calling her. She walked over. He stood there putting on an apron and gloves, picking up baking tools like he knew what he was doing. He wasn't exactly a pro, but definitely better than someone who's never handled the stuff before. Claire glanced around, admiring the cake designs and reading the origin story of the shop on the wall. She didn't know how long had passed. Then Lucas called her again. When Claire walked back, she was stunned. A roughly 18-inch cake sat on the counter. The base was a simple round cylinder, but around it bloomed petals shaped like golden trumpet tree flowers, bright yellow, rose red, and deep violet, mimicking their natural color changes over time. And on the top, a tiny plane sat angled at 45 degrees, looking skyward, like it was all set to take off toward freedom. Lucas took off his gloves, leaned on the counter, and said, "It's got your favorite flowers in it, and your dreams too. So how about cracking a smile, The words cut through the air, not just reaching Claire, but also Matthew and the driver at the door. The two shared a look. Matthew whispered, "Anyone hearing that would think Mr. Dalton's courting her." The driver blinked. "He's not?" "Of course not," Matthew replied. "Dalton himself, and he'll probably say he's just helping out a struggling soul." Yeah, that really did sound like something their boss would say. Back inside, Claire stared at the cake for what felt like forever, then looked up. "Did you make this just for me?" Lucas didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said everything. Other than feeling totally overwhelmed, Claire Alton felt a strange tingling in her chest that she couldn't quite shake. She eventually picked up the cake carefully and managed a bright smile. "Thanks, Mr. Dalton." Out of nowhere, Lucas Dalton gently tapped below her eye with his fingertip. "Look at those eyes, red like you've cried all night. Can't figure out why you'd waste tears on someone like that." "It's not for him," Claire said as she followed him out, cradling the boxed-up cake. "Then who was it for?" "For his parents." Lucas turned back, eyebrows raised. "You're really that much of a softie." Claire frowned. How does that make me a softie? Back in the car, Matthew White smartly lowered the privacy divider. Lucas was careful with his words. I'm not going to comment on your ex's parents' character. Let's just say, based on what you've told me, they treated you decently. But that's probably because your situation didn't touch anything that really mattered to them. What you did just rubbed their values the wrong way. So you can say they're decent people, but don't convince yourself they were truly good to you. You get where I'm coming from? For instance, say someday your ex-fiancé ends up injured, physically. You think they'd still have your back? Lucas wasn't trying to ruin her kindness. He was honestly trying to help her grow up. People can dream, but you can't stay in fairy tales forever, because in fairy tales, no one's real. Claire went quiet, very quiet. Even after they got back to the luxurious house, she didn't say a word. What Lucas was trying to tell her was clear. People act in their own interest. Be grateful, but don't give blind trust. When Matthew stepped into the other room, his opening line was, "Your brother's over at the mansion again for dinner. Mr. Dalton's lining up some blind dates for him with a few daughters from powerful families." Lucas didn't even blink. "Who's on the list?" Like he knew it was coming, Matthew promptly handed over a printed sheet. 8 families. Cut all business ties with them. Matthew hesitated. "Well, some of them are pretty influential." Lucas looked up. "The only thing keeping the Dalton family business where it is now is me. If you split my company, Muno International, from the Dalton estate, Muno would still be stronger. So if these people can't even tell who they should curry favor with, why keep them around?" "Got it," Matthew said, folding up the list and turning to leave. "Wait." Lucas seemed to be thinking over something. "That Olivia Brooks? She's an actress?" "Yeah," Matthew confirmed. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Without needing more prompting, Matthew added, "There's a red carpet event at Pigskin Port the night after tomorrow. Olivia's scheduled to make an appearance. She'll be at the after party too, and rumor is she's planning to show up with Kevin McPherson." When he first looked into it, Matthew had been just as stunned. Olivia was bold, no question. Still not divorced, yet already flaunting Kevin everywhere? Did they seriously think Olivia's husband and Claire wouldn't come after them? That's just reckless on a new level. "What's the red carpet event?" Lucas asked. Matthew gave a quick rundown. Lucas thought for a moment, then said, "Contact the VP and have him squeeze in a last-minute investment. Our company, Muno International, will only have one request as a sponsor. Hold a press conference after the red carpet, specifically to dig into Olivia Brooks's messy personal life." Then, after a beat, he added casually, "Make sure to plant a few people in the crowd." Matthew picked up the vibe instantly and smirked like a seasoned player. Understood. On the other side, "There's going to be an interview too?" Olivia Brooks sounded surprised when she picked up her agent's call. "Wasn't it just a red carpet appearance? In and out, right? God knows what kind of weird questions reporters might throw out." But her agent insisted this was top-tier exposure. After all, it was the red carpet event at Pigskin Port in the capital. Huge visibility. So Olivia had no choice but to agree. Only 2 days left. She better hit the yoga mat hard, just in case the camera adds 10 pounds. When Kevin McPherson walked into the apartment after work, the place felt oddly empty. Only some soft yoga music played in the background. He stepped into the other side of the living room. "Olivia?" Still mid-pose, Olivia didn't even look around. "You're back?" Kevin looked exhausted. "You didn't cook?" Olivia turned her head, eyebrows raised in shock. "Wait, you want me to cook? Are you seriously asking me to cook?" Kevin blinked, quickly backtracking. "No, just asking. If not, I'll order something." He wasn't into having strangers around the house, so they'd never hired a maid. "I can't eat takeout." Olivia walked over. "Who knows how clean it is? Why don't you cook?" Kevin looked stunned. "Me? I've been on my feet all day. There's no way I'm cooking. Just order in this once, yeah? Not a big deal." He tried to coax her. Olivia thought for a second. "Fine, but don't forget to order me a fruit salad." "Got it," Kevin replied. Then Olivia went right back to her yoga routine. When Kevin went to shower, he noticed the laundry basket was totally overflowing. No one had touched it. Not just that, the glass Olivia used for milk earlier and her bowl from lunch were still sitting on the coffee table, dirty and untouched. After his shower, just as he came out, the doorbell rang. Olivia was standing near the door and urged him, "Hurry up and get the food. You're literally right next to it. Why can't you grab it?" Kevin headed downstairs anyway. Olivia crossed her arms and pouted. "I'm a public figure. I've got a red carpet in 2 days. Can't exactly be seen like some random person." Kevin grabbed the bags and brought the food to the table. He fetched plates and utensils from the kitchen and came back to find her taking pictures of her salad. Just boxes of takeout everywhere. No trace of home. Kevin sat down quietly and started eating, clearly lost in thought. "Oh, by the way," he said, "when you're home during the day, could you clean your cups and bowls? The laundry basket's already full too." Olivia, just finishing posting a picture online, set down her phone and poked at her salad with a fork. "I'm with you because I love you, and I agreed to marry you because I thought you'd take care of me. I'm not here to be some maid. Look at my hands. Do I look like someone who should be doing chores?" Kevin stayed quiet, trying to switch topics. "My parents are still upset. Maybe you could get them a little something, go visit them, say a few nice things." Olivia chewed a bite of salad and laughed. "Kevin, you're hilarious. I'm your fiancé. As the man, shouldn't you be making things easier for me? If I have to win over your parents, what are you even doing for me?" Her tone turned serious. "I'm not Claire Alton, okay? I'm not going to bend over backward to play house for your family." That last line hit Kevin like a silent punch to the chest. Olivia didn't eat much before getting up. "When you're done, clean up a bit. Not keeping things clean could be bad for the baby." She gave him instructions so naturally, it was almost habitual. Lucas Dalton's private estate, Muhu Vanshin. "Me?" Claire Alton stared blankly at the elegant gown Matthew White had handed her. Just a minute ago, he told her she'd be accompanying Mr. Dalton to a red carpet gala the day after tomorrow, basically playing the role of his date. When Lucas showed up, she was still spacing out by the stairs. Claire turned her head, flatly asking, "Why me as your date?" "I don't have other women around," Lucas replied without missing a beat. "That kind of event even needs a date?" Claire walked after him. "Can't you just go solo?" Lucas suddenly glanced back. "Sure, I could, but I'm training you to be the second female captain at Dalton Air. You need to show up in public. I was actually thinking of starting your recertification training next week, but if you're not into it, I can cancel." Her eyes widened and she grabbed his left arm without thinking. His gaze flicked down to her hand. "I want to." Lucas gave a faint smile. "Your face says otherwise, though." No. She scrambled to adjust her expression. A few seconds later, her face lit up with a big, overly cheerful grin. "I'd be thrilled. Honestly, it's an absolute honor to be your companion at such a fancy event, once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing." Lucas chuckled under his breath, clearly amused by her forced enthusiasm, but he kept the straight face of a boss. "It's been a long day. Go sleep. Going now." She shut the door quickly behind her. After a warm shower, she sunk into the plush bed, her whole body sighing with relief. All that emotional tension finally easing off, she felt so much lighter. No more stressing over what to cook for Kevin McPherson that night. No more being pulled in 1,000 directions. She was 25. Seriously, she should be in her prime. Ding dong, Claire checked her phone. It was from a contact saved as Mr. Dalton. She blinked. When had they even added each other on WeChat? "Lucas Dalton, since you're in, be at the office by 10 a.m. tomorrow for a 28-day research training." 28 days. If she passed, she could start flying again with the airline. And just as importantly, she'd also be legally done with Kevin. Perfect timing. "Still awake? If so, come downstairs and make me a coffee." Claire groaned, dragging herself out of bed. He literally held the strings to her dream. No point saying no now. She headed down to the kitchen area, followed Lucas's detailed instructions on how he liked his coffee, and knocked on his door. Not locked. She pushed the door open and immediately noticed this wasn't a regular bedroom. It looked more like a sleek, compact loft. There was a mini living space, a spiral staircase, floor-to-ceiling windows, and what seemed to be a study tucked opposite the entrance. Claire walked over with the coffee. Lucas, wearing glasses, was focused on his laptop. He took the mug and said, "Come here." As she stepped closer, Lucas glanced at her. Why are you standing way over there? Can you even see the screen from that far? She finally pulled over a chair and sat down. On screen were digital models of the most popular passenger aircrafts in use today. Leaning back in his chair, Lucas took a sip of coffee. Which model are you most comfortable flying? Various aircraft models were slowly spinning on the computer screen, giving a clear view of their full form. Seeing them up close again, Alton froze for what felt like forever. Lucas Dalton glanced sideways. It took Claire a moment to find her voice. She cleared her throat lightly and asked, "We actually get to pick?" "I just said it casually," Lucas murmured, not even looking at her as he held the bottom of his coffee cup. The screen showed 2 neat rows of models, large jets, medium jets, everything. Among them, she spotted the Boeing 747 series, one of the oldest long-haul aircraft still in operation. Claire gave the list a quick scan. "I'd go with the A320-200. The A320-200 is a narrow-body, short to medium-haul aircraft, seating roughly 150 passengers, a simpler, smaller plane." Lucas shot her a surprised look. "But your resume says most of your flight time was with A340-200. The A340-200 had a range of up to 15,000 kilometers. Basically the king of long-haul commercial flights. Why'd she suddenly pick an A320 then?" Lucas moved the mouse, scrolling lazily. But before the next list fully loaded, Claire's gaze locked onto a model in the 3rd row. In that moment, the reflection in her eyes mingled with the warm, yellow light of the study, catching Lucas's attention all of a sudden. Her pupils trembled slightly as she stared at the jet sitting alone on the bottom row. Was that the Airbus A380-800? The largest passenger plane in the world, and once beloved by the most elite captains in aviation. But because it was just too massive, too many seats, practically no regular route could ever fill it up. Operators lost money every time it took off. Most airlines had quietly phased it out. "Wait, Muye Airlines actually owns an A380? Claire asked in disbelief. Lucas glanced at her face, now tinged with excitement, and asked softly, "You like it?" She clenched her hand over her knee. Of course she liked it, but she didn't dare nod. No pilot could resist the A380. It was massive, majestic, and could carry nearly 1,000 souls through the skies. Just imagining flying, it was enough to send chills down your spine. But for so many reasons, sightings of an A380 had become rare. Back when she was still with Air China, she'd always dreamed of one day being its captain. The day before she came to apply at Muno International, Alton had already done her homework. There were only 4 Airbus A380s left in the country. 2 were with Air China, but both had been converted into cargo planes. Word was, the other 2 weren't flying either. Lucas Dalton explained, "You probably know this aircraft. It's massive. The passenger capacity is way up there, but honestly, we don't have any routes that can actually fill even half the seats. Every takeoff could lose us millions." "Then why does Muno still keep it?" Claire asked. He replied, "Well, we do own one, but it hasn't been put on any route yet. Muno International only just started running international flights. The plan is to launch this one by the end of next year." Claire's eyes lingered on the plane model, heart already moved. Her grandpa had flown that exact type back when the Airbus A380-800 first came out. He was among the first to pilot it, and she'd grown up hearing him rave about how giant and cool it was. But suddenly, it hit her. The A380-800 belonged to the big league. Lucas had mentioned it would be for international routes, which meant it required a certified captain. She hadn't even clocked 2,700 flight hours yet, nowhere near enough to rank up to captain, let alone qualify for a plane like that. Even if she were a captain today, the airline's manual required over 500 hours of captain experience just to apply for the A380. Realistically, the odds weren't in her favor. Lucas noticed her face suddenly drop and hesitated, then spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. "We actually haven't picked a captain for the A380 yet." Claire snapped her head up. Their eyes met, and for a moment, it felt like even the air paused. Lucas picked up the calendar off the desk and flipped through a few pages. Then he said lazily, "Clock's ticking. 16 months until this plane's scheduled for international service. 16 months. That's 11,673. 6 hours. Knock off your rest time, say half of that. That's about 5,837 hours left. You've already got about 2,000 under your belt. Push yourself, and maybe you'll be in the running with the other top captains. It wasn't much of a chance, but it was still something. And with that, a spark of hope flickered in Claire's chest. Back when she was with Air China, even if the two planes hadn't become cargo, flying one had never been in the cards for her. Now, with the A380-800 no longer being manufactured, only Muno and Matsu Airlines each had one. Matsu's wasn't even in use anymore. Rumor was they might be putting theirs up for sale. So the only Airbus A380-800 still available for commercial flights in the country was with Muno Airlines. That realization made Claire Alton's eyes light up. Lucas Dalton, who hadn't known her for more than a few days, caught that sharp glint in her gaze for the first time. It was strong enough to make him think this woman wasn't someone you could overlook. She wasn't soft at all, more like a powerhouse who'd just been keeping a low profile. Claire forced herself to stay calm, though her throat felt dry. Do I even stand a chance? I mean, if I work hard enough and make captain before it goes into operation, can I really compete for it like everyone else? It was pretty standard for airlines to pick seasoned captains for such massive planes. Lucas set the calendar down. What you should focus on is how to make yourself competitive. If you're truly capable, even the most rigid rules will bend for your skills. What Claire didn't realize, sitting in the next office when she went back, was the full weight behind Lucas's words. What he really wanted to say was, if you're good enough, I'll break the rules myself to get you in that cockpit. Muno Airlines did have a policy. Pilots had to log at least 500 hours as captain before being eligible to fly long-haul wide-body jets like this one. But Lucas figured, if Claire really fought her way through and proved herself, he'd be willing to push that down to the civil aviation minimum of 300 hours. Rulebook be damned. Back in her office next door, Claire went straight into work mode. She pulled up old flight recordings she'd saved over the years, even brushed up on reports and feedback notes from flight instructors and captains she'd trained with. Most of the material was about handling emergencies, real-deal cases, and how to respond effectively. When it came to flying itself, Claire knew she had the chops, but if she really wanted to take the controls of that Airbus A380-800, she had to level up. That beast wasn't just any plane, it carried hundreds of lives. She had to be better. Safer, smarter. She remembered what her grandpa always told her. It's okay to have ambition, to chase big dreams, but no matter what kind of aircraft you're flying, even if it's a regional jet or a chopper, you never let your ego risk passengers' lives. That lesson had stuck with her all these years. For him, for that aircraft he once flew, and for her own dream, Claire was ready to give it everything she had. She'd fight for the chance to fly the last Airbus A380-800 in the country. After reviewing overnight footage, Claire Alton didn't get any updates from Lucas Dalton about the next day's schedule, so she shut her laptop and went back to catch up on sleep. In the past 2 years, she'd barely ever flipped day and night like this. This was seriously a first. Back when she was married, life was all about making sure Kevin McPherson was fed, dressed, and everything else in between. It was routine to the core. Not awful, not sweet, just dull. Last night's late shift must have flipped a switch in her head because she started dreaming non-stop in the middle of the day, one wild sequence after another. It was like her mind had rolled out the greatest hits of her life. Her grandparents, her parents, the planes she used to dream of flying, and eventually Kevin. In that dream, she was trapped in some kind of invisible cage, helplessly staring up at planes shrinking into the distance. Then suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and pulled her free. She tried so hard to see who it was, but the place was pitch black. Just when she was about to see the person's face, 4 huge glowing words blocked her view. Muya Aviation. In the spacious, brightly lit living room of the mansion, Benjamin Hart walked in holding a file, glanced around through his glasses and asked, "Where's your personal helicopter pilot today?" Lucas Dalton paused from putting down his chopsticks and slid on his glasses to look over the file. "Why?" "No reason, just curious." Benjamin cracked a lazy grin. Lucas replied flatly. She's sleeping. That caught Benjamin so off guard his eyes nearly bounced off his lenses. He tossed a look across the room at Matthew White, equal parts confusion and disbelief. Matthew just shrugged. He looked just as lost. Since when did employees get to sleep in while their boss was already grinding away? Benjamin checked his watch. Unless he was hallucinating, it was already 12:30 p.m., right? He lowered his wrist and asked slowly, "So, what were you two up to last night?" Whatever it was must have been pretty exhausting to knock someone out till noon. Lucas finally gave him a look. "Remind me again, why did you go into law?" "Huh? You should have majored in gossip journalism." Benjamin laughed. "Same difference, really. I mean, all day long I'm wading through people's crazy drama, but when it comes to gossip, yours is the kind I really want to hear. Come on, spill it. Since when did your driver become your plus one?" Lucas raised a brow. "What, you want the job?" He snapped the file shut and tossed it aside. "The editing's still not right. Do it again." Benjamin snatched the file back with a dramatic sigh. "Even if you begged, I wouldn't fill in for her. The headlines alone would be chaos. But seriously, aren't you at least a bit worried? I mean, you show up with her in public and people are definitely going to talk. Plus, her divorce isn't even finalized yet, is it?" Lucas stood, finishing his lunch, flicking his lighter as he headed for the open balcony. "Didn't you always brag about being a top-tier lawyer?" The other two followed him out in sync. Benjamin adjusted his collar proudly. "Brag, please. Every known expert in the field says it, not just me." Lucas lit a cigarette and sank into the patio sofa, crossing his legs casually. "Then put those legendary skills to work and make sure her divorce goes through clean." Benjamin froze mid-step. Lucas wasn't joking, not even a bit. Benjamin blinked, straightening up a little. "Lucas Dalton, have you totally lost it?" Lucas gave a short laugh like he almost found it funny. "Lost it how?" Benjamin lowered his voice, looking dead serious. "Look, no disrespect to that girl, but come on, you two are worlds apart. If you're just messing around because you're bored, I won't say a thing. But if you're serious, then yeah, I've got a problem with it." Lucas flicked the ash off his cigarette, tone lazy. "And your opinion matters?" That nearly made Benjamin choke. He stared at him, frustration clear in his eyes. "Lucas." Hearing Benjamin call out, Matthew glanced over from the side. It got unusually quiet out on the huge balcony. Benjamin, usually carefree, was all business now. As a lawyer, he didn't mess around when it came to serious stuff. In fact, in moments like this, he might have had even stricter principles than Lucas himself. "Lucas, haven't you seen how badly it ends when people force things with someone who just doesn't fit their world? You know who you are, and you know who she is. Sure, you've got money, power, whatever, but what about her? Ever stop to think what she's up against if this turns real? That chaotic mess of a family you have, any decent girl would run the other way." Benjamin didn't sugarcoat a thing. Brutal, but it was the truth. The night they met by accident, Lucas had been screwed over by Samuel, that bastard of a half-brother. He'd hidden out at Claire Alton's place. If not, who knows if he'd even be alive now. And that was just the surface. The Dalton family was a tangled disaster. Everyone was hungry for a piece of Lucas's shares. Schemes everywhere, all made worse by that illegitimate brother playing his games. Benjamin said it with a laugh that wasn't really a laugh. "You've got 3 siblings and none of you share the same mother. Your uncles literally want you dead. Lucas, I worry for you, man. Don't drag that girl into this mess." Honestly, no one else dared talk to Lucas like that. The balcony door was open, and the wind carried those words further than he probably realized. Lucas didn't get mad. He took a long drag, then exhaled, smoke curling around him. "So just because Samuel's a monster, I don't get to go after something I really want?" Benjamin stood up, one hand on his hip, the other stabbing in Lucas's direction. "You do, but not at someone else's cost. You know Claire's story. She's got nothing left. If something really did happen between you, what if those backstabbing vultures turned on her next? Don't tell me you've forgotten what they're capable of. Want me to spell it out? She's a top-trained pilot from the National Flight Academy, and your family doesn't even blink when it comes to getting rid of people. If something went down, how could Lucas live with himself? Even Matthew lowered his head at that one. No matter how rich or powerful, There are always things even the richest can't fix, things they just have to suck up. Matthew asked quietly, "So, what, Mr. Dalton can never fall in love or get married?" "Of course he can." Benjamin shrugged, smile cold and sharp. "But clean up your mess first. If Claire were some billionaire heiress who could hold her own, I'd be all for it. But she's not. She's just a regular girl. You might be able to handle the waves, but she'd get torn apart. The other day, remember when I brought up her divorce? Know what she told me? She said she didn't want to become something ugly just because someone else was. Know who I saw in that moment?" Benjamin stopped short, because in that moment, she reminded him of a young Lucas, abandoned, cornered, completely alone. Back then, when his mom took her own life, his dad's mistress and their kid tried to kick him out and take everything for themselves. Yet even at rock bottom, Lucas Dalton still couldn't force himself to do something morally wrong. Honestly, Lucas then was just like Claire Alton now. People always say the worst relationship combo is someone who's been through hell paired with someone who's barely stepped into the world. They look good on the surface, sure, but deep down it's not built for anyone who actually takes feelings seriously. Claire slowly stepped back into her room, her mind still replaying what the lawyer had said. 3 siblings, each from a different mom, his uncles, all waiting in line to stab him. "Lucas, I'm worried for you. Don't drag that girl down with you." That one line was enough. She'd quietly walked away before hearing anything else. Was his life really like that? Wasn't he the type who had it all? Rich, put together, no worries? Her world shook a little. Turns out nobody's life is as perfect as it looks. But even with all that mess, Lucas was still the one helping her out. He gave her a job, told her to chase her dreams, bought her cake, planted wind chimes, and once said, "Mr. Dalton's ready to wipe your tears for you." Later that afternoon, there was a knock at the study door. Lucas, buried in work, didn't look up. "Yeah?" He only glanced over when a coffee cup was placed in front of him. Claire stood there in simple workout gear, the kind of look that made her seem like a pretty student straight out of college. Her eyes, clear like the sky, just added to the vibe. He set down his mouse, picked up the coffee, and gave a soft chuckle. Nice timing. So she even figured he might need a coffee. As she watched him take a sip, Claire leaned down a bit, hands braced against her knees. "Sweet enough?" "Very sweet. More milk. Definitely some sugar, too." Lucas looked down at the drink, then up at her. "Just one day in and you already forgot how I take my coffee?" It wasn't that he hated sweet stuff. He just preferred it a bit bitter. Felt more fitting somehow. "I didn't forget." Claire stood up straight and started tidying the desk. "But don't you think all kinds of coffee can be good in their own way? And hey, he didn't spit it out, did he?" Lucas held the cup, eyes following her as she shuffled around, neatly stacking papers. His gaze lost focus for a second. This world's full of all kinds of people. If we all thought the same, what's the point? Then Lucas smiled, voice confident. "You heard what Benjamin said." Claire blinked. She figured he'd be pissed, but Lucas, just smiling. Nothing else. He met her eyes, calm and open. "Benjamin wasn't wrong. My family's a mess, a real one. If it weren't for what little we built, people would have been gossiping about us nonstop." Claire's face stayed composed. "Okay, and what does that have to do with you?" That caught Lucas off guard. "Don't you think kids from dysfunctional families come with their own baggage?" "Sounds like that fancy rich family drama nonsense." Claire pulled a chair over and sat across from him. Her voice was a bit husky from just waking up, and she spoke slowly, resting her chin in one hand. "Yeah, I heard what Mr. Hart said, but I'm not going to judge you just because of your family. Actually, the way you handle things, how you act, makes me think you're a good person." "I'm a good person?" Lucas Dalton gave her a strange look, like he honestly found that hard to believe. "So that's how your almost husband tricked you?" "Mr. Dalton." Claire Alton's face sank, voice full of frustration. Lucas couldn't help but chuckle. He gave a small nod, a flicker of something surprisingly soft flashing in his expression. "All right, go on." Claire picked up where she left off. "You're a great boss. You really care about your team, always support your people, and pay attention to the small stuff." Lucas looked her dead in the eye, his tone flat. "You could butter me up all you want. Still doesn't mean I'll let you skip ahead and become a captain." Claire scrunched up her face. I wasn't trying to do that. I know I gotta earn what I want. I was just saying. Before she could finish, Lucas smiled and interrupted with a light laugh. You said I'm a good person. I heard you. And he did. He wouldn't forget that. Not just the words, but the fact that someone saw him as decent without passing judgment. Remembered someone once said he was good, and actually meant it. He pushed away the strange swell of feelings that started to creep in and shifted back into work mode. I'm staying in today. You should go catch up on sleep. Huh? Claire blinked, confused. Lucas looked at her. You've been up all night, right? Aren't you tired? She slipped away without another word. Watching her go, Lucas tightened his grip on the pen in his hand. For once, he wasn't so sure about following Benjamin Hart's advice. With no flight duty, Claire crashed hard and slept most of the day. Next morning at 10 sharp, she showed up at the mansion. The chopper was already waiting, sleek and jet black, with a gleam that gave off serious badass vibes. Lucas came striding out behind with Matthew White, both clearly in a rush. He was on a call, stepping into the helicopter ahead of the others. Claire got everything ready and stood by for the destination. Matthew passed along the info. We've got to hit Nyanzuo first, then head back for the banquet. Claire quickly pulled up the flight charts, locked in the path, and prepped for takeoff. Miss Alton, we're a bit pressed for time. Need to be there before 11, Matthew said. Before he could finish, Lucas cut him off, covering his mic. Stop rushing her. Matthew went quiet. But Claire, sharp as ever, caught the gist just from that half-finished sentence. Earlier, she'd heard Lucas on a call, saying something about, I'll get there ASAP, just keep the family calm. Whatever it was, clearly urgent. Claire glanced through the road again, looking for other direct approaches. Then she stole a glance at Lucas, his face unreadable, totally focused. All three of them wore those special helicopter mics, so they could talk clearly over the noise. And just then, Claire's voice came through the headset, steady and clear as ever. Matthew looked up, surprised. Even Lucas's eyes were on her, watching her closely. Because just seconds before, she'd calmly announced through the comms, I can get you to Nyanzuo before 11, but I'll need to change the flight path, and there's a chance we might hit unexpected issues. Want to risk it? Hands on the controls, eyes on the skies, Claire looked surprisingly cool-headed. Totally in command, like someone you'd instinctively trust to steer you through anything. The flight from Pingsong Port to Nyanzhou was quite a haul. Even with a helicopter, it usually took 2 hours. Now she was pushing to cut that time in half, which meant flying faster and needing razor-sharp skills. Not even a second of distraction was allowed. As she flew, Claire Alton kept her eyes peeled. The altitude wasn't high enough yet, so birds that escaped the bird control radar could show up any time. She didn't say a single word along the way. After 57 minutes had ticked by, Claire finally spotted the outline of Nyanzhou in the distance. She let out a breath. There it is, Nyanzhou. Matthew White looked out immediately, startled. Already? They'd traveled to Nyanzhou before by helicopter, but the fastest trip still took at least 90 minutes. The helicopter landed smoothly on the helipad, but once on the ground, Matthew's legs felt wobbly and his stomach churned. Claire had pulled off some crazy tilts mid-air to make up time, abrupt, whipping turns. It was a miracle he didn't hurl. Claire didn't hop off with them. From the cockpit, she watched as Lucas Dalton gave her a quick glance before heading toward the airport building, sunlight stretching his figure long and lean across the tarmac. With her sharp vision, Claire could swear he flashed the faintest smile her way. Inside Nyanzhou Airport, just as he stepped into the meeting room to handle an emergency, Lucas checked his phone. A fresh message. Claire, you're amazing, Mr. Dalton. You've got this. Reading that, he almost thought he could hear her voice in his head, and the corners of his mouth twitched upward. That silly woman. Her own life was a mess, and she still had time to cheer someone else on. Meanwhile, Claire had climbed out of the helicopter and was doing a walk around on the tarmac, checking the exterior for any damage. She filed the necessary local report too. If she left later, their helicopter ID would appear on flight routes. She had to be sure to avoid potential overlaps, particularly with any commercial flights nearby. Scrolling through her phone out of boredom, Claire stumbled upon a post that made her freeze. Kevin McPherson had shared it just 10 minutes ago, a picture of an ultrasound, with the caption, "Finally going to be a dad. Can't wait to meet you." Seeing that, Claire found herself surprised by the calm. She wasn't crushed. Was she heartless? Nope. She'd simply come to terms with it. She knew what was worth holding on to and what absolutely wasn't. Better to ditch it for good. Without hesitation, Claire tapped his profile and added him to her block list. They were still in the mandatory divorce cooling-off period. If anything else came up, a phone call would suffice. But before blocking him, she saved a screenshot of the post, ultrasound image and all. Then she whipped out her phone, snapped a pic of the helicopter just behind her, and typed up a new post for her own feed. Hit send. Right then, something caught her eye, one of the early morning headlines. A Woodfield Air cargo pilot had apparently gotten into an altercation with an American Air pilot in Nianzhou. And the worst part? The American pilot didn't make it. Seriously, what the hell? A Woodfield pilot actually threw hands, and someone died because of it? Once the news broke out, it instantly triggered a storm of outrage online. In just 4 hours, rumors had it that Muno Air's stock took a serious hit. A bunch of their members even dropped out all at once. And to top it off, the family of the Huame pilot, who unfortunately didn't make it, had already shown up at Muno's Nianzhou branch to raise hell. No wonder Lucas Dalton rushed over here so fast, Claire Alton frowned. Huame Airlines was Kevin McPherson's. An accident of this scale, and he still had the nerve to be posting on social media. People who act like that either know they won't take much of a hit, or just flat out don't care. Claire quickly pulled Kevin from the block list to check out his latest updates. "Miss Alton, Mr. Dalton asked you to get ready to head back in 15 minutes. We've got a dinner to attend," Matthew White suddenly came jogging over. She was a bit surprised at how fast Lucas wrapped things up, but quickly replied, "Got it." Matthew headed off again, making a call like he was arranging something. Claire was just about to board the helicopter to prep for the return trip when her phone rang. It was Kevin. She hesitated for a beat before answering. "Yeah?" "Claire, where are you?" Her tone cooled. "If you've got something to say, say it." Kevin froze a bit on the other end. Claire used to talk to him so gently, always careful not to upset him. What happened to that girl? But this wasn't the time to dwell. He had more pressing matters. Used to being the one giving directives, he went on, "I'm holding a press conference later. You, as my wife, should come with me. I'll text you the time and place, so..." Kevin McPherson. Claire cut him off. Her voice went cold, and Kevin's brow twitched. Then she laughed, low and sharp. "Is that you asking me for a favor?" "Claire, you don't say my name." Her tone stayed flat. "This what asking for help looks like to you? Do you actually think you can just tell me what to do and I'll go along with it? What, now that you've had your fun playing happy family with your fiancé and soon-to-be kid, you think I'll pick up your mess? I remember you looking pretty thin. Funny how you've grown such a thick face in just a few days." Kevin stood there, stunned. He'd never heard Claire speak like that. Sharp, biting, glancing at the talking screen of her phone, she added, voice chilly, "From now on, if you call me, it better be to talk about dividing assets. I'm not here to do your dirty work. I'm not running a charity, and I've got better things to do than bail you out, Kevin." She hung up on him without missing a beat, turned, and strode straight onto the copter. The way she shut that door, clean, cool, and decisive, was seriously badass. Even Matthew, watching from afar, got a little stunned by the vibe. Meanwhile, Kevin was left staring at the call log, nearly hurling his phone across the room. He just stood there, completely thrown. That cold edge in Claire's voice, he couldn't believe it. How could she talk to him like that? Hadn't she always loved him? For someone like Kevin, used to being in control and having his way, it was a hard pill to swallow. The idea that Claire really might not care anymore? No, that couldn't be. Kevin told himself she was just playing hard to get, just lashing out because she was mad. That had to be it. There's no way Claire had really let go of him. So he figured he'd wait a bit before calling Claire Alton. Since what happened at the company today could play in his favor, Kevin McPherson saw it as a golden chance to polish his image. After all, Huanmei came off as the victim. So, he threw together a press conference, planning to get Claire Alton to show up with him, painting themselves as this righteous power couple. Double win. He'd look forgiving and noble, and it might also score him some brownie points with Lucas Dalton from Muno International. That way, when real business talks came up, he'd have more leverage. The more he mulled over Claire's recent attitude, the more he felt like she was playing hard to get, a slow reel-in to stir his interest. Kevin was feeling pretty good about his plan. "Did Claire say yes?" Olivia Brooks asked, walking in. Everyone in the industry knew Juan May's CEO was Kevin, and that his wife was Claire. So dragging her along to the conference made him look legit. That way, even if he later walked the red carpet with Olivia, people would just assume it was for showbiz image. No one would take it seriously. Kevin always had layers to his schemes. He paused, then said, "I haven't reached her yet. I'll try again later." Olivia didn't seem to care much. "I've already talked to a variety show producer. He's cool with having me on, but it'll take." She didn't finish, but Kevin caught her drift. "How much do they want?" "Yeah, in this industry, money opens all doors." Olivia wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice soft and sweet. "I knew you'd have my back. It's not much. 15 million? 15 million? Kevin blinked, stunned. Olivia nodded. "That's already a steal. You know I'm still small time. That show Run Brothers is blowing up. They don't even pay guest stars because everyone's begging to be on just for some screen time. If I ride the wave and get noticed, maybe with some extra investment later, I might even break into third-tier status." She gave him a pout. "Come on, Kevin. You promised you'd support my career. But you're—" Kevin gently touched her stomach. "You're pregnant. That show has people jumping and running all over the place. What if you get hurt? Why not skip it and I'll invest in a drama for you? Honestly, I'd rather you take it easy, rest up, and after the baby's born, you can go chase your dream." "I told you before, I'm not giving up my dream for a family," Olivia's tone hardened. "And you agreed. I'm not the kind of woman who can be locked away at home. Don't expect me to be like Claire, just sitting there waiting for your cue." Kevin hurried to soothe her, though a part of him was irritated. Claire never argued, always calm, always smiling gently, never stirring up drama, quietly keeping the house in order. Thinking about it now, Kevin started to zone out. Olivia rolled her eyes. "Anyway, I'm going, just make sure the money gets to me." And with that, she left. Kevin still had work piling up at the company and couldn't follow her. Back in her room, Olivia locked the door behind her and quietly called someone. "Director Robertson? I've secured the funding. It'll be under my name," she said with a smile. Director Robertson chuckled. "Perfect. I'll book you for 2 episodes. "Seriously?" Olivia lit up. "That's amazing. Just don't overdo it on the show, okay? Gotta look after our baby," he reminded. She gave a soft laugh, voice sugary sweet. "Don't worry, I'll take care of our baby. By the way, has your mad woman of a wife been leaving you alone lately?" "Nope, didn't even go home. Been on set the whole time," said Director Robertson. "You're the only one who cares, especially when we're in bed." Olivia Brooks laughed and blushed. "You're terrible." The two kept chatting in this flirty tone for a bit before finally hanging up. Right after, Olivia promptly deleted the call log. Meanwhile, Claire Alton piloted the helicopter back to Pigskin Harbor using the standard route. As soon as she landed, Lucas Dalton went straight into the study, where Benjamin Hart was already waiting. Claire took the hint and headed to the room next door. Benjamin glanced over, then leaned into the study and whispered, "Did you hear? A chopper flew from east to west over Chelan Mountain to Nyanzo and made it in just a little over 50 minutes. Lucas, looking over the incident report, asked casually, "So?" "Folks at the National Aviation Bureau are already digging, and a few training schools too. If we can recruit whoever flew that, they'd be perfect to handle Woodfield's most elite routes." Chelan Mountain was infamous in aviation circles. It had erratic bird flocks, uneven peaks, and constant sea fog rolling in from the nearby coast. A standard flight across it took at least 30 minutes, and the full trip from Pigskin Harbor to Nyanzu clocked over 2 hours on record, even at top-notch speeds. Just then, Matthew White walked in with coffee in hand and casually dropped. It was Miss Claire. Benjamin practically jumped. "What?" He pivoted, shut the door tight, and leaned against it, eyes wide. "Claire Alton? She flew that?" Wait, 57 minutes? Through sea fog across Chilean and made it to Nianzou? Benjamin wasn't easy to shock. He'd been with Lucas for years, flown on all kinds of aircraft. He wasn't a pilot himself, sure, but he had a solid grasp on what those routes entailed. Even the arrival station in Nianzou thought someone must have made a typo in the flight log at first. But the radar signals confirmed it. The chopper really did blaze through the sky all the way to Nianzou at a stunning pace. Matthew scrolled his phone. "Boss, I'm already getting questions about her." Soon, word of the helicopter that took off at 10 a.m. and landed in Nianzou at 10:57 had exploded in the pilot community. Some pilots thought the whole thing was fake. Others, especially those who'd flown over Chilean, said it was legit impossible. Dozens of comment threads lit up online, blowing up with speculation and disbelief. Then a verified military aviator chimed in. "It's possible, but only for someone with elite skills. No need to be jealous, just put in the work, you can get there too." Everyone who recognized the username freaked out in the replies. "OMG, it's the legend himself. Wait, when he says elite, what kinda elite are we talking? Bro, did you even read? He literally said top level." A while later, the comment thread got a follow-up. "We're talking fighter jet pilot level." And with that, the replies flooded in. No way X 10,000, plus Talon 8, 6, and 11. The whole internet went dead silent for a beat. But emotionally, everyone was collectively screaming. So now everyone had the same question. Who the hell was this pilot? Was it a retired military ace? Could they please show themselves so everyone could fanboy properly? These days, there are plenty of schools that train pilots independently or accept private applicants. But compared to those who've had professional, vocational training, there's still a clear gap. Take Muno International, for example. They only hire top graduates from flight schools or retired military pilots. Now, someone had already found out that the helicopter belonged to Muno International, but no one could say for sure who was flying it. At that exact moment, in Muno International's flight department group chat, "Captain Team 1, is that one of our pilots?" Captain Team 3, "Chopper crew says it's not one of theirs." Captain Team 5, "Flight time on that thing's insane. What if it's someone brand new we just hired?" Samantha stared at the chat, then turned to her co-pilot. "Do you have any idea who's flying Mr. Dalton's helicopter?" The co-pilot shook his head. "No clue. Mr. Dalton doesn't usually take the chopper. Word is, though, he's got a new woman around him." Then, flashing a playful grin, he added flatteringly, "But honestly, Captain Sam, why should you care? No matter who she is, you're still the one and only female captain at Kino." That title did carry weight. Samantha was well respected, but she wasn't naive enough to think it'd stay that way forever. Someday another might come along. Still, she had confidence. She firmly believed that among women her age, no one was better in the cockpit than she was. "I heard the company's applying for the A380 route next year," she mentioned casually. The co-pilot blinked. "Wait, you're aiming for that A380? Samantha stood up, calm but determined. "It's the last A380 passenger jet in the country. A dream for so many pilots. Of course I want it, and I'll be the one flying it." She wasn't just saying that. Over the past year, she'd been grinding through flight missions, stacking up hours, flying each route with focus and precision. All so she'd be ready when the chance came to be the A380's main pilot. In a different room, Claire Alton answered a video call from Emily Dalton. "Ah! Claire! Why are you still this gorgeous?" Emily squealed, covering her mouth in excitement. Looking at Emily, dressed in her crisp international crew uniform and glowing with beauty, Claire laughed. "Look who's talking." "Oh, please, we're all kind of the same," Emily sighed. "I'm stuck out here. It hasn't stopped raining, and flights are grounded. Probably a few more days before I can get back and see you." Until now, she hadn't asked Claire a single thing about what had happened. She was smart enough to know not to go poking at fresh wounds. "No rush," Claire said, smiling. "I'll be right here when you're back. By the way, how's your boss treating you? Overworking you or what? Anything goes wrong, you let me know. I'll call him out for you." Claire raised a brow. "You think you could actually deal with him?" To her, Lucas Dalton was just a top executive at the company. Never even crossed her mind he was the actual boss. Emily pondered. I can get a word in, sometimes. He's actually been really kind to me, supportive too. Don't worry, Claire said, trying to reassure her. Emily wasn't convinced, not one bit. Her brother being kind and thoughtful? Since when? What was he going to care with his usual deadpan face and a totally fake comforting speech? How terrifying must that be? The more Emily thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. After only a few exchanges, the two girls ended the call, but Emily quickly called up Lucas instead. Brew, she wailed dramatically over the phone. Lucas had it on speaker. As for this half-sister born from one of his father's other flings, he'd already done more than enough keeping her alive and well. I'm still breathing, so save the wailing. Better use that energy to cry for your dad. Emily went silent for a moment, then sniffled. I'm stuck here. Boo-hoo. And you don't even care about your sweetest, cutest, most adorable little sister? Sweet? Cute? Adorable? Lucas glanced up from his messages, amused. Did you ask a magic mirror in Paris for that answer? Lucas Dalton, he gave a warning. Watch your tone. Emily quickly switched gears. Hey, make sure you take care of my goddess, okay? Don't let anything bad happen to her. I think she might be going through a divorce or something, but I didn't dare ask. Didn't want to upset her. What makes you think that? Lucas lit a cigarette. I saw her posts on her feed. After showering and drying her hair, Claire Alton collapsed into bed to rest up a bit. She still had to accompany the boss to that dinner event later. But then she noticed someone had commented on a post she'd made earlier in the day. She'd written, "No one just stops loving you out of nowhere. You just finally realize it." Then, 3 minutes ago, Lucas had replied, "No point crying over spilled milk, but hey, I've got treasure here. Interested?" And just a minute ago, Emily. Claire shot up instantly. She got dressed and marched to knock on the study door. At the door, she poked her head in. "Mr. Dalton, you called?" She didn't really think he had literal treasure. She figured he just wanted to give her some errands in a roundabout way. Lucas turned his head slightly, taking in the woman standing like a curious elf in the doorway, then smiled gently. "Come here." Claire approached and froze the moment she saw the sparkling set of jewels in the box on his desk. "Hold on." She blinked, stepped closer, and looked from left to right several times. "Aren't these what that foreign queen used to wear? You recognize them?" Lucas looked genuinely surprised. "I was flying to that country when they went up for auction," Claire said, memory crystal clear. "But seriously, why were they here? Lucas? A jewelry collector? Nah, someone like him should be collecting die-cast planes, no?" Lucas stepped to the window and tilted his chin at the incoming woman. "Try it on her." Claire blinked. "Me?" Before she could react, a stylist lugging a case and her assistant ushered Claire over to the adjacent lounge. "Miss Alton, it's a pleasure. I'm Chris, your stylist for tonight." Claire offered a gentle smile. "Nice to meet you. Please, just call me Claire." Chris hadn't expected someone so easygoing and humble. He was caught a little off guard. "I can't do that. You're Mr. Dalton's companion tonight. That's quite the honor. Shall we start working on your look?" "Thank you for your hard work." Claire nodded politely. "My pleasure." While Chris began styling her, Lucas walked in. He kept his distance, but could already tell Claire looked different in a good way. Buzz. Claire's phone buzzed on the table, and with her mid-makeup, she couldn't grab it. Lucas casually stepped over to hand it to her. But the moment he caught sight of the name Kevin McPherson on the screen, his fingers hesitated for just a split second. Lucas Dalton looked down and said calmly, "Thick-skinned guy called." "Who?" Claire Alton didn't quite catch it, but the moment she met his amused gaze, she figured it out. "Thick-skinned? Who else could it be besides Kevin McPherson?" Not answering, Claire said, suddenly remembering the cheeky post Kevin made earlier that day. "Or maybe you pick it up for me." "Me?" Lucas raised a brow, clearly surprised. She really dared to ask him? "You already did once, didn't you?" "As my boss," Claire added coolly. She knew Kevin's temper. If he heard Lucas's voice again, he'd probably vomit blood from the rage, which suited her just fine. Lucas gave her a long, unreadable look before turning to head out. He wasn't even out the door when Kevin's call came in again. He answered lazily, fully expecting the same shameless tone from the guy. Sure enough, Kevin sounded a little frantic on the other end. "Claire, the press event's about to start." Please don't be mad, okay? He pleaded. There's only an hour and a half left. If you don't show up, people are going to keep talking about the divorce. You used to be so considerate. Shouldn't you think about the bigger picture here? Look, if I lose face over this, it's not going to do you any good either. Claire was supposed to attend Kevin's press event. Something unrateable flickered in Lucas's eyes. He glanced down at the screen, then turned back to hand her the phone. Claire looked confused. Wasn't he supposed to answer? But since he'd already handed it over, she had no choice. She put the phone to her ear, listening as Kevin kept running his mouth, acting like if she didn't help him now, she was suddenly a heartless, cold woman. The more he talked, the more that long-suppressed frustration started burning in her chest. Then, in a flash, her gaze turned icy cold. "Kevin McPherson," she said slowly, "say one more disgusting thing, and I swear you'll be the next one 6 feet under. Believe it or not." Chris almost dropped the setting powder, and even the assistant behind her froze. Who would have thought someone who looked so gentle could go full savage like that? Damn, that was intense. Lucas's eyes stayed on Claire's expressionless but frosty face, a spark of amusement dancing in his gaze. He leaned against the table, arms crossed, watching her with a slow smile. Claire noticed his stare and felt a bit rattled, which only made her voice colder toward Kevin. "Get lost." As soon as the call ended, a low chuckle sounded nearby. It came from Lucas Dalton. There was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Well, at least she finally cursed him out. Maybe she wasn't a lost cause after all. Claire Alton didn't look too thrilled. "You probably think I'm an idiot, don't you?" He crossed his arms and replied casually, "If you were, you wouldn't still be around me, would you?" Even Chris could catch the soft indulgence in his tone. So all those gossip blogs might have been right. Their ever-so-distant boss actually had a girlfriend now? Talk about breaking news. Chris couldn't wait to spill it. The styling was soon wrapped up. While looking at the now radiant Claire, Lucas asked, "You're not worried he might spin this around, accuse you of something, make a scene?" He honestly hadn't expected her to just let him take that call. Wasn't she always the one afraid to confront things before? Claire set the phone aside and raised her gaze. Her eyes, thanks to Chris's magic hands, had that kind of mesmerizing smoky allure. Not tacky or overdone, just sharp and cold in the best kind of way. She skipped his question and asked, "Did you speak to him?" Lucas leaned against the desk, arms still folded, his stare darkening. No. Because when he heard that bastard's voice and those slimy words, his first instinct had been worrying whether Claire might actually say yes. And second, he knew if he opened his mouth, he wasn't sure he could stop himself from saying something vicious. Claire turned back to the mirror, staring at her transformed reflection. In her eyes flickered something quietly fierce, like the spark of someone finally awake. Only then did she respond to Lucas. "I've already got nothing left to lose. What more could he even do? If anything, he should be scared now." She knew Kevin McPherson, obsessed with reputation and saving face. If he spread rumors about her cheating, he'd hurt himself just as much, probably more. Claire stood up, dress in hand, heels clicking against the floor. For a moment, she stood eye to eye with the man still by the desk. She was stunning. Lucas saw it from the very first moment they met. She usually rocked the bare-faced look, clean and simple. But with this makeup, and especially that calm, distant expression, she could easily outshine any A-list actress out there. He kept his gaze on her, then suddenly asked, "Your soon-to-be ex, he blind or something?" Claire blinked. Kinda? Why?" "Makes sense then." Lucas stood upright again, and just like that, she was looking way up at him. Claire tilted her head back, eyes glinting as she stared at him. "You're seriously tall." Being this close, she could really feel just how solid and grounded Lucas Dalton was. The man had one hand tucked casually into his slacks pocket. He leaned a bit closer, voice low and easy. "You into tall guys? Huh?" What the heck kind of question was that? Lucas Dalton had already straightened back up a little. Then why'd you marry someone short and nearsighted? Kevin McPherson wasn't exactly short, but when Claire Alton wore heels, they were pretty much eye to eye. So yeah, under the subtle glare of Lucas's enemy filter, Kevin came out looking like a garden gnome. Claire blinked. "You knew he's nearsighted?" Lucas strolled ahead with that usual unhurried gait. Without even looking back, he answered casually, "A guy with 20/20 vision wouldn't screw around with a plastic-faced chick and blow off a stunning wife like you." Claire, was her boss complimenting her? Outside the private villa, early autumn sunlight painted Jin Kangkang in gold. Matthew White spotted the woman from afar, black velvet off-the-shoulder gown, high heels clicking in rhythm as she walked towards them. The breeze tugged at her dress, but her steps stayed steady. She was tall and slender, all elegant curves and quiet confidence. From a distance, she looked like she'd walked straight out of a painting. Lucas looked back briefly, then turned to Matthew with a glance. "Pretty, huh?" Matthew nodded, grinning. Lucas raised a brow. "You done staring?" Matthew's smile vanished in an instant. The place was wide open, wind sweeping across the space. With her dress catching the gusts, Claire braced herself as a strong breeze hit and instinctively leaned forward just a bit, only to feel a warm hand wrap around hers. Startled, she looked up. The wind played with her soft waves, whisking them into motion like some wild dance. Her eyes, long and clear, shimmered like sunlight sinking into orange waters. In that fleeting glow between day and dusk, even the restless wind seemed to pause, caught between her and the man now standing beside her. Lucas held her hand, his voice steady and firm, the kind that quietly settled the spinning inside you. "Stay behind me." He'd circled back, just to get her. The fading sunlight bathed the ground in a warm blush. Lucas walked ahead, keeping a half step in front of her. It was like from this moment on, whatever trouble the world stirred up, he'd be the one standing between it and her. All she had to do was follow close. Claire's fingers brushed her oddly warm earlobe. "Thanks, Mr. Dalton." He opened the car door himself, a faint, unreadable smile curving on his lips. By the way, his voice was even more attractive than his face. Not in that deep and raspy kind of way, but with a crisp edge, calm but authoritative. Especially when he pronounced things clearly, it really hit different. Like now. He leaned down a little, hand casually on the door, lips tugging into a half smile. "Don't call me Mr. Dalton, it's Lucas. So what now? You want me to start calling you by your full name?" Claire Alton raised a brow, half joking but also genuinely unsure what he expected. "I mean, won't people think I'm being rude to you if I don't?" She always had this ingrained habit of thinking about others' feelings first. The car door clicked open, and the two slid into the back seat. This time, Lucas Dalton was the one who tapped the control, raising the divider between the front and back. At the front, Matthew White rolled his eyes. Great, now they're keeping secrets from him? The divider had barely clicked into place before Lucas said calmly, "Why bother about the opinions of people who do nothing for you? As long as I don't feel disrespected, that's all that matters." Claire tilted her head, voice a bit tentative. "Then, what sort of thing would actually make you feel disrespected by me?" The only sound that followed was the soft hum of the car moving. It got so quiet, she started wondering if she'd overstepped. Then Lucas answered, slow and steady, "When you went easy on your so-called ex, that felt like disrespect to me." "What does that have to do with anything?" Claire stared at him, completely lost. Her mind was full of questions. Like, why did he sound so natural calling her ex by that nickname? And why did her boss care so much about her personal life anyway? But Lucas didn't seem interested in answering any of those. Still looking out the window, he added, "Not sure if there's going to be a cocktail thing at the banquet. If you can't hold your liquor, just stick to juice or something." He glanced at her and followed up, tone steady but firm. "Don't stress about what anyone might say. Not tonight. Not ever. As long as you're with me, don't worry about a thing." Her heart, until now calm, suddenly kicked into overdrive. She wasn't some naive girl without any emotional experience. This level of protectiveness felt way past just workplace concern, but Claire knew better than to react too openly. She kept things professional. "Got it, I'll remember." Lucas gave a soft laugh, then reached over to gently tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Good girl." Claire quickly turned her head away, ears heating up before she could stop it. Then the divider lowered again. Matthew, tactfully, kept his eyes forward as he said, "Ningdu just issued an earthquake warning this morning." Lucas's demeanor shifted instantly. "Call the company. Cancel all flights heading to Ningdu for the next 3 days. Anyone still on site, flight crews, staff, everyone, bring them back immediately. Even the planes need to return empty if needed. Matthew had figured this was coming and was already typing up the internal notice. Claire lightly touched her earlobe and murmured, "That's the second time there's been something like this in Ningdu." Lucas nodded. "Yeah, last time was over 10 years ago. We weren't fast enough then. One of our planes got damaged, and we lost 3 crew members." Ningdu's location made it prone to tsunami-triggered quakes. It wasn't a popular route for that reason, though strangely the city had developed exceptionally well over the years. "Mr. Dalton, I think we'll need to head there in the next day or two. They've got a major city conference, and more than 2,000 ticket holders can't just be left hanging. Crews can't leave without proper transition. Usually, execs would handle a situation like this, but Lucas had a simple rule: never send his pilots into danger zones if he could go instead. "We'll go the morning after tomorrow," he said decisively. Claire glanced at him, something stirring in her expression. She recalled a story an old pilot once told her about a civil aviation boss who always showed up in person whenever his people were at risk. And now it seemed she was finally meeting someone like that. Wait, could they be talking about Lucas Dalton? Lucas didn't look surprised. "Then let's make it the day after tomorrow." Outside the red carpet venue, celebrities and A-listers were arriving one after another. They were dressed to the nines, each trying to stand out under the spotlight that awaited them on the carpet ahead. "Olivia! Olivia! Olivia Brooks!" Fans were shouting Olivia's name from behind the barriers. She had just arrived, wearing a flowing black gown. The dress was elegant and a bit loose-fitting, carefully chosen to subtly cover the slight bump on her belly. Her whole vibe leaned towards refined and graceful, perfectly matching her public persona of a cultured and well-educated actress. But only Olivia knew the truth. Most of those cheering fans? Kevin McPherson had paid them to show up. He was worried no one would recognize her name and didn't want her to feel embarrassed from the lack of attention. Red carpet appearances were scheduled based on an unspoken ranking. The lower-tier celebs went first, while the big shots made their entrance last. "I heard the CEO of Muno International is going to be here today," Olivia said. Kevin gave her a glance. "You've met him?" "Nope," Olivia replied casually, smoothing down her hair. "But I heard he's pretty young." Around them, the stars were scattered across the waiting area, pretending to be friendly with half-hearted greetings and fake smiles. Before long, event coordinators started guiding stars down the red carpet. Kevin had shelled out over $10 million just to secure Olivia a prime mid-spot on the carpet. From supporting actors to leading ladies, mid-tier stars to international award winners, everyone was taking their turn. Olivia made sure to slow down once on the carpet, snapping into graceful poses for every direction, desperate to get as many shots as possible. But considering her current popularity, most of the photographers just gave her one quick click, if that. That was pretty much the best she could expect. Only after over 100 celebrities had walked the carpet and gotten seated inside did the truly powerful figures begin to arrive. Inside the venue, even the current reigning Best Actress was whispering, "Has the Kino CEO shown up yet?" Not yet, I think. The front row was still half empty. Most guests came with companions, managers, assistants, or business partners. "Olivia, did you switch assistants?" a younger actress asked. Olivia quickly smiled. "No, that's my friend. We've known each other for years. He came specifically to support me tonight." No one questioned it. If there was something shady going on, no way she'd be flaunting it. They're here. Isn't the guy at the front the chairman of Starry Media?" someone whispered. That company's launched tons of best actors and actresses. And the one right behind him is... That CEO also showed up? A bunch of actresses were eyeing the bosses walking in with their dates, eyes filled with a mix of longing and envy. More and more big shots started taking their seats in the front rows. About 7 or 8 chairmen had settled in when a noticeable stir broke out near the entrance. An older actress in the second row leaned forward. Lucas Dalton from Muno International just walked in. Everyone nearby instantly turned their heads, craning their necks for a look. At the entrance under layers of light was the tall figure of a man. Like the rest of the CEOs, he was suited up in a sharp black tux, but next to him walked a strikingly slim, graceful woman. Olivia narrowed her eyes, trying to get a better view. Whoever that woman is, walking beside Kino's CEO, she's definitely got something going for her. Kevin let out a soft, dismissive scoff. With reporters trailing close behind, the bodyguards held them at bay, while Matthew White scanned for any cameras that might catch Claire Alton's face. "Sorry, we made it clear earlier. No photography allowed," Matthew said, his tone lowering just enough to make them back off. Reluctantly, the cameras were lowered. All the while, Lucas Dalton kept Claire close, shielding her behind him. Claire rarely wore dresses this long, and she was so worried about tripping over the hem with her heels that she couldn't focus on anything else. The last thing she wanted was to embarrass Lucas. Lucas rarely showed up at these kinds of events, so even with photography banned, reporters were still craning their necks for a glimpse of the elusive executive in the flesh. And once they did get close, even the male journalists had to admit, this man's looks were something else. Striking, but not in a way that came off as too polished or icy. He had a kind of presence that made you realize right away you couldn't even dream of being in his league, which only made the woman next to him even more intriguing. As more people crowded around, Lucas instinctively slipped an arm around Claire's waist. "Just follow my lead," he said under his breath. "Don't worry. Chin up, stand tall. If you want to smile, smile. If not, keep a straight face. No one here has the guts to judge you." Then his hand slid down and grabbed hers. With camera flashes trailing behind them, Lucas walked into the venue holding the hand of that mysterious woman, stepping right into the spotlight where the biggest stars were already seated. Kevin McPherson had no intention of looking at first, but he overheard several actresses murmuring around him. "Who is she?" "Even from the side, she's gorgeous. Great figure, too." "I bet she's stunning from the front, too. Saw someone up front comparing her to that icy goddess of the industry, said this one's even prettier, just not as smiley." That made Kevin glance up, and that one look, he nearly jumped to his feet. It was Claire. Even just her side profile, he'd know her anywhere. What the hell? How could that be Claire? What was she doing showing up with the CEO of Dalton Global? His mind ran wild. Had she been secretly seeing someone else the whole time? Was that why she was so quick to agree to the divorce? With the blinding stage lights spilling across the venue, Olivia Brooks completely missed the shock on Kevin's face. "She's stunning," someone nearby said. "No wonder Dalton himself's escorting her. I heard this is his first public appearance ever. Might be his girlfriend, maybe even fiancée. No one really knows." Meanwhile, in the front row, Lucas bent down a bit, adjusting Claire's gown for her before gesturing for her to sit. Only when she was settled did he take his seat. The CEOs flanking them recognized Lucas instantly. As soon as he was seated, conversation sparked around him. "Your date's got grace, Mr. Dalton. Looks like you two make a great couple. Hope we get an official announcement soon." No matter what they said, Lucas responded with the same polite, "Thank you." Then he leaned over and quietly explained to Claire who each speaker was. Claire gave a slow nod, still looking a little dazed. Just then, the overhead display switched to show the audience. As Lucas leaned in beside her, the camera captured the moment on screen above. A wave of gasps rippled through the venue. First, everyone was wowed by how young and damn good-looking Lucas Dalton really was. Then came the woman beside him, in that black velvet gown, her side profile soft and elegant. That one glance was enough for Olivia to finally recognize her. It's Claire Alton?" Olivia Brooks stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she instinctively turned to look at Kevin McPherson beside her. Kevin's eyes were locked on the big screen, fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. His whole expression screamed fury. Olivia gritted her teeth, but couldn't question him here and now, not with all these cameras and people. Seriously? He still cares about her? Clearly, Claire must have cozied up to some rich guy behind everyone's back. Meanwhile, Kevin's mind was spinning. He couldn't process the fact that Claire had actually betrayed him. How could she? How dare she? But what no one knew was, on that very screen moment just now, Lucas Dalton had leaned in and whispered to Claire, "Right now, Your standby ex-husband and that woman Olivia must be staring at you. Look happier. Give them something to choke on. Claire heard it, kept the words in her heart, and forced herself to look composed. She had never been to an event like this, and it felt like eyes were glued to her from every direction. Truth was, tons of celebs were indeed watching her, curious about the woman standing next to the chairman of Muno International. Next up was the awards segment. Stars gave their polished thank you speeches before the ceremony moved into final stage, the interview. The host, staying all professional, glanced at the script, said a few pleasantries, then added, "Let's pick a guest from the audience at random for a question." The screen began scanning through faces at lightning speed. When Olivia's face popped up, her heart skipped. This was what she dreaded. She was so worried they might ask something weird. The host smiled. "Miss Olivia Brooks." Olivia smiled stiffly into the camera, sounding a bit tense. "Hi, everyone." "So," the host asked, "the person who came with you today, could he be your boyfriend?" Olivia quickly shook her head. "No, he's not. We're just really good friends from college." The host chuckled. "Oh, really? Guess I misunderstood, because before the event, we saw the two of you hugging out front. I mean, if I'm not wrong, the man beside you is Mr. McPherson, chairman of Huame Group, right?" Gasps rippled through the crowd. Claire sat quietly, watching Kevin's face appear on screen. Olivia's denial made her lips curl into a silent, cold smile. Knowing Kevin, there's no way he'd be okay staying in the shadows for long. Eventually, that kind of fake relationship was bound to crack. Olivia looked thrown off, trying to catch up. "Ah, yes, he joined me today to support me as an old friend." The host smiled again, but this time with a sharp edge. Wonder what Mrs. McPherson would think of that? Suddenly, the female celebs nearby started giving Olivia side eyes. Olivia gripped the mic tight, forcing a smile. "Oh, no worries. We all know each other well." Lucas shot a glance over to Matthew White. Right after that, the host's earpiece buzzed with new instructions, and he immediately followed up. "Word is, Mr. McPherson is in the middle of a divorce. Just wondering what role Ms. Brooks might be playing in that." Now, under normal circumstances, no way would such personal stuff get asked like this. Olivia felt personally attacked, but it wasn't like she could lash out on stage. In a flash, the big screen zoomed right in on Olivia Brooks and Kevin McPherson, catching their faces like they were a couple of awkward kids caught lying. The soft murmurs around them started to grow. Come on, it's the entertainment world. There's nothing people haven't seen before. Scandals, drama, all in a day's work. So no one seemed too shocked. And honestly, no one dared to say too much out loud either. No one wanted to get caught on camera talking trash. But Olivia, now, she wasn't taking this like it was normal. She felt like she'd just stepped into a trap. "This is someone's private matter. I really shouldn't comment. Besides, my friend's not from the industry. We were just chatting about business, that's all," she said, voice calm but tight. The host nodded like he got it. "Yeah, I guess I was being nosy. Sorry, folks, but since we're on the topic of colleagues, Miss Olivia Brooks just won a big award. Congrats! I heard you're pretty close with Director Robertson. Working on something new together?" At the mention of Director Robertson, Olivia's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Seriously, how do they know everything? But she quickly pulled herself together and gave a casual nod. "Yes, we've been discussing a project. If all goes well, shooting will start soon." "Well, can't wait for the masterpiece from you two," the host smiled. Olivia gave him a polite smile. "Thanks for the support. But," he added with a grin, "for the camera's sake, I'd suggest keeping an eye on your figure. You know Director Robertson's standards are always sky high. Though honestly, from the looks of it, you seem full of confidence. Got that glow about you." Laughter and polite applause rippled through the crowd. But Olivia, she couldn't even fake a smile. That was a backhanded jab. He'd basically called her fat. Feeling self-conscious, she subtly wrapped an arm around her stomach and forced a dry laugh before quickly handing the mic back like it was burning her hand, like she couldn't wait to be out of the spotlight. The screen spun a few more times, randomly calling on other celebs, but the questions were light and easy, just your usual fluff stuff. Then, just when Olivia thought it was over, she got picked again. Camera zoom, her face on blast. By now, the veteran actors were already piecing it together. Someone was clearly targeting her. Not that they'd say anything. Most thought Olivia didn't really deserve her last award. Plus, there were plenty of whispers about her rumored ties with a certain director. Her face had gone pale, but she had no choice. She took the mic again. Only this time the host had changed. And the moment people saw the new hostess, you could feel the energy shift. Because this wasn't just any host, this was Nicole Wade. Sharp as a knife, looked like a sweetheart, but never pulled her punches. She knew exactly what the audience wanted, and she had no problem diving straight into the messiest details. Nicole didn't even bother with a script, just held the mic and smiled. "Miss Brooks, it's a pleasure. I feel honored to be the first to chat with you tonight." Olivia was already sweating. She swallowed hard. "The honor's all mine." All eyes in the room locked onto them. Everyone was ready for a show, especially when Nicole was the one leading the conversation. She didn't waste a second. "Rumor has it you've been secretly married for a few years now. Any truth to that?" Whoa, starting off with a bomb like that? Olivia Brooks could barely breathe, her fingers tightened around the mic. Some people had already noticed the color draining from her face. If it were any other host, they probably would have skipped such a landmine. But this was Nicole Wade. First of all, that sharp-tongued style was just her thing. Second, well, someone had thrown a nice chunk of change her way, told her to ask whatever she pleased, and promised to cover her back if anything blew up. So of course she went all in, no holding back. She actually had a whole list of these kinds of fun questions. "Sounds like meaningless gossip to me, nothing that can be taken seriously," Olivia answered. Nicole didn't look the least bit surprised and followed up right away. "I heard from some of my peers that you were seen entering and leaving a hotel with a certain director. Care to explain that?" Boom, instant explosion on set. No one else would dare say something that blunt. But with Nicole, totally par for the course. Plus, who would have thought Olivia, who'd just taken home an award, would be caught up in something like this? Wasn't she supposed to be the poster girl for classy, independent women? Olivia's eyes were starting to turn red. If it weren't for the event setting, she might have thrown the mic down and walked off right there. Even Kevin McPherson, sitting beside her, turned his head to look at her. No matter what, Olivia wasn't about to own up to it. "Yeah, I've heard those rumors too," she said, "but I chose not to comment because that particular director has been a mentor to me. I didn't want ugly gossip to taint the respect and gratitude I feel for everything he's taught me. I want to repay that faith with my work." Nicole didn't push further on that one. Instead, she switched gears completely. "Right before the event, I actually heard something new. Not sure if it'll upset you, Olivia." Olivia forced a tight, fake smile. "Go ahead." Nicole upped her volume just a touch. "A friend of mine works at the civil registry office. They mentioned seeing you there once. Were you finalizing a divorce with someone?" The air crackled, immediately filling with murmurs and buzz. Voices were overlapping, mostly from the lesser-known actors whispering among themselves. The big names couldn't care less. A small-time actress with few actual credits, mostly known for working the backdoor setup? Yeah, not worth their attention. Front row. Claire Alton kept her eyes glued to the massive screen, watching the close-ups of those two faces. Seeing their startled, embarrassed expressions gave her a strange sense of relief, like a weight finally lifting. Just then, a soft voice drifted to her ear. "Feel better now?" Claire turned suddenly. Lucas Dalton was slouched back in his seat, soft lighting brushing across his cheekbones. She could even see the calm warmth in his eyes. Don't tell me this was your doing." Lucas caught the furious glare coming from somewhere in the back rows and leaned in closer to Claire, deliberately. From Kevin's angle, it sure looked like Lucas just kissed her. Bang! Right as Olivia was pushing through Nicole's tricky questions with everything she had, Kevin slammed his fist on the armrest. Raging, he shot up from his seat and stormed off through the rows, not even bothering to look at Olivia, let alone wait for her. She called out to him, but he didn't stop. Left alone in that sea of mocking, curious stares, Olivia nearly fell apart, but she stayed seated. Walking away would only make it obvious that she was scared. Besides, Kevin hadn't really gone far. just moved to the exit, arms crossed, glaring at the big screen. Soon, the big screen switched over to Lucas Dalton. The entire room of celebrities instantly quieted down. They might not know him personally, but everyone in the industry knew this man had backed many major shows and blockbuster films. He was a heavyweight investor. No one wanted to step on his toes. The host turned to the front row, and the camera zoomed in on Lucas and the woman beside him, Claire Alton. But before anyone could say anything, Lucas took the mic, calmly reached out, and turned the camera away. Only after Claire was off screen did he withdraw his hand. His voice was deep and steady as it flowed from the speakers. "Please don't film my date. She's under national protection." The words hit like a bomb in the hall. National protection. What kind of background did she have? At the exit, Kevin McPherson's brows pulled together. Claire? Under national protection? What a joke. That Lucas Dalton guy must be deliberately hyping her up to make her look good. Claire, that quiet, soft, housewife-type woman, what could she possibly have going for her? Kevin sneered inwardly. The surrounding actresses managed to keep their expressions blank, though on the inside, jealousy was already bubbling. Yet they all held their breath, waiting for what the host would ask next. "We don't often see Mr. Dalton at public events," the host began, smiling. "Not only did you show up today, but you even brought a date. Could you tell us a bit about your relationship with this lovely lady?" Lucas hadn't expected that question. He'd only told the production crew to go with the flow. Even Claire, though still in disbelief, could clearly tell Lucas was standing up for her, maybe even taking a little revenge for what Olivia Brooks had done. So that's why he brought her to this red carpet event. Her chest warmed with sudden gratitude. Right then, the screen captured Lucas turning slightly to the right. His voice was low and gentle. "Can I tell them?" That show of respect, the subtle tenderness in his tone, plus his looks and status, almost set off a wave of silent screaming from the actresses watching. Claire didn't even know why, whether it was the aftershock of her emotions or simply the way Lucas was looking at her. But her heart did a tiny flip, and almost without thinking, she nodded. Lucas gave a barely there smile, turned back toward the mic, and said in a serious tone, "Right now, there's no official relationship." The host blinked, clearly caught off guard. But Lucas didn't let the pause linger. "But I hope one day it'll be something people can genuinely celebrate." Could his meaning be any clearer? Lucas Dalton, head of Muno International, was actively pursuing the woman beside him. Claire was stunned. She stared at him, dumbfounded. The host quickly smiled and said, "Then best wishes to Mr. Dalton for getting what he wants." The man smiled lightly. "Thanks." That smile, it was straight up lethal. Probably shattered half the actresses right there. So much envy, so much jealousy. Who the hell was that woman anyway? She actually got Lucas Dalton, the CEO of Muno International, to go after her? Kevin McPherson was already frozen in place. His brows were furrowed, face full of disbelief. No way. Was he seeing things? Was that woman really Claire Alton? Other than her looks being okay, what was so special about her? How in the world did she catch Lucas Dalton's attention? At that moment, Kevin was completely on edge, stuck between boiling rage and panic. Apparently, he'd already forgotten the part where he and Claire were getting a divorce, because he cheated. Meanwhile, ignoring all the stares filled with envy, Lucas Dalton held Claire's hand and walked her out ahead of everyone else. Kevin had been dead set on confronting that woman to confirm whether it was really Claire. Too late. Someone already told him they'd left through the back. He cursed under his breath, furious. Damn it! From the red carpet venue all the way to Lucas Dalton's mansion, the ride back was completely silent. Once they stepped inside, Claire finally broke the quiet. "Lucas, did you do all that for me?" She wasn't being full of herself, but she wasn't dumb either. The man, who had been loosening his tie as he climbed the stairs, paused for a second. He glanced back, side-eyeing her. "And what if I was? Would that make you happy?" Claire wasn't sure what was wrong with her, but she nodded. Maybe it was because no one had cared about her feelings like that for a long, long time. Whatever the reason, in the dim light, his voice came low and calm. "Then I did. It was for her. To stand up for her. That's why he set up that whole interview thing today." Claire stood there for a moment, dazed, then walked into her room. She looked down at the dress she was wearing, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she could almost feel the frozen part of her slowly starting to thaw again. Changing out of the dress, she folded it carefully, as if it were something precious, planning to get it dry cleaned before returning it to Lucas. After showering, she answered her ringing phone. "Hello? Is this Miss Claire Alton?" "Yes, this is she. This is Mr. Harris, the chief instructor at Muno Aviation Training Base. Please arrive at the training base by 9 a.m. next Monday for your reentry training session. It'll last 25 days. Claire's eyes brightened with surprise. "Great, I'll be there on time." She hung up, heart racing, barely able to contain her excitement. Lucas came out of the study and was immediately hit with the smell of food. Curious, he followed it. And in the kitchen, he spotted the figure of a woman cooking. "What are you doing?" Startled, Claire turned around. "I got a little hungry, so I figured I'd make something." She had no clue if delivery services would even make it out this far. It was so remote. So after struggling with the location services and getting nowhere, she gave up and went down to the kitchen to find something to eat. Seeing there were fresh veggies and some meat, she just cooked a little something. "I'll pay for it," she said right away. Lucas Dalton leaned against the glass door of the kitchen. He'd just showered, hair damp and still dripping slightly, looking fresh and relaxed. "You think I'm the kind of boss who'd let my staff go hungry?" Claire Alton immediately grinned. "Of course not. You're the best." Lucas glanced at the pot. "So, did you make mine too?" "Huh?" She blinked, then scrambled to respond. "Yeah, sure, I did." 10 minutes later, they were seated at the dining table. Lucas quietly ate, holding his bowl. Every time he finished a dish, he'd say something like, "This one tastes more authentic than any I've had before." "You put sugar in this dish?" Claire gave a nod. He hummed thoughtfully. "The sugar makes it better." His compliments made her genuinely happy. Her eyes practically lit up. Back then, Kevin McPherson wasn't overly critical, but he'd always find something to complain about. 6 dishes, and he'd nitpick at least 3. Even when she adjusted according to his feedback next time, he'd still come up with more problems. It wasn't until much later she realized maybe it wasn't about the food. Maybe he just didn't like her. And no matter what she did, it wouldn't be good enough for him. That spur-of-the-moment dinner left them both full, and soon after, they went to their own rooms to rest. Monday, 8 a.m. Claire sent Lucas a quick message to let him know where she was heading, and was about to go out when, hold on, she turned around. Lucas walked out from the front room, still in his pajamas. Even dressed lazily like that, he still looked ridiculously good. When he reached out and clasped a bracelet around her wrist, Claire was confused. "What's this?" Lucas spoke casually. "Once you start training again, you won't be allowed to leave the base. This bracelet, my mom gave it to me back when I took my college entrance exams. Now I'm giving it to you. I hope." He paused, searching for the right words. "You get what you hope for." Later, Claire left the house with her heart doing weird somersaults. Not long after, she heard someone calling her name. She turned. The autumn wind swirled between them, rustling the leaves. She heard Lucas say, "I can't always be there in person for you, but if you ever need anything, just call me. No matter where you are, I'll show up." As a few leaves floated past her face, her eyes suddenly got red. Ever since she lost her dad, she'd been on her own. No one had cared for her like this in a long, long time. Lucas didn't hear her answer right away. He lit a cigarette slowly, took a puff, then said lazily, "You remember that, yeah?" The sunlight broke through the clouds, piercing the sky before reaching the ground, becoming a bright wall between her and him. On that wall, scenes started to flicker. Kevin McPherson and Olivia Brooks being all lovey-dovey, him constantly defending her, taking trips together like nothing was wrong, even before he'd officially divorced Claire Alton. And of course, those 2 years of being dismissed and invalidated by him. Every frame chipped away at Claire's heart, draining the warmth out of it bit by bit. Without even realizing it, the softness she used to carry had faded along with that ridiculous failed marriage. What replaced it was a quiet kind of freedom, and at that very moment, the last bit of hesitation in her got wiped out by the sunlight, as if she'd shed her old skin and stepped into a new self. She turned to face Lucas Dalton. then asked something that even caught the man in pajamas off guard. "Lucas, are you this nice to all your employees?" Her question cracked something open. The autumn breeze picked up, leaves swirling in the wind. Though they stood barely a dozen meters apart, the gap between them suddenly felt worlds wide. With the sunlight blurring her vision, she couldn't clearly see his face, but his voice came through, tinged with a light smile. "What do you think?" He tossed the question right back at her. Maybe it was all the emotional bruises Kevin left behind, but Claire didn't hesitate this time. All the shyness and naivety were gone. "I asked you." Even Lucas didn't expect her to come at him so directly. And then, through the hazy morning light, the tall man slowly walked toward her. Even in nothing but pajamas, with that laid-back stance, his presence still sent a jolt through Claire's chest. She'd never really dated anyone before. What she had with Kevin was a rushed marriage, no real time for the relationship to grow, just two people skipping all the getting-to-know-you stuff and jumping straight into a bland, eventually broken life together. So now she was unusually alert. Every move Lucas made felt like it crossed a line that went way beyond boss-employee. She was kind, sure, but not stupid. This time, Lucas didn't dodge. He stopped in front of her, eyes steady. "What exactly are you asking me? Say it again." Out of nowhere, a line popped into Claire's head. A real man doesn't run from hard questions. He faces them. Kevin wasn't that kind, but Lucas was. "Are you like this with everyone at work?" she asked. "Like what?" "Caring, protective, always checking in." Claire spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Her usually gentle eyes had changed. There was a sharpness at the corners, a kind of quiet danger, like she was ready to fight if she had to. Lucas looked down at her, tall frame casting a shadow. After about 3 seconds, he answered no. He wasn't like that with everyone. Then why me? Claire wasn't sure why she even asked. Maybe her feelings were still a tangled mess, no place to go. Maybe she was overthinking things again. Did he see some kind of value in her? Was it like Kevin all over again, choosing her for marriage just because she seemed like someone who could keep a household running? Every flicker of emotion in her eyes, Lucas caught it all. He saw her like a small animal bristling with spikes, lashing out just to stay safe. So when the man stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, Claire instinctively took a step back, but didn't manage to escape him. Lucas held her close, one arm around her waist, the other gently patting her back, over and over. So his voice came from just beside her left ear, low and calm. "Honestly, I was worried I might scare you. But if you really want an answer, yeah, you could say I'm poking my nose in where I shouldn't. Still, I don't do this for just anyone. If you don't believe me, how about we talk after your training wraps up?" Talk? Claire Alton could feel how close Lucas Dalton was, his warmth, the sincerity, and a hint of careful restraint in his tone. A light pat landed on the top of her head. Gentle. Lucas chuckled softly. "If one day it gets too much and you feel like quitting, just call me. I'll come get you, rain or shine." Those words hit her out of nowhere, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't overthink it," Lucas added casually. "I just want you to know, you're not out here on your own. As long as I'm around, you don't have to be afraid. If you really want to give up, then come home. With me here, you've got nothing to be scared of. If it gets too hard, just come home." Lucas let go of her, turned her around by the shoulders, and gave a little nudge. "Go chase that dream." And just as he turned to, Claire's tears finally slipped down. Hot, real, falling straight into the world's embrace. Every step she took forward now, she wasn't alone. It was like there was sunlight behind her, and him, always watching her back. Claire raised her head, walking directly into the promise of morning. Lucas stood still, keeping his eyes on her as she got into the car. Matthew White finally came over and glanced ahead. "You like her, don't you?" "Like what?" Lucas didn't even look his way. He just kept thinking about how Claire once helped him through a rough patch. A few simple words, but they gave him strength he didn't even know he had. So, now that he had the power, he wanted to pull her out too, give her that same strength she gave him. As Lucas turned to leave, he couldn't help throwing one more line over his shoulder. "Give the training base a heads up. Don't be too hard on her." Matthew raised a brow. "Still claiming he doesn't like her, huh?" He's already bent the rules for Miss Alton more times than he can count. There's a new female pilot at the training base? Samantha's jaw nearly hit the floor. Wasn't it a known thing that Skyforest International didn't accept female pilots? Even for the rare exceptions, they had to be military trained and retired first. Samantha, for example, had transferred from the Air Force, hence her status as the only female pilot at the company. So this new girl, was she military too? Samantha motioned to her co-pilot. Go dig around. Find out what's going on. At the training base, Claire looked kind of off when she arrived, and it was all because of something she saw on the way here, a piece of celebrity news about that red carpet event. Lucas Dalton was, wait, what? He's actually the chairman of Skyforest International. She always thought he was some high-level exec. When did he turn into the boss? Claire was completely thrown. The man who'd been quietly supporting her this whole time turned out to be someone way more influential than she'd imagined. Miss Alton? A man standing at the gate noticed her zoning out and walked up to check. Are you okay? Snapping out of it, Claire shook away the swirl of thoughts. Yeah, I'm good. The man smiled, friendly. You're the last one we've been waiting for. Come on in. Following him into the training base, Claire was first given her official Skyforest pilot uniform. Once she changed into it and caught her reflection in the mirror, her heart began to pound. It had been years since she wore something like this. White shirt, black slacks with the company's logo stamped on her tie and above her chest. Claire instinctively clenched her fists. A sharp, determined glint flashed through her eyes. No one could stop her now. No one. The base, Claire Alton stepped into the lineup, 10 pilots in total. The instructor, dressed in a flight suit, ran through the basic rules from the Kino Aviation Pilot Handbook, then added, other airlines may not require such a long requalification program, but Kino puts passenger safety first. That's why we ask for your patience. In a little over 20 days, if you pass, you'll be official Kino pilots. Everyone responded in unison, yes, sir. That unified, full-of-fight answer lit something under Claire's skin. Her competitive streak surged to the surface. She wasn't the quiet type, never had been. She wasn't someone to get walked all over either, and being the forgiving, soft kind, not her. She had always been sharp, ambitious, and yet she'd lost that edge, all because of Kevin McPherson. Back at the academy, she crushed every test, top of the class. Even as a co-pilot at the national airline, she stood out. Sharpest in the cockpit, always. Now she had to reclaim herself, for her own sake, and for Lucas Dalton's. At the very least, she wasn't going to be the one to embarrass Lucas. Claire Alton, she took a step forward without hesitation. Here. Others glanced over out of the corners of their eyes, visibly caught off guard. This woman had serious presence, back straight, face calm, no trace of a smile. There was something steely and untamed about her. You've got the least airtime here. Next, you'll be flying the Airbus A340. You up for it? I can handle it, she answered cleanly. All right. There's no traffic along this route, the instructor explained. You'll each take a turn flying the aircraft along the path I give you. The shortest time with zero incidents, turbulence, disruptions, anything, gets top marks, and so on down the list. Everyone was quickly sent off. 10 pilots, only one woman, and the one with the least experience. The rest included seasoned veterans and pilots grounded for various reasons. But either way, all had clocked way more hours than Claire. Before they began, the instructor added a note of warning. We've secured permission from Civil Aviation for this program to last just over 20 days. A lot of it's built on military aviation standards. That said, only the top 3 by final ranking will be made full captains. Even if you didn't initially meet the requirements, you'll move up. Anyone else who passes will be assigned as co-pilot. If anyone has objections, speak up now. If you bail midway, Kino won't consider you again, ever. That caused a stir. The remaining 9 exchanged uneasy mutters, faces visibly unsettled. Every person here had skills. Some were ex-military elites, others had flight hours most commercial captains could only dream of. The pressure was real. Miss the top 3, and you're co-pilot for good. No one wants to take the right seat if they've always been in the left. So really the choice was simple. Walk away now, or go all in. Seeing Claire, the only woman out of the bunch, standing firm without a flicker of doubt, someone on the instructor's side quietly typed something into their phone. Well, since nobody seems to be walking, here's hoping you all crush this. All right, who wants to go first? Everyone glanced around at each other. Eventually, a cocky young guy stepped up. Claire stayed put. No way she'd draw attention to herself this early, not with a room full of veterans. And yeah, those ex-military guys? No joke. The training ahead? Pure hell. There was a strict time limit for this test. Anyone finishing within it could count as passing. But to truly prove yourself, you had to make it through a tricky radar obstacle plotted mid-route. Yeah, this one really separated the pros from the rest. Claire Alton had been sitting around for over 5 hours, eyes fixed on the giant display screen that updated every pilot's ID and completion time. She came in last, so her number was 10. 3 fake radar obstacles, all at different altitudes, someone muttered after they got back. I had to keep the plane steady and still make it through in a blink. Are they trying to train us like fighter jet pilots or what? Everyone was griping. So far, 4 people had finished this segment within time, but if Claire wanted to pass this round and stay in contention for captain, she had to be top 3. Number 2, an ex-military pilot, held first place at 23 minutes. Second was number 6, who landed safely in 25. Third was number 4 at 29. Fourth place was number 8, who clocked in at 33 minutes. Translation, Claire had to finish under 29 minutes to squeeze into the top 3. Number 10. It was the instructor calling. Claire got to her feet and walked forward slowly. Some people were watching her with tense nerves. Others didn't give her a second thought. Especially the third place guy. He was clearly sweating it. As long as Claire didn't come into the top 3, he was in the clear. This early stage of training was all about elimination. Make it past this, and the rest was just simulations, not nearly as cutthroat. Just before Claire boarded the plane, the instructor added, "Oh, forgot to mention this. Every single performance record gets sent straight to the Civil Aviation Authority. No funny business here, so don't even think about pulling strings." Claire wasn't new to the captain chair. Back when she was co-pilot for a veteran captain, she'd spend a good chunk of time actually flying while the captain rested. Unlike when she flew helicopters, the controls and instruments in front of her now felt like home. She could feel her blood pumping, energy surging through her veins. Claire was fully switched on. She never let herself be the one to fall behind. "Ready for takeoff," came from the staff on the ground. Claire taxied the plane forward. It picked up speed on the runway, and then liftoff. Her launch was smooth as butter, every motion crisp and precise. "Her takeoff speed almost matches that old army guy's," someone whispered. "Sure, but so what? She's still a woman. Bet when she hits the radar obstacles, it all falls apart." The old military guy said nothing, his eyes locked on the radar screen, tracking the A340 Claire was flying. Claire reached cruise altitude and continued on course. Not long after, 3 red virtual obstacles popped up on her radar. They weren't physical, which made it even tougher. No way of knowing if you were cutting it too close, no visual markers. To stay safe, you could fly wider, but that meant wasting precious time. Claire wasn't here to play it safe. She had one goal: stay in the top 3. Down below, the 9 who had already finished were chatting among themselves now, especially the ones holding the top spots. Only the old military guy stayed silent, his eyes glued to the radar feed. Holy! One of the staff on the ground let out a stunned curse, unable to hold it in. Others followed his gaze and gasped. Wait, how is she so fast? One by one, all the pilots on standby stood up in shock. And it was in that moment, Claire Alton felt truly alive again. The old veteran pilot just chuckled, a satisfied look flickering in his eyes. At the same moment, over at the Civil Aviation Administration, one of the monitors had locked onto a jet flying unusually fast. "Who's flying that one?" a senior executive asked. "It's marked as number 10, a staff member replied. The higher-up raised an eyebrow. "Military background?" "Nope, just a regular co-pilot before." Back at the training base, Claire Alton flew the entire course flawlessly, cool as ice, while trying to match the top 3 flight times. Her mind kept playing back the flying tips her grandpa used to give her, ways to dodge obstacles, little tricks that could save a run. She practically ran the plane like it was scripted, sticking to every move her grandpa had once shown her. The previous veteran tilted his aircraft at just under 28%, but Claire, who wasn't even a captain, only needed a 30% tilt to clear the same obstacle clean. When the A340 marked number 10 landed safely, the pilot who held third place went pale. Game over. The instructor was floored, announcing, voice faltering, "Pilot number 10 completed the run in 27 minutes and 32 seconds, avoided all obstacles, no mistakes made." 0 mistakes. Even now, out of the current top 3, only the veteran avoided hitting any obstacle. Both the second and third place pilots had clipped virtual ones. When number 10's data popped up in gold on the screen, Claire's name landed solidly in third place. Only the top 3 get their numbers highlighted in gold. As Claire brought the aircraft to a steady stop and stepped out, she glanced up at the screen. Then she beamed, a smile brighter than the blazing sun above. There was confidence in her expression, calm and fierce all at once. At the Civil Aviation Administration, the rookie's performance had already caught the big shot's attention. It was getting harder to find skilled pilots with raw talent, so every prodigy was a potential game changer. "A female pilot?" asked Mr. Collins, the man in charge of scouting talent, and once an accomplished pilot himself. "Let me see her file." He skimmed through Claire Alton's record. "Tch, what a shame. Looks like she didn't fly at all for 2 years. Still, keep a close eye. Let's see if she can make it through all the way." Got it. Right then, Mr. Collins personally reached out to Lucas Dalton. When the first test was done, the 10 candidates stood side by side. Even though Claire wasn't short by any means among the women, next to all the guys, she definitely looked the smallest. Still, in her flight suit, her presence didn't lose out to any of them. The instructor stared at the display listing the top 3, took a moment, and said, "Congrats to our top 3 pilots, especially number 10, strong showing." Claire responded, "Thanks for the vote of confidence, sir, but compared to the experience they've got, I just got lucky today." That one line was enough to take the edge off for those who didn't do as well. The next assessment was set for 3 days later. Until then, it was business as usual, regular training during the day and everyone staying in their own rooms at night. Claire had no clue that her performance was already making waves in professional circles, especially among the pilots who lost today. They were obsessively replaying her flight video, trying to figure out how she pulled it off. Not that Claire paid it any mind. The moment she got back to her dorm, she hit the shower and called it an early night. Because she'd been on edge for so long, the moment she hit the bed, she passed out cold and didn't wake until the next day. At Muno International, in the chairman's office, "What are you staring at again?" Benjamin Hart walked in to find Matthew White glued to his tablet screen. Matthew leaned toward him, lowering his voice. "Thinking about Miss Alton." "You're what?" Benjamin blinked, baffled. That word choice threw him off. What the hell did thinking even mean in this context? Matthew just gave him that usual can't-tell-you smug look. Benjamin plopped into a chair and lit a cigarette. "Heard your helicopter pilot's been making waves in the industry? There's already interest from military pilots and folks from Air China. She's definitely caught the Civil Aviation Administration's attention too," Matthew said, eyes still on the screen. Lucas Dalton finally looked up from the video. "What are you even doing here?" "Checking if you've been love-struck to the point that you're slacking off," Benjamin shot back without missing a beat. Lucas wasn't amused and shot him a glare. But the guy wasn't wrong. Lucas couldn't stop thinking about her. Ever since Claire Alton left, the apartment had felt emptier than usual. He'd ended up sitting outside her bedroom door the entire night. Even he didn't quite understand why he felt so out of sorts. It's not like they'd spent that much time together. Meanwhile, Claire was running drills with the team, but her head wasn't in it. Every other second, his face would pop into her mind. Worse still, she kept hearing his voice in her ears. His affirmations, the way he stood up for her, those words echoed loud enough to mess with the beat of her heart. But it had already been 4 days since she'd arrived at the training base, and she hadn't contacted Lucas once. Still, the 10 of them showed up for training, ready for round 2 of the assessment. Just as everyone was bracing themselves for the new task, the instructor came in and said, "We're taking a day off today." and then he left in a hurry. Someone leaned toward a nearby staff member. "Something happened?" The staffer's face was grim. "There's been an earthquake in Jingdu. Some of our people are trapped over there. The rescue team's already on the move." That news hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Earthquake? "Is the whole rescue team from Muno Aviation going?" asked trainee number 4. The staffer hesitated, then said, "The chairman's in Jingdu too." That made it sink in even harder. Claire's eyes widened as she suddenly remembered Lucas had mentioned going to Jingdu in a few days. That was 4 or 5 days ago. There's a good chance he was already there. She blurted, "How strong was the quake?" All heads turned toward her. Quiet and reserved most of the time, Claire hardly spoke, but now her concern cut through the air. The staffer's expression didn't change. 6.2 magnitude. A lot of the planes over there can't even fly. With major power failures and damaged systems, aircraft couldn't maintain signal or navigation, basically grounded. Military units had already launched rescue efforts, and several private rescue teams were heading towards Jingdu. The whole country was rallying to help. Claire spun around and bolted toward the dorms. She yanked out her phone and dialed Lucas's number. Ring, ring, twice. Still no answer. Her face tightened in worry. She scrolled through her call log and realized he'd actually tried calling her that morning. Twice. He called me? Gripping her phone, she rushed down the stairs, only to see everyone gathered around the big screen TV in the lounge. The broadcast was showing grim footage of the Jingdu earthquake. Buildings were tilting. A tsunami triggered by the quake had swallowed entire beachfronts. People in the footage looked terrified, running for their lives. Rescue teams were heading there one after another. But honestly, with so many people needing help, their manpower was barely a drop in the bucket. Jingdu International Airport. Lucas Dalton experienced his first ever earthquake here. The main quake had just hit, and experts warned the aftershocks wouldn't be light either. 3 of Muno Airlines' planes were stranded at the airport, and one of them had already lost its left wing to the quake. Instead of bailing, Lucas stayed put, calmly directing Muno's rescue team to get crew members onto helicopters first. The airline had its own emergency team. 6 choppers had flown in, trained to pull trapped employees out of tough spots. "Go first," Lucas said as he gave Matthew White a firm push. Matthew stared at him, stunned. "Are you serious right now? 3 planes can't fly out. Someone has to organize things from the other side. You go. I'll leave when the next team gets here." Lucas spoke evenly, no hesitation. The airport was packed. People were panicking, shouting, doing anything to get on a helicopter. 3 captains, 4 co-pilots, and dozens of crew were still stuck. The rescue team rushed over. "Mr. Dalton, we're out of time. You need to leave now. The aftershock alert just went out. It's coming within 30 minutes. There's heavy fog across the airspace near Jingdu. Getting here was a nightmare." The message was clear. This might be the last team to make it in before the shaking starts again. No one else could come until after the aftershock hit. "Get the crew out first," Lucas ordered, "especially the captains, and load up that plane that's still airworthy. Take as many passengers as possible before it maxes out." Matthew opened his mouth to argue, but one look from Lucas shut him down. The rescue team followed instructions. Crew members were one by one ushered into helicopters, each leaving in sequence. The last Muno passenger plane had just lifted off when Lucas finally took a seat. But then it started. The ground beneath them shook violently. Terrified, Matthew yanked Lucas down and dragged him toward a safer spot. The aftershock was brutal. Buildings swayed, some nearly crumbling. Seawater crashed inland like it had broken free. Nature's power made humans feel impossibly small and helpless. No fighting back. No way out. Thousands of people still trapped at the airport screamed, cried, prayed the quake would end soon. On the open tarmac, people dropped flat, including Lucas, clinging tightly to the ground as Matthew kept him down. It lasted over 5 minutes. Absolute hell. Once the shaking stopped, relief washed over the crowd. People hugging, sobbing, others completely losing it, screaming to escape. Lucas sat up, scanning the sky filled with thick, dark clouds. He didn't flinch. Matthew spoke up. "Mr. Dalton, come on, let's move back. Our next rescue team should arrive soon." Lucas raised a hand and pointed. "Look over there." Far to the left, That stretch of sea connecting to Pingsong port, way off in the distance, waves were surging beneath a lowering wall of black cloud, rising like a massive ocean wall. A tsunami. If it hit, the airport would go under in seconds. And it wouldn't stop there. Jingdu itself might be a third underwater. There was nowhere to run. The tide was picking up crazy fast. No way it'd take more than half an hour to hit land. And the first spot in its path? Jingdu International Airport, right at the shore. Matthew White panicked. "We gotta move now." Everyone else saw it too. Chaos broke out as people took off in the opposite direction like their lives depended on it, which they probably did. Right then, Lucas Dalton, for some reason even he couldn't explain, pulled out his phone to call Claire Alton. He had no clue what he wanted to say, maybe nothing specific. He just needed to hear her voice. But the call didn't go through. Images of Claire's teary face flashed through his mind, along with the memory of the first time they met on a flight all those years ago. "Matthew, go," Lucas said, putting away his phone. Hunched against the wind, he struggled to light a cigarette. "You." Matthew clenched his jaw, hesitating. Lucas stared at the waves barreling in from the distance. "There are still crew members here. You think I'm gonna bail before they're safe? I'm the boss. That's my job." Around them, people were in full-on survival mode, brushing past Lucas roughly as they made a run for it. Just then, 11 of the remaining crew from Muno Air gathered near. "Mr. Dalton, you should go. We understand. Even if we're stuck here, we won't blame you. You organizing our evacuation in person already means a lot." They all lined up behind him. Still, it was clear from the tears rolling down their faces that fear hadn't gone anywhere. Who wouldn't be terrified right now? Lucas took a drag from his smoke and looked back at them. "From the day you joined Muno Air, the deal's been clear. If you're ever in danger because of this job, we'll do everything we can to keep you safe." That hit home. All their eyes went red instantly. That right there was why Muno Air held such weight in the aviation world. Passengers came first, yeah, but so did the crew. Jingdu International Airport had turned into pure chaos. The smaller airlines hadn't even bothered sending help. Staff from other companies who were still stuck there had already given up. They've flown enough to know what those waves really meant. At this point, hundreds of people had stopped running. What was the point? Jindu's layout was surrounded by sea. There was nowhere to run. In maybe 15 minutes, this place would be history. Matthew White had sat down too, looking wrecked but oddly calm. People from different airlines huddled in little groups. Some stared hollowly at the waves. Some were on the phone, leaving their final words behind. The sound of crying was everywhere. The closer the water got, the wilder the wind became. It whipped so hard it stung their faces and forced their eyes shut. All around, eyes searched the sky, desperately hoping for a miracle. But even the airport staff of Jingdu knew escape was no longer an option. With winds this crazy and the fog this thick, no plane could lift off. Hopelessness hung heavy in the air. Lucas stared at the last call that never connected, Claire Alton's name still showing on screen. All signal was gone, no more calls. The sky had been ripped apart by clouds and sea wind. It was impossible to tell if it was day or night. "What the hell is that? Is that a chopper?" Someone shouted, and all heads snapped up. Off in the sky, maybe 100 meters out, a helicopter was fighting through the storm, battling the wind, pushing toward them through the roaring clouds and whipping rain. Matthew fumbled with his glasses, squinting. Leaves and debris were flying everywhere. Lucas could barely see a thing. Then suddenly a captain from Muno Air yelled out, voice cracking with shock and hope. "Mr. Dalton, that's your helicopter. That's yours." More backup. From Muno Air? Right now, up in the sky. External signals were completely down. They had to rely solely on their instincts to fly. 10 helicopters were making their way over at the same time. The lead chopper hovered in place, not moving an inch despite rocking slightly under the wind. The others quickly darted past it, splitting to the left and right. These 10 were the same ones undergoing training back at the base. At the very front was Claire Alton. Before takeoff, Claire had instructed them, "I'll go first and clear the airflow. No signal now, so pay attention to where I land. Use the lift from my chopper to hit the ground fast." She was breaking the wind for them, taking the risk all on her own. Otherwise, with the size and weight of these choppers, landing safely was probably out of the question. So when that jet-black helicopter cut through the sky, it was like hope itself showed up for the people trapped below who'd already given up. It circled in the air, and then 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 helicopters swooped down on either side of the black chopper, all touching down in one clean line. The 9th one matched altitude with Claire's, then dropped in together. Lucas Dalton stared as the black chopper headed straight toward him. Between the roar of spinning blades, his view suddenly cleared, and he saw her. She was wearing a headset, her face tense and focused. After all the helicopters had landed, Claire had, somehow, instantly taken on the role of their leader. She jumped out and shouted, "Start loading up! Fill every seat you can!" The other more seasoned pilots didn't even think twice. They just moved and began organizing people aboard. Claire turned and headed in a specific direction. Lucas stood frozen on the spot, watching her come straight for him. Soon, there was barely a meter between them. Over the wind, Claire raised her voice. "Lucas Dalton, I didn't get your call, but I still came for you." No words could describe the way his heart flipped in that moment. Claire grabbed his hand, saying, "All the Mokuno staff, get on the last aircraft." That one had been left empty, deliberately reserved just for Mokuno's personnel by Claire in advance. With time running short, Matthew White gave Lucas a push into the helicopter. In under 5 minutes, over 100 people had boarded. Besides the Mokuno team, folks from other airlines had also made it on. Most were crying the moment they sat down, totally overwhelmed. That's when Claire finally turned on her private comms. She hadn't used it earlier to save power. Running out mid-flight would have been dangerous. But now that they were heading back, every life on board needed protection. Lucas fastened his seatbelt as voices crackled to life over the open comms. Every pilot was in their seat, flying their bird. One after another, 10 helicopters lifted off, and just like before, that black chopper was the first to rise. Through the comms, a voice came through, loud and clear. Hundreds of people heard someone sobbing as they asked, "Captain, is the lead chopper empty?" A pilot answered quietly, "Yeah, no passengers." The pilot paused for a second, his voice a bit hoarse. She flew in the lead to break through the wind. The turbulence and thick fog made it super risky for our lightweight helicopters. They could get blown off course easily. But as long as one chopper broke through first, the rest could follow safely. So, one of the grounded pilots suddenly caught on. She put herself at risk to make sure we could all get back. All the other pilots across the channels responded in unison. Yeah. Lucas Dalton felt a sharp pang in his chest, almost like his heart skipped a beat. Even Matthew White, beside him, frowned slightly. Then someone shouted, "Heavy fog ahead. Visibility is close to zero. What do we do now?" Everyone realized that the whole lineup had stopped, circling in place. Just a couple seconds later, a firm female voice came through. "I'll cut through first. The moment the fog clears, you all fly right behind." "Roger that," the other pilots replied. It was Claire Alton. Not far off, everyone nearby saw the black helicopter at the front suddenly speed off like a shot through the mist. Lucas immediately snapped upright, eyes locked on the chopper way ahead. Her voice came again through the channel, urging them, "Go now." The rest of the helicopters began to move almost at the same time. Once they made it past the heavy fog over Jingdu, they'd be in the clear to head home. Then Claire's voice rang out again. "Number 6, take lead." That was Lucas's chopper. No one argued. Every pilot there was a pro and knew sticking together in a crisis was the only right call. Number 6 pushed forward, overtaking the others and taking the lead. Lucas couldn't stop staring back. Every one of them made it through the thickest part of the fog, except for that black chopper, still hovering at the rear. She stayed like a guardian, seeing every last one of them out safely. At Muno International Training Base, all 10 helicopters landed safely. People were crying with relief, hugging one another, overwhelmed with gratitude. Claire was the last one off her aircraft. She looked like part of it, like she hadn't fully stepped away from the machine. She was pale, visibly shaking, hands, face, everything. As soon as her boots hit the ground, she crouched where she stood, one hand pressed over her chest, trying to calm down. The fog and the wind had been terrifying. How could she not be scared? Even seasoned pilots had hesitated, and she wasn't even a full-time captain yet. Those veteran pilots, sure, they dealt with worse, but that was in giant airliners, built to handle pressure. A helicopter? One misstep and you get flipped like a toy. That's why only folks who'd actually been in her shoes understood just how huge her role was in that mission. Suddenly a hand grabbed hers, pulling her upright. In front of her stood Lucas, eyes bloodshot. He looked rougher than usual, almost wild. His grip on her hand was iron tight. "Who told you to go to Jingdu?" Claire met his stare without flinching. "I did. When she decided to fly into Jingdu, she had to report the route. But command turned her down and told her a few other helicopters would go instead. So 10 of them ended up flying solo each, forming a V formation heading right into the danger." "Why did you go?" Lucas asked, eyes narrowing. Claire blinked slowly, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. After a pause, she looked at him and shot back, "Then why do you keep helping me?" There was a flicker of unease in Lucas Dalton's eyes, the kind that's hard to hide. "Do you realize that even the tiniest mistake out there could have caused every helicopter to crash?" The storm had been brutal. If Claire Alton, leading the fleet, had even slightly lost control, her chopper would have spiraled and taken down the rest with it, sending them all crashing into the sea or the ground. Claire was still in her pilot uniform, one hand resting casually on the front wheel of the helicopter. She tilted her head sideways, a smirk tugging at her lips. There was even a hint of defiance in it. "Lucas, I've flown through 2 thunderstorms and a tsunami." Her tone was almost teasing. "A little turbulence like that? Not nearly enough to keep me from bringing you back." Lucas felt his heart skip. Yeah, partly from what she said about the storms and tsunami, but more than that, it was that last bit. "She flew through hell just to bring him back?" "You're not even a captain, are you?" he asked, sidestepping everything else she just said. Claire lowered her gaze, then gave in to the exhaustion and slowly crouched down, finally sitting on the tarmac. The adrenaline that had kept her going had finally worn off, and now everything was hitting her at once. "The first thunderstorm? That was with my grandpa during a military flight. It was his retirement demo flight, and he let me ride along. We hit a storm, and since I'd already started flight training, he had no choice but to let me assist." She paused, then said, "The second time, the captain suddenly had a health issue midair. I was the co-pilot, had to take over, keep all the passengers safe. It was close, but we made it." "And the tsunami?" "I flew that mission with the captain assigned at the time. Even with just over 2,000 flight hours under her belt, Claire had faced way more than most. Storms, disasters, she knew how to handle it on her own." "Miss Alton. Miss Alton." Just then, the rescued crew from other airlines came rushing over. "Miss Alton, we really can't thank you enough. All the other captains said it. If you hadn't cut straight through that storm, we might not have made it back." "Exactly. You're so young, yet so fearless. Honestly, we're all in awe." Pilots, co-pilots, flight attendants, they all looked at Claire with sincere gratitude in their eyes. Claire stood up. She clearly looked drained, but still managed to speak steadily. "No need to thank me. If anyone deserves the credit, it's my boss. Without the platform Woodfield Air gave me, I wouldn't have even made it here." Lucas glanced over, caught a bit off guard. She had passed every bit of credit onto Woodfield. Soon the crowd closed in on him, and after Lucas finally made it out past the flood of people, he spotted her, walking off alone, slowly disappearing into the distance. Her slender, solitary figure somehow tugged at Lucas Dalton's heart. He waved off the others to Matthew White and strode straight toward Claire Alton. "Claire." She turned her head at the sound of her name, only to be caught in a sudden hug. She blinked, stunned. It was Lucas. His hugs were usually polite, gentle, almost fatherly, like a warm pat on the back. But not this time. This embrace was tight, forceful, almost overwhelming. She could feel the strength behind it, and somehow she knew struggling would be pointless. "What are you doing?" Her voice was hoarse with confusion. Lucas mumbled, "Feels like time's going way too slow." She blinked again, clearly not following. He added, 20 days. "Huh? You heading out on a trip or something?" "You can just get another pilot to fly you over," Claire offered, assuming he had some urgent travel coming up. But that wasn't it at all. For the first time, Lucas found himself feeling a bit guilty. He'd always been the kind of man who did things openly. If he had to offend someone, fine. Revenge? He faced it head on, never the sneaky type. Except now, when it came to wanting her to get divorced sooner, yeah, maybe he was getting a little impatient. He finally let her go, his eyes locked on hers, deep, unreadable, yet impossible to ignore. Focus on the training. Contract's already ready for you. Claire watched him walk away, and that part of her heart she thought had long since shattered. It felt like someone had quietly started piecing it back together. Still cracked, still broken, but not entirely lost. Was he waiting for her? Claire had no clue how massive the rescue mission had become. As soon as the storm cleared, she went right back to prepping for the next round of simulation assessments. But something had changed. From that day on, the other captains treated her completely differently, like a switch had been flipped. They started coming to her with questions, asking for advice. After all, most captains go through their whole careers without flying through a lightning storm or a tsunami. Her experience had become rare and valuable. Not just that, whenever someone brought snacks or treats, she'd be the first they handed them to. Big brothers, uncles, everyone started treating her like a little sister. Claire had basically become the group's favorite, shining bright at base like a star. She hadn't even realized the second round wasn't going to happen. So when she saw her name ranked first on the list, she was completely thrown off. An old retired military pilot chuckled. This round was supposed to be about flying in extreme weather, but with the sudden earthquake, the entire flight to Jingzhou got turned into a 3D simulation. Civil Aviation Authority reviewed it. You earned that top spot, no question. We all agree. It's not just your skills, it's the nerve you showed out there. Claire looked around at the 9 captains, all far more seasoned than her, now clapping enthusiastically. Her eyes stung with heat. She hadn't felt truly seen or appreciated like this in ages. And soon enough, news of it spread through the aviation circle. People quickly learned that the young woman who had flown from Pingsang Port to Nianzhou in just over 50 minutes led a heli squad through crazy bad weather to deliver aid in post-quake Jingzhou and brought everyone home safe was a 25-year-old named Claire Alton. Her name had already started making waves outside the base. When folks from various departments and military aviation units asked around, Lucas Dalton said just one sentence: "She's going to be my captain at Timber Air. I'm not letting her go." That one line was enough to shut down most people's plans to poach her. When Samantha caught wind of all this, her curiosity about this woman named Claire Alton piqued. But Claire's profile had already been blocked as classified by Timber Air. No one could dig up a thing. So, Claire stayed at the base, focused and steady, grinding through the near 20-day training camp. During that time, she had zero contact with Lucas Dalton. She fully immersed herself in the training with the other captains, discussing flight techniques, working through emergency scenarios. Her schedule was packed, but it felt damn good. "Claire, have you flown fighter jets before?" someone asked mid-meal, eyes curious. Claire paused mid-bite and nodded. "My grandpa used to fly them." "No wonder," a teammate murmured. Then an older military pilot chimed in from across the table. "Was your granddad James Alton?" Claire blinked, taken aback. "You knew him?" Both her parents carry the Alton name. The old captain nodded slowly. "He was my team lead back in the day. First time I saw you, I thought you looked familiar. He used to show off your pictures all the time, said you were top of your class at the flight academy. He was so proud." Hearing that, Claire's eyes stung a little. She thought of how she'd almost thrown it all away for some guy, how she nearly let go of her dream. Her heart twisted with guilt. She'd let her grandpa down. "But he wasn't wrong to believe in you," the old pilot added. "You're damn good." The other captains around the table nodded in agreement. One of them said, "If you end up as captain, we'll back you up. Keep pushing forward." Claire's lips curled into a grin. "Thanks, guys." The next day marked the end of the nearly 3-week training. When the composite results of the 3 evaluations were released, Claire, despite being one of the youngest, came in second place, right after the seasoned military vet. She'd officially made the top 3. But before the rankings even made the full rounds, Timber International's upper management raised objections. She's talented, sure, but we can't ignore protocol. She's never captained a flight, nor handled real-time emergencies. We can't gamble with passenger safety and our company's reputation. I vote no for her becoming captain. I second that, someone else chimed in. Pretty much everyone shot down the idea of Claire Alton becoming a captain. Sure, there were a couple who stayed neutral, and maybe one or two secretly on her side. The guy at the head of the table didn't say a word the whole time. He was half leaning on the chair, hand to his temple, flipping through one of the files on his lap, or pretending to. Once the room quieted down, Lucas Dalton finally looked up, but instead of speaking, he turned his gaze toward one of the execs. That was Ryan Carter, head of the flight division, early 40s, always wearing a friendly face. His hair was a little thin, but his youthful features made up for it. Ryan was one of the few who backed Claire. Noticing Lucas's look, Ryan sat up, cleared his throat, and said, "Honestly, there's no need to make a fuss over this. The training at the base followed military pilot standards, and it was made clear from the start, if you ranked in the top 3, you'd be promoted to captain. Even the Civil Aviation Authority signed off on it. Anyone good enough to place top 3 is legit talented." Right away, someone objected. Rules are rules. At Cunye Air, we've never changed that. If she makes captain without clocking the required 2,700 flight hours, what will the other talented co-pilots think? Ryan let out a short laugh. Then why bother with the test at all? Why even bring up military-grade exams? Might as well have told everyone ahead of time that even getting top 3 wouldn't change a thing. But then his smile faded and his tone got sharper, hinting at the authority behind his words. If you're going to cling to the rules, fine, I'll stick to them too. It was set from the start. Top 3 qualifies for captain. If we backtrack now, what message are we sending? That Cunye Air doesn't keep its word, or that the Civil Aviation Authority doesn't? Let me be blunt. Claire's already getting offers from multiple airlines, even Air China. One of their senior officers personally called, said she used to be theirs, and if we don't promote her, they'll gladly take her back with better pay. He took a breath and continued, "We're short on qualified pilots as it is. With more international routes, we need to grow our own talent. Claire proved herself, beat out the best, flew through sea fog, saved the entire crew and our chairman. If that's not a captain, I don't know what is." After that, no one said a word. Heads dropped. Claire basically shot to fame overnight. She'd flown with the rescue team in brutal weather, risking her life to pull off that mission. She saved the chairman, along with the entire crew. What more could you ask for? To deny such skill over a technicality? That just felt wrong. Ryan sneaked a quick look over at Lucas. Still no reaction. So Ryan pressed again. "All right, let's vote again." Slowly, those who didn't agree started raising their hands, hesitant but raising them all the same. Ryan counted. More than half. Great, follow through with the contract, promote her properly. The HR exec nodded. "Will do." It wasn't until then that Lucas Dalton put the file down, gave everyone a quick glance, and left the room without a word. He walked out of the boardroom, but for a moment, no one else moved. Ryan Carter was the first to get up and head out. "Hey, Ryan," one exec who had just joined the company caught up to him. "You really spoke up for Claire Alton back there. Aren't you worried the other shareholders might not like that?" Ryan chuckled. "Shareholders? Come on. Let's be real about who's really in charge here, okay? As the head of flight operations, my job is to find the best pilots for this company. Period. And as a team member, when the boss can't step in, I do it for him. That's how I stay alive around here. Got it?" The young exec looked like he'd just gotten a master class, nodding nonstop. It was true. That wasn't really a moment Lucas could speak his mind. But no problem. Ryan would do it for him, argue it out with everyone, hold his own. When the boss is happy, you get rewarded. Sure enough, as soon as Ryan got back to the department, he got a call from finance. "Manager Carter, your year-end bonus is going up by 30%. His face lit up like the 4th of July. "Wow, wow, wow! Mr. Dalton really went all out." The finance manager gave an awkward laugh. "He actually said it's what you deserve, nothing extra." "I'll keep doing my best then." Right after hanging up the landline, Ryan flipped open Claire Alton's file, grinning hard. "My lucky charm, huh? Don't worry, I got your back from here on out." Meanwhile, Claire had somehow gotten wind of the internal debate at the top because of her promotion, but she didn't seem the least bit surprised. She and the other two candidates who made it had just finished lunch at the base canteen. After this meal, they'd be officially done here. Everyone called the veteran pilot Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson tried to comfort her. Don't let other people's opinions mess with you. We do our jobs the right way, and our records will speak for themselves. Being a pilot isn't about fame anyway. It's about passion, about chasing your dream. If you're good enough, no one can stop you from soaring. His words warmed her heart. After all the frustrating stuff with Kevin McPherson lately, Claire had definitely leveled up emotionally. These kinds of setbacks? Barely a dent. Leaning against her chair, she ran a finger along her glass, tapping it lightly. No need to worry about me, Mr. Thompson. To be honest, she hadn't lost a minute of sleep over anyone's judgment. This past half-month at the base, every time she touched the controls, every time she was in the sky, it felt like she'd finally found her soul's place. In places where no one could see, she was already unshakable. She wasn't going to keep backing down or tolerating nonsense. She'd fight for what she wanted. All right then, you two take care on your way. We'll meet again at the company. Outside the base, Mr. Thompson said goodbye to the two younger pilots. The guy ranked third was Daniel Brooks. He had a bright smile, full of energy. Made sense, he was only 34. After Mr. Thompson left, Daniel asked, "Where are you headed? Want a ride?" Over the past few weeks, Claire had become something of a group favorite. These older guys were all looking out for her, zero rivalry. She waved him off. "It's all good, I'll walk. It's close. You don't." But Daniel suddenly pointed off to the right. "Hey, is that car over there, waiting for you?" Claire turned around. Autumn in Pingsong was crisp, the kind of air that smelled like dry leaves and quiet streets. Daniel flashed a quick smile. "All right, I'll head off first. See you back at the office." "Sure." As Daniel drove away, a car that had been idling nearby with its hazards on slowly rolled up. The license plate was way too recognizable. Even seeing it once was enough for Claire to remember. The window lowered, revealing a man behind glasses. The autumn wind swept past them, like nature's silent applause. Lucas took a slow drag and blew out smoke. "Congrats." Inside the car, Claire finally powered on her phone. If it hadn't been for the earthquake in Jingdo last time, she wouldn't have needed her phone at all during training. It was strictly off limits. The screen lit up with a flood of messages. Most were from Kevin McPherson. But before she could read through them, Lucas, driving himself today, spoke up. "What do you feel like eating?" Claire put her phone away. She glanced at him, whole and unharmed, and couldn't help but smile. "I was planning on just making noodles at home. He's a boss after all. Wait, he's the chairman." The thought made her throat tense. "Mr. Dalton, why didn't you tell me you're actually the chairman?" "When did I ever say I wasn't?" Lucas raised a brow. He'd driven himself just to pick her up for the celebration, showed up alone. Even their driver had been stunned. Lucas hated driving. "I just assumed you were higher up management or something. After all, what kind of chairman shows up personally for pilot interviews and tags along to every medical exam? You never asked, and I never said I was senior staff." Lucas flicked some ash out the window. His eyes, half concealed behind his lenses, still held a sharp edge. "So what do you want to eat?" If you won't pick, I'll choose." Claire stayed quiet. He was the chairman after all. Back when she thought he was just someone in management, maybe she could relax a bit around him. But now? No way. One wrong word and she could be out the door. Notifications popped up at the top of her phone. Gossip news, one after another. One headline said actress Olivia Brooks had been secretly married for years and even had a kid. Another claimed she'd broken up someone's marriage. Claire didn't care. She deleted them all in one go. Then she opened WeChat. Kevin had gone on a messaging rampage, paragraph after paragraph. The last one was from yesterday morning. He wrote, "Claire, what's your deal? Think you're too good to talk to me now because you landed someone richer? Bet you were cheating this whole time. Now you won't even reply? Is this your way of saying you regret the divorce?" And then, "Claire, tell me, you still have feelings for me, don't you? He's not treating you the way I did, right? If you really want to cancel the divorce, I guess I could reconsider. But don't get your hopes up, okay? I still care about her after all. Claire couldn't even finish reading. Laughable. Seriously, did people like this really exist? And she'd actually once treated him like he was something special? She had been way too blind. All those earlier texts, she didn't even bother reading. She just replied with one line. Be at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Don't be late. She had zero interest in dealing with Kevin's delusional ego. At Runway Air, Kevin was buried in stress, trying to figure out if they could afford pay raises for their pilots. A deep frown etched into his face. His phone buzzed again, not that he paid it much attention. He was too busy listening to the execs talk about a recent piece of gossip. The pilot's name is locked down by Muno Aviation. Total top secret, can't find anything about them. But apparently it's a woman, young too. That's exactly the kind of talent we need. Think we could poach her? How? You think we can outpay Muno Aviation? For some reason, the second they mentioned it was a woman, Kevin McPherson instantly thought of Claire Alton. Then he chuckled, shaking his head at himself. Man, I've really been working too much lately. Claire, a pilot? Yeah, right. That's pure fantasy. They were married for 2 years, and he owns an airline himself. But Claire never, not once, talked about anything flight-related. Still, the thought of her maybe landing some rich guy made him uncomfortable. He didn't want to admit it was jealousy or anger or that possessive ego talking. Even if he didn't love her anymore, the idea that she had completely moved on and might actually be doing better than him really got under his skin. When Kevin got home from work, the first thing he saw was Olivia Brooks glaring at him. My reputation's getting shredded online, and you still haven't hired someone to suppress the news? Kevin slumped onto the couch, exhausted. I paid the PR team. You paid them and nothing's fixed? Are you completely useless? Olivia snapped. Get more people on it. Flood the feeds with positive stuff. I cannot let anyone confirm I'm married with a baby on the way. Kevin looked at her, and for the first time, she just felt unfamiliar. And then, like a reflex, he thought of Claire. Compared to Olivia, the differences hit him hard. Olivia was nothing like Claire. She wasn't as real, as grounded. Claire might have seemed soft at first glance, but she handled things with a calm he now missed. Most important, she never yelled at him. Whenever something went wrong, she would comfort him, help him figure things out, not lash out and blame like Olivia always did. But thinking about Olivia being pregnant and probably emotional, Kevin held back. Just take a breath. I'll look into it again and see who I can contact. He walked into the kitchen. One look at the mess in there and his brows instantly furrowed. You've been home 2-3 days now. You couldn't clean up a little? Olivia stayed in the living room, eyes glued to her phone as she constantly refreshed for updates on her scandal. Why would I? I'm not your maid. If it's that gross, go clean it yourself. Surrounded by a chaotic home filled with noise and tension, Kevin couldn't stop thinking about Claire. He didn't know what came over him, but he grabbed his phone and texted her, only to be hit with a message from an hour ago that made his blood boil. She still wanted the divorce? So she really did land some rich guy? Now she didn't even want the out he was giving her? Fuming, Kevin stepped out onto the balcony and called her. Meanwhile, Claire was having dinner with Lucas Dalton. The restaurant was quiet. Kevin's yelling carried through the phone loud and clear. Lucas heard every word without even trying. Claire placed her phone on the table, her face stiff. Kevin was shouting insults, calling her a cheater, saying she was trying to marry up, throwing out all kinds of nasty labels. She looked up and saw Lucas lift his chin slightly toward her phone. He asked softly, "Want me to handle it?" Claire hesitated, just about to say no when Lucas had already picked up her phone. He stared down at it, tone sharp and cold. So your talent is cheating within your own marriage, knocking someone up, and having the nerve to play victim? On the other end, Kevin froze when he heard that voice. Kevin had heard that voice during the red carpet interview before. But even now, he couldn't bring himself to believe that Claire could actually have any connection with the CEO of Muno International. He was convinced Claire only managed to sneak into the event because she knew he'd be there with Olivia. She was just trying to get his attention, that's all. So at this point, even after recognizing the voice, Kevin still refused to believe the man standing there was really Lucas Dalton. He figured Claire must have traded something to get him to play along. With that kind of confidence, Kevin threw out a question. "Do you even know Claire is my wife?" Lucas glanced casually at the woman staring at him and let out a soft laugh. "Nope, had no idea." He was honestly curious what kind of trash talk a guy like Kevin could come up with. "Oh, really?" Kevin thought he'd caught something suspicious and pressed on. "What did Claire give you to get you to act with her? Or what, are you her side guy now?" Lucas actually paused at that. "Side guy?" Wishful thinking. He gave a small chuckle. "Mr. McPherson, you're giving me too much credit." Kevin frowned, confused. "Aren't you Lucas Dalton?" "I am," Lucas said, matter of fact. He sat back down in his seat across from Claire, who was eating at her own pace, completely unfazed. Who would have thought? Lucas Dalton, CEO of Muno International, helping out an employee by standing up to her soon-to-be ex-husband? Back then, this kind of thing would have been off limits for Lucas. He never got involved with married women or even women emotionally unavailable. No matter how much he liked someone, he'd keep it to himself. That was his rule, his line. But now, he was doing it, and clearly enjoying it. Maybe that meant, in Claire's eyes, he was closer to her than Kevin was. The thought stirred something in him, softening his voice a bit. "Yes, I'm Lucas Dalton, but I still think I'm not good enough for Claire." Claire froze halfway through her bite. The shock in her expression was unmistakable, like she'd forgotten how to chew. She just sat there, staring at him blankly. On the other end of the line, Kevin's breathing had turned shaky with disbelief. You're really Lucas Dalton." All this time he thought Claire had hired some actor to scam him. How the hell could she know someone with that kind of status? At that moment, Kevin was convinced Claire had cheated on him. "Mr. Dalton," Kevin's tone suddenly shifted to polite. "Claire's my wife. Don't you think this is a bit much? Aren't you worried what people will say? I mean, someone like you, being with second-hand goods." Before he could finish, Lucas cut him off, his voice colder. "Where are you?" Kevin thought Lucas wanted to meet up and talk man to man. After all, he had just made some valid points, so he promptly rattled off his address. Lucas ended the call without saying another word and pulled up his phone to shoot Benjamin Hart a message. The sudden hang-up caught Claire off guard. She set down her fork and knife. "What was that about?" Lucas continued eating, nonchalant. Playing dumb. "You know exactly what I'm asking." Her tone was cool. Lucas gave a slow nod. Yeah, what?" Claire Alton looked puzzled, unsure how to even phrase her question. What did he mean by "I'm not good enough for Claire"? Was there something going on between them? "You heard it right," Lucas Dalton said lightly, careful not to spill too much in case he startled her. She guessed he probably did it just to provoke Kevin McPherson. After all, Lucas had probably seen everything that went down between her and Kevin over those few tense days. "Take a look at this." He laid a document on the dining table. Claire picked it up and flipped through a few pages. It was an employment contract. She'd be signing on as a captain at Muno Air with a year-long term. Pilots at Muno sign one-year contracts. You're free to go whenever you feel this place isn't the right fit. If fate brings us together again, great. When Lucas talked business, he was nothing like Kevin. Claire had seen the way Kevin acted at work, always looking down his nose at others. But Lucas was different. Every term he mentioned put employees first. He spoke in an even tone, making her feel seen and respected. No wonder he made it this far. Claire pointed at a section on page 4. It says here the annual salary is $3.8 million. That seemed way too much. Even captains at top state airlines only made around $1.8 million, and that was including all kinds of bonuses. She didn't want Lucas giving her special treatment, because if people caught wind of it later, all they'd do was question her competence. At Muno, even co-pilots start at 400 or 500 grand annually. You're coming in as a captain. 380 is not that high. And besides, Lucas gave her a quick once-over. You're worth it. Sure, in other people's eyes, handing out tens of millions or even billions was nothing for a CEO like him. But business is business. It shouldn't get tangled with personal stuff. Like sure, one day Lucas might gift her some antique worth billions and not even blink. But salary? that's a whole different thing. First off, based on feedback from instructors at the training center, you've been absolutely outstanding. Skill like that deserves top pay. Otherwise, why would anyone bother pushing themselves? And second, Lucas tapped on the table as if to underline his point. If you hadn't led the chopper team to Jindu that day, I might not even be alive right now. It wasn't just about gratitude. It was about honoring the fact they met at all. Claire gently pinched the corner of the contract. Does anyone else know about this offer? Of course. Lucas lied with a straight face. No one else did. He'd made this whole deal behind closed doors. The highest paid captain at the company only made around $2 million. He doubled it just for her. Because hey, favoritism and personal bias, that's just human nature, and no one would leak it anyway. One more thing. Lucas pulled out a key. This is for a private residence Muno provides for its pilots. Keep it just in case, but you'll still be staying at my place for now. It's way closer to the airport. He'd basically smoothed everything out for her. All she needed to do was focus on flying. Lucas asked the waiter for a pen. Claire held it, her fingers still, eyes on the contract for a long while. Then finally, she signed her name. What she didn't realize was, signing that name wasn't just about a job. From this moment on, her life would be tied to Lucas Dalton in ways she wasn't ready for. On the other side, Kevin McPherson was pacing restlessly in his apartment, walking back and forth like a trapped animal. He figured the chairman of Muno International might show up in person. He was already making plans in his head. If that guy was really into Claire Alton, maybe he could squeeze some benefits out of it, right? Who would have thought Claire had it in her to seduce someone like that? Guess he really underestimated her. But the moment he thought of that body of hers, he couldn't help but regret it. If only he'd gone after her earlier, instead of clinging to that Olivia Brooks and playing the helpless fool. He started figuring out how he'd negotiate with the chairman, how to talk, what to offer, all that. Too bad for Kevin. Lucas Dalton had zero intention of meeting him. Honestly, if Kevin didn't still have some kind of tie to Claire, a guy like Lucas wouldn't even waste 5 seconds on a no-name from a budget airline. Then came the doorbell. Kevin rushed to answer it, making sure to put on a serious, business-like face before opening the door. Too bad the man standing outside wasn't who he expected. Dressed in a lawyer's sharp suit, Benjamin Hart looked like he walked straight out of a courtroom. As soon as their eyes met, he gave Kevin a polished, too-nice smile. "Mr. McPherson? That's me." Kevin straightened up. "And you are?" "I'm here on behalf of Mr. Dalton." "Wait, what? Lucas Dalton didn't come himself?" Benjamin took a small step back. "Mr. McPherson, mind if we talk somewhere more private?" Kevin, still wary but not wanting to anger someone from Muno International, nodded quickly. "Sure, lead the way." They walked a little over 100 meters away from Kevin's place. Just as Kevin was about to ask where they were headed, Benjamin stopped. That friendly look was gone, his face now stone cold. "You're seeing Olivia Brooks, right?" Kevin flinched, caught totally off guard. Before he could say another word, Matthew White appeared from nowhere, clamped a hand over Kevin's mouth, and shoved him into a waiting vehicle. Less than 2 minutes later, the car roared off down the street. Matthew stood by the roadside, looking almost casual. Cigarette in hand, a sly fox-like grin pulling at his lips. "White, you think Ben might accidentally beat the guy to death?" the driver asked nervously. Matthew waved a hand like it was nothing. "Relax, he's a lawyer. He knows exactly how far he can go. Even if Kevin files a complaint later, nothing will come of it." Benjamin had been stewing over this for a while. Now that he had a legit excuse to rough up his best friend's ex's scumbag side piece, no way was he holding back. Lucas hadn't given explicit instructions either, just sent Benjamin a message that read, "Find Kevin McPherson here, just don't kill him." And that was all the green light Benjamin needed. Kevin didn't even know what hit him. Man got worked over before he could protest. Who knew a guy who looked so polite could hit like that? Once Benjamin was done, he tugged at his tie, looked down at the bruised and swollen Kevin, and spat out coldly. 2 things. 1, you better stick with that two-faced Olivia Brooks forever. 2, if I hear you've gone anywhere near Miss Alton again, your little affair will be tomorrow's headline, and you'll lose every cent in the divorce. Got it? Kevin wasn't dumb enough to fight a lawyer in his own game. No matter how bitter he felt, he still nodded like an obedient child. Also, Benjamin Hart straightened his suit jacket, stepped out of the car, and looked back at him. No need to pull any shady tricks behind our Mr. Dalton's back. If you so much as touch a hair on either Mr. Dalton or Miss Claire, I'll make sure you pay for it. Painfully. That was a threat. A straight-up, no sugar-coating threat. Kevin McPherson's nose was still bleeding. He wiped it with the back of his hand, clenched his jaw, and gave a mute nod. Only then did Benjamin look satisfied. All right, we're done here. Make sure Mr. McPherson gets back home. The driver by the curb quickly jumped in the car and drove Kevin home without another word. Over on WeChat, Mr. Dalton, all done as planned. I want details. Let's just say I hit him so hard, even his own mom wouldn't recognize him. With your kind of strength, not sure that's saying much. These two had basically grown up together. Might as well have worn the same diaper growing up. That close. Matthew White glanced at Benjamin, checking himself in the car window. What are you even doing? Fixing my charming movie star hair. I fail to see the charm, honestly. Benjamin rolled his eyes. Matthew added, weren't you all against Mr. Dalton getting involved with Claire before? He was talking about Lucas's interest in Claire Alton. Benjamin paused, hands still. After a long silence, he sighed. He's my brother from day one. The guy scraped together money just so I could afford college. If this is what he really wants, even if I can't stop him, I'm not going to watch from the sidelines. I'll be right there with him. If anyone tried to come after Lucas for it, Benjamin wouldn't stand for it. That's why he brought up the contract first, to test Claire a bit. But clearly, Claire didn't give him any grounds to do anything. She was way ahead. At Lucas Dalton's place. Claire Alton had just walked in when she spotted her room spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Plus, it suddenly had a bunch of plush toys added in. Did someone mix my stuff up with someone else's? Lucas was pulling off his tie, radiating that kicked-back just-got-home vibe. He glanced toward her room. Nope, he said, they're for you. Claire blinked, caught off guard. Lucas gave her a quick look. Don't you like Paul Frank monkeys? Her eyes widened a bit. Wait, how did you even know that? Lucas paused before replying. Your keychain, the charm on your backpack, they're all Paul Frank. He'd picked up on that a long time ago, especially the first time he accidentally entered her place. There were monkey plushies all over the living room. No way that stuff was Kevin McPherson's taste. Just then, Benjamin and the others got back. Lucas didn't say anything else and headed downstairs with them. Claire had dozed off for a bit in her room. She eventually got woken up by a video call from Emily Dalton. Still feeling thirsty, she grabbed her phone and headed downstairs to get some water. Claire, girl, congrats! You're really a pilot now! Claire set her phone down and twisted open a bottle of water. They chatted for a good while before Claire's gaze landed on a familiar figure sprawled out on the living room couch. She said, Em, let's catch up when you're back next week. I'll be officially divorced by then. We can celebrate over a big meal. Deal. Emily laughed and hung up the video call. Claire walked over to the couch and lightly poked Lucas's arm. You asleep? No response. He looked out cold. She noticed a blanket nearby and reached to cover him with it, but just before she touched him, Lucas's eyes suddenly snapped open. Her hand froze midair. Meeting his slightly reddish, deep gaze, Claire tensed up, awkward and unsure what to do next. Then came his low, raspy voice, soaked in tipsy gravity. Hurry up and get divorced, okay? Claire Alton froze for a moment. Was he drunk or not? If he wasn't, why the hell would he ask that? Maybe she was too tired to think straight, so she just dropped herself onto the edge of the coffee table next to him, one long leg propped on the floor. Hair down, eyes calm, she suddenly let out a soft laugh, a little lazy in tone. You care that much? Lucas Dalton had a hand resting on his forehead. Under the dim light, that already handsome face gained a certain seductive charm thanks to the alcohol. I care. Claire's smile froze just a little. The night was quiet. Only their eyes moved, clashing, probing, trying to see through each other. Claire might look sweet and gentle on the outside, but inside, she was more like a lone wolf waking up, slow but untamed. Get too close to her sore spot, and even a glance from her could feel sharp enough to cut. Like now. In this silent moment, her gaze was locked on one person, him. "Why would it even matter to you if I've been married? Lucas, what are you thinking?" She asked it, straight up. Lucas went quiet for a second, then smiled and sat up. He was tall. Once upright, there was barely any space left between them. Just breathing deep would have been noticeable. This time, Claire didn't flinch or shift away. She looked right into his eyes. Lucas leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees, gaze steady and right on her. "You really don't get it?" Honestly, he didn't feel drunk, but for whatever reason, the words just came out like they'd been waiting. He knew once it was out there was no taking it back, and probably no way to control what'd come next. But when one honest answer meets another, there's nowhere to hide. Claire's heart was doing somersaults. People their age didn't always need the words spelled out. If you weren't clueless, you'd know exactly what was going on, just like what Lucas had said. After a while, Claire tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She gave a quiet laugh, but her eyes held a kind of sadness. "I'm someone who went through a failed marriage, no career worth mentioning, nothing really special. So yeah, I don't get it." She didn't finish the thought. Why would he like someone like her? Lucas was silent for a beat, then calmly said, "Who cares if you were married or not? Who gives a damn about your career?" Claire looked up. "Then why do you care about me?" She couldn't bring herself to say, "You like me." Not just out of shyness. Part of her didn't really believe it. Not yet. To be honest, Claire always felt that besides looking decent, she really didn't have anything that could match up to Lucas Dalton. "I like you." He blurted it out without warning. Claire froze. "What?" Lucas frowned, locked eyes with her, and repeated slowly, "I like you. Did you hear me clearly?" Claire felt like her ears had stopped working altogether. Under his intense gaze, she could only stiffly nod. "Yeah, I heard you." Lucas stood up, walked toward the other side of the room before lighting a cigarette. He leaned against the back of the couch, voice calm and steady. "I don't care about any of that stuff you said earlier. It's not your looks, and it's definitely not pity. If I had to find a reason, maybe it's just one turtle recognizing another." Claire's face scrunched up. "Turtle?" Lucas whipped his head around, shooting her a look that instantly shut her up. She clamped her lips tight, signaling she wouldn't interrupt again. Seeing her like that, a faint smile tugged at Lucas's lips. "So yeah, I'm waiting for you to finalize the divorce. Waiting for her divorce." "For what?" Lucas shook his head a second later. "Wait, you're heading to the registry office the day after tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, I'll go with you." Now Claire's brain was a giant mess of question marks. She had no idea how things even got here. They hadn't even done anything, so why did he suddenly decide? Out of nowhere. All the way till late that night, Claire couldn't come up with a logical answer. Of course, Lucas didn't bother explaining anything either. Eventually, still lost in her thoughts, she drifted off to sleep. Lucas was clearly swamped the next day. Claire didn't see him at all. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing, though. It saved her from dealing with the awkwardness. Left alone in the massive house, Claire spent the whole day cleaning, practically wore herself out. Guess it sort of counted as a workout? In the afternoon, she went out and bought some gym gear. There was probably a gym in the house, but those were Lucas's things, and she didn't want to touch them. So when Lucas finally came home around 9:30 at night after a long day, the first thing he saw was Claire out in the upstairs lounge, right across from her room, rocking a fitted workout set, lifting 25-kilo dumbbells like it was nothing, doing shoulder presses mixed with squats. Her figure, let's just say, on full display. Lucas loosened his tie, turning slightly away. "You." Claire turned toward the noise, spotted it was him, and immediately shut off the soft background music. "You're back." Her tone was a little embarrassed. Lucas picked up on it, dropped his gaze to hide whatever flickered in his eyes. "You can keep going." Just as he was about to turn and walk off, something made him stop. He suddenly looked back. "Did you have dinner yet? What's your uniform size?" They spoke at the exact same time, their words crashing into each other unexpectedly. Lucas Dalton had already pulled his tie off completely, one hand holding onto the bedroom door frame, leaning there casually as he looked at her, head slightly tilted. After a moment, he smiled and gave a small nod, his voice low and raspy. "Yeah, I ate. What about you?" He'd made sure Matthew sent fresh groceries over each morning, just so Claire Alton wouldn't go hungry while staying here. Earlier that morning, Lucas had figured things might get a little awkward after last night, so he went to a totally unnecessary business dinner. Just an excuse, though it did end with a decent deal. "I ate." Claire stood stiffly, feeling completely out of place. Unfortunately, Lucas wasn't always great at reading the room. Now he just came right out with it. "Was it what I said last night? Did it make you uncomfortable?" Claire glanced at him, her beautiful features visibly caught off guard. Like, was he really just going to ask her that outright? "Claire," he called softly. She didn't speak, but her silence said she was listening. Lucas walked over and sank into the couch nearby, one leg lazily crossed over the other, oozing the calm, confident air of someone used to being in control. Just looking at him like that made Claire uneasy. She jumped in before he could say anything else. "Lucas, this isn't right. No matter how you look at it, I'm not the kind of person who fits into your world." She didn't want to hear something she couldn't handle, so she tried to shut it down first. But Lucas, he was never the type to be swayed by what others thought. He toyed with a lighter, flipping it back and forth on the edge of the armrest. "I look at things through different lenses. Benefit, whether it's worth doing. Risk, is it worth the gamble? Capability, if I can actually pull it off. Results, does it make sense in the end? What I don't do is ask people to tell me whether she's right or not." Lucas was rarely this talkative, but now he just kept going. "If I think she's worth it, then she's worth it. And even if she's not right, I'll do what it takes to make her the right one." It was raw, a bit arrogant, but surprisingly full of respect. It hit Claire hard. She dropped into a crouch, hugging her knees to her chest. She hadn't even had the chance to fully step out of the shadow of a marriage that had left her hurt and humiliated. And here was someone, this man, giving her courage she didn't think she still had. Lucas didn't wait for her to say anything. He just leaned over and gently ruffled her hair. Then he slumped back, clearly exhausted, but still smiling. "Why do you look like someone just bullied you? I didn't trick you or hurt you or anything. I just want to be around you, that's all." His soft laugh and warm tone broke into the stillness of the night, just for her. Only her. Faced with his matter-of-fact yet somehow gentle tone, Claire Alton felt completely at a loss. She didn't know what to say, or even where to begin. Her own mess hadn't been sorted out yet. What could she even explain? Lucas Dalton, clearly someone who built everything from the ground up, had the kind of sharp instinct that saw right through her silence and the unease behind it. "Just focus on your job for now. The rest we'll figure out later," he said, giving her an out. "I'm feeling a little off. Gonna get some rest. Knock if you need anything." Lucas walked toward the bedroom. Right before shutting the door, he turned back, or just bang on the wall. "Claire. So they were living this close, just in case one needed backup?" That night, Claire barely caught any sleep. Her mind just kept running in circles. So when she stood outside the Civil Affairs Bureau the next morning, she was still groggy and out of it. Outside the building. "Go ahead," Lucas said. He actually had kept his word and showed up with her, even insisted on driving her himself. Claire sat quietly in the front passenger seat. As soon as she stepped out and reached the entrance of the bureau, another car screeched to a halt beside them. Kevin McPherson stormed over, holding one hand over his left eye, and the first thing out of his mouth was a sharp accusation. "You really are heartless, huh? Teaming up with the guy you're screwing to gang up on me? Be honest, you were with another man this whole time, weren't you? Is that why you didn't even hesitate when I brought up the divorce?" Even now, Kevin had absolutely no clue what he did wrong. Claire stared coldly at the man who used to come across as calm and composed, well-dressed and soft-spoken. That entire mask had completely fallen away. With love already out the window, whatever rosy filters she'd once viewed him through shattered along with it. Now she saw him for what he really was, disgusting to the core. She took a small step back, her voice icy. "You really are gross, Kevin." "What did you just say? Can't hear, or just pretending?" Then Claire stepped forward again, her tone sharper, colder. "You're the one who cheated. You're the one who ditched your wife for your mistress. You're the one who kept draining everything from me while pampering someone else. Even when we were taking a break, you tried to guilt me into helping your work crap. And now, I'm guessing you'd love it if I walked away with nothing, huh? Let's say I actually did have someone else. What does that even matter? You've got no standing, no right to interrogate me." She coolly pointed to a spotted dog trotting by on the sidewalk and smirked. "Even that dog's got more integrity than you." Kevin was stunned. For years, the Claire in his mind was obedient and soft-spoken, always accommodating, never rebelled, the picture-perfect wife. Now, everything had changed. Kevin just couldn't let go of one thing. If she had the guts to talk to him like this, she must already have a backup plan. Their cooling-off period had ended. As long as they went through with it, the divorce could finally be finalized. Sitting back in this same place where they'd been a month ago, the atmosphere had completely shifted. Claire was calm and composed. Honestly, she couldn't wait to get the paperwork done. Even the staff seemed to pick up on her mood. They moved quickly, and before long, 2 burgundy divorce certificates sat right in front of them. Claire grabbed hers and got up immediately, not sparing Kevin even a glance. Kevin gripped his copy, frustration and bitterness swirling inside him. A trace of regret, one he wouldn't even acknowledge, started creeping in. Somewhere deep down, he sensed it. If he let Claire walk away now, she might be gone for good. "Claire, Just as Claire Alton stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, one foot barely past the threshold, 2 hands caught her arms, one on each side. Kevin McPherson had dashed forward to grab her left arm, while the man waiting just outside the door firmly clasped her right hand, along with the freshly issued divorce certificate she was holding. Under her and Kevin's stunned gazes, Lucas Dalton calmly took the certificate from her grip and slipped it into his suit pocket without a word. He shot Kevin a cool glance, then looked down at Claire and asked, "Come with me?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried weight, a quiet kind of authority that said, "As long as you nod, no one can stop me from walking out of here with you." A flicker of pain moved across Claire's eyes. It was still a divorce after all. No matter how done she was with it all, it wasn't something she could brush off like nothing ever happened. But Kevin refused to let go. "Claire, you're really going to walk away like none of it ever mattered?" 2 men, one in front of her, one behind. Lucas didn't rush her. He just waited, steady and silent. After a few agonizing seconds, Claire yanked her arm free. In that instant, both men seemed to freeze, not quite believing it. Kevin looked down at his now empty hand, then at Claire and Lucas, hands still tightly clasped, and a sudden wave of regret hit. Things with Olivia had been rough lately. Constant fights, endless complaints about how he wasn't enough, always asking for money, never lifting a finger around the messy house. Even when his parents fell ill, she didn't bother visiting. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how good Claire had been to him. But now it seemed too late. Lucas, on the other hand, still had her hand in his. His heart clenched for a second, just a second, and then he held on even tighter, pulling Claire behind him, firmly positioning himself between her and Kevin. "From this point on," he said, glancing back at Claire, "Mr. McPherson has nothing to do with Miss Alton. Don't call. Don't show up. Just leave her alone." "What's any of this got to do with you?" Kevin snapped, all pride and ego flaming, clearly not ready to be publicly one-upped like this. Lucas didn't even blink. It didn't before. It does now. Still holding Claire's hand, Lucas stepped forward, shoulders squared, eyes sharp, staring down Kevin's bruised face like none of it fazed him. Then he leaned in and said, calm and cold, "Next time you want to pick a fight, maybe ask yourself first, can I even afford the consequences?" Claire's head was spinning. She didn't say a word the whole way back to the car. "Benjamin Hart's going to handle the asset split stuff," Lucas said after a while. "Knowing you, I doubt you'd want to leave him with nothing, so just go 50-50. Whatever's yours, he'll make sure you get it." She looked up slowly, her gaze landing on Lucas's profile. The way he'd stood in front of her earlier, broad shoulders, calm voice, he'd felt like a wall she could finally lean against, shielding her from every storm. As she stared at him, Lucas reached over and gently ruffled her hair, a soft smile on his lips. I do business for a living. I don't usually throw money into things that won't profit me. So don't feel pressured. Then what are you getting out of this? She asked before she could stop herself. The car slowed at a red light. Lucas handed her back the divorce certificate, then turned to face her. He smiled, but his eyes were deadly serious. I'm hoping that when you're ready to open your heart again, the first guy you think of is Lucas Dalton. Just got divorced, and now she's being chased by the CEO of a listed company? Come on, that kind of plot should only exist in cheesy romance novels, right? Claire Alton genuinely had no idea how to respond so soon after everything. Luckily, Lucas Dalton was the kind of guy who knew how to read a room. He didn't press her, didn't demand answers, just laid his cards on the table. And yeah, Claire got the message, loud and clear. The car pulled over by the curb. The other vehicles around them had all parked at a safe distance, like super safe. No one dared to get too close. Not when a single scratch on Lucas's ride could cost more than a year's salary. They cruised through an intersection when Lucas casually said, "I'm taking you home." Those 4 words were loaded, way more than they sounded. Claire didn't overthink it. As soon as the car stopped, she stepped out and started heading toward the mansion. Before she could even take a full step inside, bam, people popped handheld sparklers everywhere, like a DIY celebration exploded above her head. She froze, staring at the group gathered there. Benjamin Hart, Matthew White, and Emily Dalton. It had been years since Claire had seen Emily. She looked a bit different now. She didn't really resemble Lucas except for one obvious trait. They were both tall. Height-wise, Claire and Emily were about the same. But Emily gave off a bubbly, open vibe, while Claire was more on the quiet, composed side. Emily squealed for a few seconds before throwing her arms around her. "My goddess, congrats! Happy divorce!" She'd heard everything from her brother, of course, but Emily had never pried. First off, it was a personal matter. Second, let's be real. Nobody's thrilled about going through a divorce. Safer not to bring it up. But starting today, no more awkwardness. Claire stared in surprise. "Wait, you're back? Didn't you say?" "I wanted to surprise you." "So? Surprised or what?" Emily cradled her face dramatically. "Definitely surprised," Claire answered, and once her emotions kicked in, she gave Emily a tight hug. The two of them hugged like they hadn't seen each other in a decade. They met back in flight school, survived the roughest times together, and even though life pulled them in different directions, they'd never lost touch. Now reconnecting like this, Claire felt nothing but warmth and gratitude. Emily kept one arm around her as they strolled inside. "I've been waiting here all day. Being single again's gotta feel good, right?" That heaviness Claire had been carrying, gone in an instant. She flashed a smile. "Absolutely." "Oh, big bro, would it be cool if I flew on the same shift as Claire?" Emily started, but halfway through realized she'd messed up badly. Lucas's gaze snapped to her. Not angry, just intense. Claire slowly looked at both of them, her eyes flicking back and forth. "Big bro?" Lucas was holding a cigarette. It wasn't even lit, but the pressure from his fingers snapped it clean in half. Emily inhaled sharply. "So, you two are siblings?" Claire asked first. Emily had once mentioned she knew someone important at Muno International, and they both had the last name Dalton. Lucas figured he couldn't keep it a secret forever, so he just came clean. "Yeah, she's my sister." The room went quiet. Everyone was waiting to see if Claire would be upset. After all, hiding something like that could feel like a breach of trust. But instead, Claire turned to Emily with the most puzzled expression. "Seriously? Why'd you pretend to be broke back then?" "Emily, girl, weren't you supposed to call out my brother? Why'd you come for me instead?" Lucas Dalton hadn't planned on explaining anything, but seeing the look on his sister's face, he said she just didn't want people thinking she was showing off. Claire Alton nodded slightly. Everyone else noticed and let out a collective sigh of relief. The dining table had already been filled with a feast. Claire sat beside Emily Dalton, while Lucas naturally sat with Benjamin Hart. Matthew White took a spot by himself. Emily was talking non-stop, telling Claire all kinds of things that had happened over the years. Claire listened intently, sometimes laughing, sometimes nodding along. Emily even insisted they drink together. The 3 guys nearby watched as the 2 women knocked back glass after glass, frowning the whole time. I don't remember you having such a high tolerance, Lucas said, eyebrows drawing together. Emily's cheeks were flushed. Are you forgetting I went to flight school? We literally had alcohol tolerance training. Anyone who couldn't hold their liquor had to learn, just in case something went wrong mid-air. One drink and you're down? That's not happening. So Claire could handle her drinks too? More than just handle. Emily was already looking tipsy, but Claire still sat perfectly composed, one hand supporting her chin, listening as if the conversation was the most important thing in the world. At one point, Claire excused herself to go to the bathroom. Emily, a little dizzy now, got even more unfiltered. Don't underestimate my queen. She looks all sweet and gentle, but when she gets serious, she's fearless, I swear. You guys put together couldn't outdrink her. Hick. The guys didn't say anything, just exchanged glances. She was probably right about the drinking. As for the rest, hard to say. Everyone kept chatting as they ate, the mood easy and relaxed. But Claire couldn't shake off that one gaze. It burned with such intensity, it was impossible to ignore. She even tried to block it by lifting her hand to cover her cheek, but it didn't help at all. Eventually, drunk Emily pulled Benjamin and Matthew into playing cards. And of course, faced with their bossy young miss, they had no choice but to play along. Claire wasn't exactly sober either, but she hadn't reached the drunken babbling stage. She was just in that daring, uninhibited zone. She leaned into the left arm of the couch, long legs wrapped in denim, crossed at the ankles. One elbow propped up her head, eyes fixed on the cards in Emily's hands across the room. Being a pilot came with perks. Even across 3 meters, she could see every card clearly. Just then, someone sat down next to her. A cup of tea appeared in front of her eyes, still steaming. The rising vapors brought a hand into view, lean, defined. But there was a distinct flaw. Across the second knuckle of the ring finger was a slanted scar. Faint, but unmistakable. Claire took the cup. Thanks, Mr. Dalton. She had switched back to calling him Mr. Dalton. Lucas caught on instantly. He tilted his head slightly, but the casual smile never left his face. Taking advantage of the brief lull in the card game noise, he asked, Are you upset? Claire met his eyes. What would I be upset about? You're mad at me, he said, like it was a known fact. Claire just gave him a half smile and stayed quiet, lifting the tea to her lips before heading upstairs. Watching her walk away, Lucas frowned and followed. As they reached the second floor, one after the other, Claire set her tea down on a nearby counter. Lucas had barely caught up when a sudden force shoved him against the wall. This version of Claire was completely different, her eyes dark, filled with a simmering danger. Lucas Dalton stood still, pinned against the wall by Claire Alton, pressing down on his arm. He didn't move an inch. She was wearing heels today, and even with those, she barely reached his height. Lucas Dalton, she called his full name this time. For some reason, the way she said his name hit him differently, like something in him just gave in. He grinned and nodded. There was something unfocused in Claire's eyes. I'm not afraid of much, but I really hate being used. Her voice was light, but there was a steel edge underneath. I'm not some trauma case who flinches at everything, and I'm not comparing you to Kevin McPherson. She tilted her head slightly, a conflicted look flickering across her face. Still, she kept it honest. Mostly because there's just no comparison between you two. She had no idea. Those words completely wrecked Lucas in the best possible way. Honestly, just hearing that made Lucas feel like he could handle anything else she had to say. He stayed quiet, listening. I just don't get you, what you're thinking, or where all this came from, but I really hope you're not trying to use me. One Kevin McPherson was already too much. Claire gave a tiny smile. Though, I know I can't win against you. If even Kevin was too much, Lucas was way out of her league. She let go of his arm and tried to pull back, ready to walk away. But Lucas wasn't about to let go that easily. He caught her wrist and backed her up against the table instead. Lucas Dalton lived up to his name. He didn't mess around. Once he wanted something, he'd go all in, no matter what it took. He locked eyes with her. I can't promise you everything will be perfect, but cheating? That's not in my vocabulary. Never will be. And sure, I can't guarantee I'll always be successful. One day I might lose it all. Cheating? Claire's gaze wavered, her thoughts drifting. Before she could speak, Lucas gently placed a finger over her lips, giving her a soft smile. I know it's hard to believe someone won't cheat, but you saying you won't compare me to Kevin, that made my night. It means you're still thinking clearly. Claire wasn't sure if it was the alcohol talking at that point, but she pouted, head lowered, and mumbled, Lucas Dalton, just don't lie to me. Not personally, not professionally. She really couldn't stand lies. She hated them, to her core. If it hadn't been for her grandfather's dream of seeing her become a pilot, maybe she would have actually snapped and done something crazy to Kevin. That thought had crossed her mind more times than she could count. But maybe it was her training, her job, something held her back. People used to say Claire had insane self-control. She could hide every emotion without breaking a sweat. After she said that last part, 10 seconds passed, then all of a sudden he pulled her into a hug. With the alcohol in her system, her reflexes were a bit slow. Then came his voice, right in her ear, soft but firm. I won't. I promise I won't. Right then he knew he had a chance. Even with all his wealth, even as a CEO, none of that gave Lucas any edge right now. Because there are plenty of people who don't care about money. Problems money can fix aren't the real problems, the ones it can't fix. Those are the ones that crush you. Lucas lowered his head slightly, voice gentle. So, can I try to pursue you? What Claire saw in his eyes was real, a flicker of nerves, taut and subtle. Claire couldn't really figure out what Lucas was nervous about. He had the looks, ran his own company, and was at his prime. He could have any woman he wanted, right? But Lucas simply said, I know exactly what you're thinking. She blinked. Oh yeah? What am I thinking? They were standing so close, they could pretty much feel the warmth radiating off each other. You think a guy like me probably has women throwing themselves at him, so you can't take me seriously. You didn't even bother overthinking it, am I right? Right. That really was what Claire thought. Divorce aside, even if she'd been single from the start, she still wouldn't believe a man like him would fall for someone like her. Lucas chuckled. Then I guess it's time I start listing all your good points. Just to be clear, I don't have any sort of mommy issues, and I don't pity you one bit. Watching you handle your divorce with Kevin McPherson the way you did, that showed me how strong and independent you are. And then there's everything else, your skills, your looks, the way you carry yourself. He paused for a second, then added, but what really got me was when you came to save me. Lucas went quiet for a while before continuing, his voice lower. The last time I had an accident, my mom was the one who piloted the chopper to bring me out. All of that made me want to keep you around for the long haul. You get that? Lucas knew she'd been drinking, so he slowed down, choosing his words carefully. Claire, stop doubting yourself, and don't let Kevin make you feel small. That's on him for being blind. Me? I've got perfect vision, see? He even bent down a little, making it easier for her to look straight into his eyes. He understood. People fresh out of a divorce carried a kind of sadness that clung to them. He saw it in her, but he was ready to pull her out of that space, even if it took time. I see you, she whispered. The alcohol had definitely kicked in. Her eyes were a little glassy as she reached out and gently touched his eyelid. That barely there brush sent a jolt through Lucas. Looking at her, tipsy and adorable, he automatically grinned and coaxed. Feels like sleep time, huh? Want me to carry you to bed? Claire just kept staring into his eyes, not saying yes or no. Lucas carefully scooped her into his arms. Lucky for him, she didn't resist. In the bedroom, Claire was snuggled under the blanket with just her face peeking out, cheeks flushed pink like a small doll. Lucas sat on the edge of the bed, speaking to her like he was calming a kid. You keep working hard, and I'll make sure you fly the biggest plane you love. Really? Claire's words came out slow and a little slurred. Lucas nodded, eyes soft. Absolutely. Once your rating's where it needs to be, I'll buy you a brand new A380. It'll be all yours to fly. Claire blinked slowly, her thick lashes fluttering like tiny wings as a smile tugged at her lips. Lucas couldn't help himself. He gently placed his palm on her forehead, smoothing down her hair in slow, rhythmic strokes like petting a cat. He added, and on the day you officially start with us, every single one of the 863 planes in Dalton Air will have a temporary route added, just one. Wherever you land, that plane's only job will be bringing you back to me." As his words settled into the night air, Claire's eyes slipped shut. She fell asleep like that, smiling. At the exact same time, at 4 in the afternoon, Dalton Air sent out a temporary route request to every major airline across the globe. No one else could offer the kind of security Lucas Dalton gave her. Claire had been dreaming all night, messy, disjointed dreams full of random people popping in and out, scenes making zero sense. But just like last time, Lucas Dalton showed up at the very end. He didn't say anything, just quietly stayed by her side. No matter what she asked, he always had this soft smile, as if nothing she said could ever upset him. She got flustered and woke up. When her eyes opened, it took her a moment to figure out where she was. Only after a while did she realize this was Lucas's place. A glance at the clock told her it was only 2:30 a.m., but she was wide awake. Based on the contract Lucas had given her, she only had 3 days left before reporting to Muno Air. These few days were for getting her custom uniform fitted and setting up her work schedule. Claire took a shower to freshen up, dried her hair, pulled on the last clean pair of brown pajamas, and stepped out onto the open balcony. The wind was sharp and chilly, but her body still felt warm, almost stifling. She closed her eyes as the breeze pressed against her. Lucas's words from the night before kept replaying in her head, looping non-stop like a stuck playlist. She jolted when something warm draped over her shoulders, a jacket. Lucas had shown up without a sound. He was holding a cigarette between his lips, his fingers brushing her wrist. "You're kind of cold." "You're going to start work soon. Don't want to catch something, do you?" But Claire was staring at his eyes. "Your eyes are bloodshot. Didn't get any sleep." Lucas stepped back, taking another drag. "Yeah, haven't slept." He couldn't relax, not with Claire here. He'd been worried she might feel unwell in the middle of the night. Emily had passed out drunk, and those two? Even worse. He was the only one still functioning. Claire rubbed her earlobe, clearly not wanting to read too much into why he had stayed up. "You should go get some rest." But Lucas didn't move. A long beat passed, and then he suddenly said, "You know you were calling my name in your sleep?" "What?" "Yeah." That hit her like a lightning bolt. Claire could practically feel her skin trying to crawl off. Seriously? She'd said his name out loud in her sleep? Maybe it was that part in her dream when she kept shouting his name, trying to get the dream version of him to respond. That sounded plausible, but she didn't think she was the type to talk in her sleep. Still, she dreamed about him. She knew that much. Now she felt guilty as hell. She rubbed her nose. "No way. I don't usually talk in my sleep." Lucas raised a brow. "And who told you that?" Claire froze. Who would tell her that? Only someone who shared a bed. But she and Kevin McPherson had never actually slept together. Whenever she'd stayed at his parents' place, he'd always find some excuse to not come back that night. Thinking about it now, she couldn't believe she hadn't seen all the red flags. How did she not notice how obvious everything was? But that was history. Right now there was Lucas and his question that somehow landed right on the sore spot. Every time she met his gaze, Claire felt like he really meant it, like he was all in, no games, no dodging. He didn't ever come off as dismissive. Well, unless Kevin was in the room. Lucas leaned back against the balcony rail, blew out a cloud of smoke, and switched topics. "So, you dreamed about me? What kind of dream?" "Nope," Claire Alton denied flat out. Lucas Dalton raised an eyebrow. "Didn't dream about me?" Claire pressed her lips together. Mortified and awkward, her brain spun in a mess of embarrassment. Thank God it was still dark. Otherwise her red earlobes would have totally sold her out. "Come on, just tell me. What did you dream about me?" Lucas stepped a little closer, still keeping a respectful distance. In that moment, he didn't look like some big-shot CEO, more like one of those casual, sunny guys you'd see hanging around campus. His slight movement made her heart beat a little faster, and she blurted out, "Why should I?" Lucas caught her off guard with that smug little smile flickering in his eyes. Tilting his head slightly, he chuckled. "They say dreams reflect what's on your mind. Could be stuff you're scared of or care about deep down. So if it's something bad, maybe I should know. Might help me avoid repeating it." How are you supposed to respond to that? Say nothing? Say everything? You majored in psychology or something? Claire leaned on one hand, unable to hide the small grin tugging at the corner of her mouth. Lucas caught that soft glimmer in her eyes, and just like that, his tense heart eased a little. He really did mind Kevin McPherson's shadow still lingering around her. As long as she wasn't tearing herself apart over that guy, he could live. Nope, you into linguistics? There are adult colleges for that. If you think it's cool, maybe I'll enroll. Claire quickly waved her hands. Please don't. With what you've got now, your mouth's already lethal enough. Seriously, his flirting game was on another level. Lucas wasn't trying to tease too much, though. He quickly got serious again. Still tipsy? Sobered up a while ago. Emily's kind of a wild card. Don't feel like you always gotta go along with her, Lucas said gently. Claire looked over at him. Lucas smiled. I promised her, once you start flying, she'll be your purser. Just thought it'd be good to have someone familiar on board. In her dream, Emily Dalton was basically fighting him. Was this really just looking out? More like sending your little sister to keep your girl company. Claire lowered her head slightly. Okay, she's fun to be around. I don't mind. You just made captain, so I figured you'd start with domestic routes. Once your flight hours build up, then you can apply to fly the big jets. Lucas had already mapped out the entire road for her. All she needed to do was walk it, steady and safe. Claire clenched her fist slightly. You've already done so much for me. If all this is because you... It's not. Lucas cut in before she could finish. Helping you and wanting to be with you aren't the same thing. Honestly, helping you helps me too. I own the airline. If the pilot's in a good mood, that's half the battle for a smooth flight. Claire blinked at him. After a short pause, she let out a light laugh. Lucas, you've got a real talent. Lucas raised his brow, smirking. Let's hear it. You can spin anything and actually make it work. Claire's smile was more amused than sincere. With that calm, composed tone of his, he almost had her convinced it was all no big deal. High EQ folks were like that. You knew they were sugarcoating it, but damn if it didn't sound good anyway, with zero hard feelings. I'm not that magical. If I were, I wouldn't be running an airline. I'd be charging billionaires to resurrect their broken hearts, Lucas replied. Claire finally laughed out loud. That smile lit up his world. Watching her, Lucas let out a quiet sigh, lowering his voice. Got you smiling? So, do me a favor, stop hurting over that guy, okay? The reason he stayed up most of the night wasn't just because he was worried about Claire Alton not feeling well. He was more afraid she'd wake up in the middle of the night, all alone and hurting. Divorce is a big deal. No matter how much you want out, no one really walks away from it without some kind of sting. Now seeing her smile, Lucas Dalton finally relaxed a little. But Claire's smile faded. She glanced his way, side-eyeing him. So, you've been up this whole time just to wait and see if I'd break down crying over him? Leaning against the railing, Lucas's voice was low and husky from exhaustion. If I say yes, will it earn me some brownie points in your book? Claire, hearing that, rubbed her burning red ears with both hands. They were practically on fire. Lucas figured that was enough for now and said casually, Mind making me a cup of coffee? Claire didn't even hesitate, turning to leave immediately. Getting out of there was top priority. Who knows what other heart-stopping things Lucas might have said if she'd stayed another minute. Still, coming off a broken marriage like that, Claire wasn't about to dive headfirst into another relationship. One mistake was enough to make her tread much more carefully from now on. After making the coffee, she stepped out to the balcony but found it empty. A light from the study caught her eye, so she headed over. Sure enough, Lucas hadn't gone to bed. He was flipping through a contract, page by page, glasses perched on his nose, a pen between his fingers. Claire set the coffee down and was about to leave, but Lucas said, "Sit with me for a bit." His way of pursuing someone wasn't all alpha bossy or high-handed. He always placed himself on equal footing with Claire, treating her with respect and patience. Honestly, even guys wouldn't say no to that kind of vibe. And for Claire, who was still nursing fresh emotional wounds, it was hard not to be drawn in. He even pulled a chair out for her, so she had no choice but to sit. Her sight was sharp. "You're looking at my contract?" "Yeah." Lucas flipped another page. "Found a few issues, tweaked them a bit. I'll print a new copy tomorrow, and we'll go over it again." Her first thought, The annual salary probably wasn't where it should be. She nodded. To be fair, the salary's not quite market rate. Before she could finish, he flicked her on the forehead. Lucas capped his pen and glanced at her over the rims of his glasses. Who said I changed your pay? I adjusted a few clauses about your freedom at work, just in case something ever shifts in the company and puts your interests at risk. The new version made it crystal clear. No matter what happened internally, Claire's flying work would always report directly to the head of the flight department, which was Ryan Carter. And Ryan worked directly under Lucas Dalton, so even if the company hit a snag and Lucas wasn't in charge anymore, Claire wouldn't get tossed around or reassigned randomly. Of course, that was all just insurance. The odds were slim. But Lucas had always been the type to plan 10 steps ahead. Only with backup plans in place could he sleep well at night. Help me fill the pen? Lucas set it down in front of her, leaned back with the coffee, closed his eyes, and started stirring it slowly. Claire grabbed the pen, opened the ink bottle, and did as asked. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed his handwritten notes on the pages, bold, sharp strokes, full of edge. The guy definitely practiced calligraphy or something. Each letter looked clean and confident, almost intimidating. Because she zoned out for a second, Claire Alton accidentally grabbed the mouth of the ink bottle, and her fingers ended up all smudged with black ink. She turned to look for tissues, but before she could move, a hand had already taken her wrist, and with it, her chair rolled halfway toward him. Lucas Dalton had taken off his glasses and was carefully wiping the ink off her fingers with a wet wipe. He was serious about it too, making sure not a single spot was missed. Even with such close contact, there wasn't the slightest bit of flirting in his movements. He simply held her fingers, nothing more. Claire tried to pull her hand back a few times, but didn't manage to break free. So scared of me? Lucas didn't even glance up. Claire took a breath and said, "No, I just feel bad for troubling you." "What's there to feel bad about?" Lucas let her go with a grin. "First time's weird, second time you get used to it. Trouble me more, and it just becomes routine." Claire had lost track of how many times she couldn't keep up with his pace in conversations. She frowned a little, visibly annoyed. "Lucas Dalton, could you not be like this?" But her expression looked more like she was sulking than mad. Lucas leaned his head on one hand, and under the warm lamplight, part of his face fell into shadow. His smile this time was softer than usual. "Like what?" Claire hesitated. "Like just now." "Wiping your hand?" "No, the stuff you said." Lucas pretended to be confused. "I'm not even allowed to talk to you now, Claire? You're kind of a tyrant." Claire was trying to stay mad, but a smile crept up on her before she knew it. Seeing her laugh, Lucas grinned too. He reached out and lightly tapped her on the head. "All right, I'm done messing with you. You have things to do. I'll head out," Claire said, standing up. But Lucas added, "There's a tape measure over there. Go check your measurements and tell me your sizes. HR's been asking for them, and I haven't sent them yet." Claire froze mid-step. She slowly turned back to glance at him. After a few seconds, she walked toward where he pointed and started looking for the tape measure. Lucas sipped his coffee, looking every bit the part of a serious boss, eyes fixed on Claire as she took her measurements. "Can I do this at home?" she asked. Lucas glanced around. "Is this study too cramped or what?" Claire mumbled, sounding a bit flustered. "You staring makes me super uncomfortable." "It's just taking measurements. What's to be uncomfortable about?" Lucas laughed and got up. "Fine, you measure. I'll turn around." Claire didn't get it. Why did it have to be here? But Lucas must have read her mind. He let out a slow, exaggerated sigh. "If you go back and try to tell me later, you'll probably forget it. Then I'll have to ask again. Do you have any idea how expensive my overtime is?" "You get paid overtime even though you're the boss?" she asked while measuring. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I bother working?" "But all the profit goes to you anyway." Lucas took another sip. "True, but when I'm in a good mood, I deduct a bit from the other shareholders and pay myself as a bonus for working late." Claire blinked, surprised. "And the shareholders are cool with that?" He replied with a lazy tone, "You can ask Emily Dalton if she dares say no." Emily Dalton. My tragic fate, having a debt collector for a brother. Lucas turned his chair a bit and added, "From now on, I'll spend all my overtime pay buying you cute outfits and chic bags. Isn't that what women love? Claire instinctively replied, Says who? I'm not that into that kind of stuff. Lucas, still with his back to her, was already laughing silently. His voice was extra gentle. Fine then, I'll save it up and buy you a private jet one day. Claire figured Lucas must have had more to drink than she did. Otherwise, what was with all the weird stuff he was saying tonight? A few minutes later, Claire scribbled 3 numbers on a piece of paper and handed it over. All right, time to call it a night. Lucas never even looked up as she left. Only after the study door shut behind her did he finally read the numbers. He started typing them out to HR, finger hovering over the send button. Then he backspaced everything. Later, he found his secretary and entered the 3 measurements manually, adding, You handle the uniform customization yourself. Don't let anyone else manage it. The secretary replied late at night, Got it, Mr. Dalton. The next morning, while rereading the messages she'd half sleepily exchanged with her boss the night before, the secretary stared wide-eyed at the screen for at least a full minute. Then she curled her lips. Damn, that figure. She glanced down at her own chest. Yeah, no point comparing. She didn't stand a chance. No wonder Mr. Dalton said it had to go through her hands only. Any guy would probably get distracted just seeing those numbers. Claire was about to start work and had a lot to prep, but thankfully Emily was around. Most of the things Claire needed, Emily already had spanking new ones and just passed them along. Emily had been pretty hungover the whole day, still walking around like she was wrapped in fog. While having afternoon tea, she looked over and asked, You're reporting in tomorrow? Not nervous at all? Claire poked a pastry with her little fork. Nope, not really. Seriously, not even a little? Emily looked amazed. If it were me, I'd be too stressed to sleep for like days. I'm not nervous because I'm not scared of messing up, Claire told her. The more nervous you are, the more likely you'll screw up. Gotta keep cool. Emily gave her a thumbs up. No wonder you're the second female captain in Muno Air. Your head game? Top notch. Speaking of which, Claire lowered her voice and asked, that other female captain at Muno, the one surnamed Samantha, is she a big deal? Emily paused. Well, yeah, sort of. Technically, she just started earlier than you. If we're talking age, you made captain faster than she did, she said. She graduated from a military aviation academy. Military academy. That's the dream school for pretty much every pilot. Graduates don't just fly commercial. They touch fighter jets. So how'd she end up here? Claire was curious. Emily gave a half smile and shrugged. Guess she just made a dumb choice. She didn't say the full truth, didn't want Claire reading into it the wrong way, especially since her brother might be into her idol now. Samantha was older than Lucas by a year, but she started flying real young, began at 16, soloed at 19, and now had almost 10 years of experience under her belt. In this industry, that made her a semi-veteran. Add the female captain title, and yeah, she gave off serious don't mess with me vibes. Claire, I don't know if you'll end up in the same flight group as her, Emily said, lowering her voice with a hint of concern. But if you do, try to steer clear of drama. She's got a bit of a temper. Claire Alton chuckled. Relax, if I end up in the same squad, I'm cool with that. She's from the Air Force Academy, right? She's got to be super capable. I might even learn a thing or two from her. You're way too chill about this, Emily Dalton gaped at her. Claire just smiled and went back to her pastries. News that a new female captain was joining Muno Airlines had already made the rounds in the company. A bunch of younger male captains and co-pilots were secretly trying to get Ryan Carter to spill the tea, who she was, how old, stuff like that. But Ryan didn't even bother to answer. Muno Airlines had 6 main squadrons. The first 5 already had their leaders. Only the 6th was still empty. The company had been in dire need of experienced captains lately. So when Monday's general meeting came around, every flight crew member showed up, waiting to hear Ryan announce the new squad leaders. In the big conference room, the back rows were packed with flight operations staff. Captains took the front row seats, co-pilots filled the next 2, and the very back was for the cabin crew. Within 10 minutes, tall, confident-looking captains and attendants filed inside, all dressed in Muno's standard uniforms, quietly taking their seats. Each carried a work case and sat up ramrod straight. At the front sat Ryan Carter. To the left, by the glass wall, a man was already seated. For many crew members, it was the first time seeing their big boss in person. Everyone knew the CEO was young, but no one expected him to look this young. Lucas Dalton wore a deep blue suit today, black dress shirt, and a pinstripe tie. His neatly trimmed hair and gray-framed glasses gave off a clean, sharp vibe. He was jotting something down on a contract laid across his lap with a fountain pen. He didn't act like a typical boss, never hogged the spotlight at meetings, always stayed off stage like an observer. Still, even from his quiet corner, no one dared overlook him. Once everyone seemed to have arrived, Ryan spoke up. "You've all heard about the new captain joining us. I'll get straight to the point." "Come in." 10 pilots, who'd been waiting outside, walked in one after another. All eyes immediately shifted to the doorway, everyone trying to spot the rumored new female captain. Lucas Dalton lifted his head just then, too. The first 9 were all guys, in white shirts and black slacks. Then, the last one showed up, a woman with a high ponytail. Even Samantha sat up straighter at the sight of her. Gasps rippled through the room. Everyone was clearly taken aback. This woman was young, stunning, and had serious presence. Most had expected someone older, more seasoned. But now, some of the male pilots' eyes were visibly lighting up. Ryan asked them to introduce themselves. "Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Brooks, one of the new captains." "Hello, I'm William Thompson, coming in as a new captain." "Hey everyone, I'm here as a new co-pilot." "Wait, no way, is she really?" Someone in the back was quietly counting. So far, only 2 had introduced themselves as captains, which meant the woman. With nearly every eye in the room watching her, Claire stepped forward and smiled into the mic. But this smile wasn't the gentle, easygoing one people were used to. This one had a sharp edge to it, cool confidence and a quiet sense of pride. "Hey everyone, I'm Claire Alton, the new captain." "Whoa, no way? She's seriously a female captain? She's so young, is that even possible?" Comments flew left and right, though nobody dared say anything too direct. Samantha kept her eyes on Claire the whole time. She definitely remembered her. Claire had shown up during the last round of pilot recruitment. More than that, they'd even flown together once. Samantha couldn't forget it if she tried. But still, it was her. Claire had on a crisp white shirt tucked neatly in. The sleek black tie gave her a sharp vibe, and her tailored pants made her legs look impossibly long. The short black boots added a kind of edge to her whole look. She sat down without a smile, and just her serious expression made people hesitate to approach. In the last few rows with the cabin crew, murmurs erupted. Especially Emily Dalton. She was practically bouncing in her seat. "That's my idol right there. Look at that uniform. So badass. I'm pretty sure she's even taller than Samantha." The others nodded in silent agreement, none of them daring to speak up too loud. Samantha was sitting just a few rows ahead of them, after all. And truth be told, Claire really did have a striking build. That uniform on her, totally commanding. She was like the queen of the skies. Meanwhile, Lucas Dalton toyed with a pen in his hand, his eyes never drifting away from Claire. It didn't matter how many people noticed. He didn't bother hiding it. Claire could feel it too. She held it in for a while, but finally snapped and shot him a glare. That glare caught Lucas off guard. He hadn't seen that coming from her. Ryan Carter had been in the middle of saying something when he suddenly heard a quiet, unexpected chuckle from the side, making him pause. "Mr. Dalton, anything you'd like to add?" Lucas's eyes finally shifted, and he shook his head slowly. "Nope, carry on." Ryan let out a small "all right" and continued, "The remaining 3 captains will be joining Team 6. The rest of the crew assignments are ready. Check the list and find your names." He paused a moment. As for the captain of Team 6, everyone leaned forward slightly. Claire Alton. Even Claire seemed taken aback. "Me?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you're not confident?" Almost immediately, someone voiced their concern. "Manager Carter, it's not that we don't respect our new teammate, but her age, this kind of appointment." After all, several senior pilots had spent over a decade in the company and hadn't landed a team leader role. Ryan clicked to the presentation he'd prepped earlier. Everyone's gaze locked on the large screen. It was nearly pitch black, just a recording playing from a black box. Background noise was chaotic. What do we do now? Second engine's gone and alarms up on the third. Then, cutting through it all, a calm female voice came through. Emergency landing's out of the question. People began to recognize the voice. Claire, there's no water nearby, and even if our last engine holds, we don't have enough fuel to reach the coast, the co-pilot was analyzing out loud. Then Claire again, do everything you can to stabilize the captain. I'll take control. We're going through the storm. Wait, go through it? If we go through, it's all desert. There's no time to find a coastline, and there's a residential area right below us. We can't risk it. Claire Alton's voice quivered, but she forced herself to stay composed. We're about to hit the storm zone, Jack shouted. Just give me 2 minutes. I can make it through. Before the storm cells fully form, I'll just fly across. Claire was almost muttering to herself, like she was trying to believe it. Then someone screamed, "Lightning! There's lightning!" The plane shook so hard, the black box recording went fuzzy with static. Everyone could easily imagine what must have happened on board. Crackling and static noises filled the room. First officer, Jack sounded completely panicked. Suddenly Claire shouted, "Hold the captain tight. If we don't make it across, we all go down together." Right after she said that, more violent noise came through the black box. Even the crackle of distant thunder was painfully clear. Everyone in the meeting room instinctively frowned, their hearts clenched. A minute or so later, someone's voice came through, shaky and overwhelmed with emotion. "We're through! We made it through!" Claire's voice trembled, but her words were calm and steady. "Emergency landing in the desert. Contact rescue. Once we stop, women, children, and the captain off first. Stay calm and wait for help." "Yes!" The entire crew, including Jack, answered with tears choking up their throats. The recording stopped there. The big screen then displayed the last image, a line of news text. On July 23rd, at 16:23, Air China Flight G869 successfully made an emergency landing in the Dilazang Desert. All 426 passengers survived. The pilot flying through the thunderstorm was Claire Alton, first officer of Air China. At that moment, the room fell completely silent. Even Claire just stared at the screen, saying nothing. She could hardly remember what she'd even said back then. It all blurred together. She had been so tense, terrified, it was like her brain had blacked out. All she could recall was that everyone had made it. The first one to react was an old captain from Muno Airlines. His eyes were red as he clapped, hard. And once he started, the rest quickly followed. Not everyone there had ever flown straight into a thunderstorm, and among those who had, nearly none had landed safely afterward, with 0 casualties. That kind of achievement deserved respect and applause. Lucas Dalton glanced over at the woman sitting at the far end of the captain's row. The woman he liked really did shine like a star. Ryan Carter turned to the group and asked, "So, anyone still object?" No one said a word. Ryan made the call. "Claire Alton will lead the 6th Squadron from now on. Mr. Thompson is stepping back from the role, given the workload and his age." Mr. Thompson smiled at that. "Yeah, I'm not young anymore. Time to let the next generation take over." Claire looked at him, deep admiration in her eyes. He gave her a playful wink, a kind senior passing the torch. "Squadron leaders, please stand," Ryan said. One by one, 6 squad leaders got up from their seats. Claire glanced around and spotted Samantha among them, probably the 2nd squadron leader based on where she was sitting. In the back, the younger pilots looked at the 2 female captains up front and whispered, "Looked like things at Muno Airlines were about to get very interesting." Flight Operations Office. Ryan had called Claire over. As soon as she walked in, he handed her a steaming cup of tea with a polite grin. "Have a seat. You're too polite, Manager Carter. You're the boss after all," Claire said modestly. Ryan Carter chuckled, clearly amused. "This is the route you'll be flying for now. It's not too long, just something to get you settled in first. Once you're comfortable, we'll look at something bigger." Claire nodded, accepting it with a smile. "Thanks, Manager Carter. I'll do my best and try not to cause you any trouble." "Come on, you're the one keeping me employed," he said with a grin. Claire didn't dwell on his words and got up to leave. Her flight was scheduled for 7 p.m. that evening, so prep time had officially started. There'd be the pre-flight meeting, weather briefing, potential incident checks, and equipment inspections. She'd spent the whole day at the company and around 5 headed over to the flight operations building. Her assigned first and second officers were both people she'd trained with before. Technically, they both had more flight time than she did. Guess they just hadn't gotten lucky when it mattered. Neither of them had any impressive records to show for it. To be honest, Claire felt a bit guilty. She didn't think she'd earned the title of captain and squad commander just yet. Her first officer, Mark Olson, had once served as a captain at a small airline for half a year. He said, "In our line of work, it's all about skill. Sure, I've logged more hours, but truth be told, I've never been through anything really intense. If something actually went sideways, I might totally freeze. That's when you need a captain who's been through stuff. You've got that, so don't sell yourself short." The second officer, number 7 in ranking, was Jack. Quiet guy, seemed a few years older than Daniel Brooks, and had a really grounded, honest vibe. Everyone called him Gourd. You know, like a gourd sealed up tight. Jack gave a quiet nod. "Doesn't matter who's captain. I'm here to work, earn my paycheck. As long as we take off and land safe, that's all I care about." They walked into the terminal. Countless passengers and airport staff caught sight of a striking woman striding confidently at the front of the group. Long wavy ponytail, back ramrod straight, smooth gait. Claire carried herself like someone who belonged in command, and her uniform definitely stood out. Unlike her co-pilots and the flight attendants behind her, Claire wore 4 silver stripes on both her shoulders and sleeves, the unmistakable mark of a captain. With every step forward, it felt like she was moving closer to the light. The plane waiting for them wasn't just any aircraft. This time, it was here to lift her dream off the ground. At the gate, some passengers waiting for the 7 p.m. flight did a double take. "Whoa, female captain, and she's absolutely stunning." Seriously, that's boss-level presence right there. At exactly 7:30 p.m. local time, the cabin doors closed. Claire's voice came on the loudspeaker for her very first captain's announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm your captain for this flight. We're heading to Tongcheng, China, and the estimated flight time is 3 hours and 25 minutes. If you need anything during the flight, don't hesitate to let us know. I wish you all a pleasant journey." Right after finishing her broadcast, Claire caught a message pop up on her phone from Lucas Dalton just before switching it off. No time to respond, but she saw what he'd written. "Wishing Captain Alton a safe flight. I'll be waiting when you get home." As the plane roared off the runway and soared into the sky, Claire couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lips. The sky was right there, within reach, and someone was down there waiting for her to come home. At that moment, the cockpit door opened and in peeked Emily Dalton, the lead flight attendant. With a slightly teasing grin, she said, "Hey gorgeous, fun fact. My brother ditched a bunch of business meetings just to hang around the airport and watch you take off. You should have seen his face. Dude was seriously worried." This was Claire Alton's very first commercial flight as the captain, and yeah, it meant a lot to her. Technically, once she switched to autopilot, she could have taken turns resting with the co-pilot like protocol allowed. But given it was her debut flight as captain, she was too hyped to sit still, practically glued to her seat, staring out at the endless sea of clouds like she'd never seen the sky before. The clouds rolled and floated like they were sketching out a peaceful palace in the sky, with the sun weaving through like a celestial spotlight. "Captain Alton, what made you decide to fly planes in the first place?" Mark Olson, her co-pilot, asked casually. Things were calm in the cockpit, so a bit of small talk was okay. Even Jack in the back seemed curious and leaned in to listen. Claire kept her eyes on the clouds. "My grandpa used to be a pilot. I grew up surrounded by model planes, and he would always tell me flying stories. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be like him. Being able to take people safely from one place to another just feels pretty awesome." Her voice was calm and mellow, and you honestly wouldn't guess she was only about 25 or 26. Not to pry or anything, Captain," Mark said, a bit sheepishly, since even though he was older, she outranked him. Claire turned to him. "Go ahead." "Are you seeing anyone?" he asked with a grin. Jack, sitting behind, immediately perked up. For a brief second, Claire thought of that fresh divorce certificate she'd just picked up. With a small, easy smile, she answered, "No." "What?" Mark's tone was somewhere between shock and excitement. "Seriously, I mean, you've got the skills, the looks, there's no way you're single." Jack chimed in out of nowhere. She said no boyfriend, but didn't say no admirers. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Mark blinked a few times. Jack added, "Best watch yourself, man. Otherwise, he might end up grounded before he knew it." These two weren't strangers. They'd flown together under other captains, so the banter came naturally. Claire, though, was slightly surprised at how quick Jack was to hit the nail on the head, so she glanced over at him. Jack noticed and gave her a big grin in return. Later, when Claire went to the rest area for a short nap, Mark took over the captain's seat while Jack slid into the co-pilot seat. That's when the whispering started. "So what was that all about?" Mark asked. Jack ran through a routine check. "I honestly don't know how someone as slow as you became a co-pilot." "No need to wonder. If I were any smarter, I'd be the captain," Mark joked, totally owning it. Jack nodded, like, fair point. "Seriously, though, explain." Jack glanced behind and lowered his voice. "Haven't you heard about that female helicopter pilot who was always seen with Dalton, the CEO? Mark blinked. "And about a month ago, during that big earthquake rescue op, Dalton and part of his crew were stuck, and some female pilot led a helicopter squad right into danger to get them out." Mark nodded again. "Oh, right." Jack was clearly frustrated. "And you still don't get it? Captain Alton might be the so-called mysterious woman in those rumors with Dalton." That finally clicked something for Mark. "Wait, like rumored girlfriend?" Jack nodded solemnly. "Close enough to count." Mark winced. "Okay, now that's digging pretty deep." "Come on, don't you remember how even Mr. Dalton himself showed up at the morning briefing? That alone tells you how important our captain is. Just trust me on this one. Let's just do our job right and be helpful to her. Even if I'm reading too much into things, at least we won't end up stepping on anyone's toes. You get me?" "I don't get it. If you were really that sharp, how are you still a second officer?" Mark Olson shot him a look, clearly not buying into his gossip theory. To him, it just sounded like a fairy tale. Their captain really was a standout across the board, especially for her age. But their chairman, that guy was on top of the pyramid, the kind of elite bachelor you only hear about. It was almost like something out of a Cinderella meets Prince Charming drama. No way it was real. "I'm not chasing dreams like you guys. I've got a fiancé, and I just want to earn a living, buy a place, keep a stable job, and settle down in Ping Song Gang," Jack replied with a shrug, clearly more down to earth. Mark wrinkled his nose at him. "Man, where's your ambition? That's it?" But Jack calmly shook his head. "The competition in our airline is brutal. Just look at the spotlight our captain was under today. Only someone like her could handle that level of pressure and roll with it like nothing's going on. So yeah, people better not underestimate her. She might look chill and easygoing, but underneath, she's probably pure steel." Right then, Claire Alton walked back in after her break, and Mark wasted no time standing up and saying, "Captain, Jack said you're basically a tiger." Jack almost kicked him then and there. Claire just chuckled. "Is that so? First time hearing someone compare me to a tiger. Not bad, kind of interesting." Their laughter echoed in the cockpit. A few hours later, they were already descending toward Tangchang. "Tower, CM3131, reduce altitude, prepare for approach." Claire kept her hands steady on the controls as she began the descent. Mark and Jack stayed fully focused beside her, coordinating smoothly as they prepped for her first landing as captain. No one said a word. And when the Airbus A330 of CM3131 finally touched down steadily at Tangcheng Airport, during those few silent seconds of taxiing, Claire finally let out the breath she'd been holding the entire descent. She radioed to the tower. "CM3131, flight concluded." Tower replied, "Good work." As soon as she stood up, both Mark and Jack spoke up in unison. "Congrats, Captain." Claire tugged lightly at her tie and smiled, warm as the Tangcheng sunshine. "Thanks for having my back out there." There was something about her humility. It always put people at ease. As captain, Claire had to stay behind after the passengers and crew disembarked to inspect the aircraft with the ground staff, making sure everything was in top shape before she could leave. When she finally entered the terminal, the 100 or so waiting passengers in line outside the gate all turned toward her in surprisingly perfect sync. Maybe they'd never seen a woman in that kind of uniform before. Curiosity, admiration, and more than a few stunned expressions. Emily Dalton was already waving. "Over here! Goddess alert!" Far off, Emily watched her friend strolling over. White shirt, black slacks and boots, pulling a black carry-on, that calm smile on her face like a blade wrapped in silk. "We're flying back tomorrow morning, so we've got tonight to stay over," Emily said, looping arms with her. The two of them, dressed sharp and walking side by side, turned plenty of heads. Just as they reached the third floor and headed for the elevator, someone behind them blurted out in shock. Seriously, sis?" Claire turned at the familiar voice. Just a few meters away, her former sister-in-law, Sophia McPherson, stood there frozen, gripping her flight attendant case tight, eyes wide in disbelief. Sophia McPherson had just landed from a flight and was thinking of grabbing some late-night food with her crew. As she listened to people chatting about a new female captain at Muno Airlines, her eyes caught on someone who looked way too familiar. She didn't quite believe it at first, but with a second glance, yeah, no doubt about it. That really looked like her ex-sister-in-law, Claire Alton. Wait, what? Claire flying a plane? No freaking way. But that captain uniform and those 4 stripes on her shoulder, yep, that's real. Dragging her little suitcase over, Sophia stared Claire up and down like she was seeing a ghost. Claire, you... Claire cut straight to it. "I'm divorced. With your brother." "Divorced?" Sophia froze in place. She'd been too wrapped up with work to check in much at home, though her mom had muttered something vague about issues recently over the phone. Sophia had brushed it off. Her gentle, quiet sister-in-law divorcing Kevin McPherson sounded impossible, and yet, here they were. Sophia felt like her brain short-circuited. Wait, never mind the divorce. What is up with that uniform? Honestly, right now, the thing that shocked her more was Claire's job. "Captain, they said you can turn in the flight report a bit later." Mark Olson and Jack walked over just then. Hearing that, Sophia's jaw about hit the floor. Claire wasn't joking. She really was the captain. She was actually flying the dang plane! As the elevator dinged open, their group walked inside. Sophia tried to squeeze in too, wearing her usual pretty smile. Emily Dalton immediately threw a subtle side-eye her way, her mood turning sour on the spot. "What do you want?" Emily stepped in front of Claire like a guard dog. Sophia, easily the more striking one of the two, no surprise she got hired as a flight attendant, flashed a friendly smile. "Hey there, I'm Sophia McPherson. Nice to meet you." "Yeah, hard pass," Emily replied, not even hiding her disinterest. Ex-sister-in-law versus maybe future sister-in-law, and neither of them planned on backing down. Sophia, ever the social one, kept pushing. "So where are you guys heading? Mind if I tag along? I mean, we're all in aviation. No need to be strangers, right?" "I think being strangers would actually help," Emily shot back. Sophia stood straighter. "Can't agree. Like it or not, I used to be part of your captain's family." Nope. She really wasn't holding back. From the terminal to the cab ride to the restaurant where they decided to toast their first successful flight together, Sophia stuck with them the whole way, cheerful as ever. With a crew full of gorgeous women, all pilots no less, they quickly drew attention in the restaurant. As everyone settled in, Sophia plopped down next to Claire. "So Claire, spill." Claire had spent the whole trip correcting that sister-in-law label, but Sophia clearly wasn't listening. Claire sighed. "Spill what? Like, when did your eyes finally clear up? When did you see through Kevin and kick him to the curb?" Dead silence. The 4 people sitting nearby stared at her like she just sprouted a second head. Sophia, as chill as ever. Claire paused, then quietly said, "He was the one who filed for divorce." Emily chimed in coldly. "He was cheating. Even brought the other woman into their home. She had his kid." Sophia rested her chin on her palm. "Yup. Sounds like Kevin, all right." Claire had always heard that the McPherson siblings weren't super close, but not super close was putting it lightly. In the 2 years she'd been married to Kevin, she'd only seen Sophia maybe 3-4 times. Each time, Sophia breezed in and out, barely sticking around long enough to say a word. Is that normal for siblings? Still, Claire wasn't about to blur old lines. She kept her tone firm. Miss McPherson, we were never close. Not before, and not now. Sophia gave a tiny smile. Hey, we could get close now. I'm always cool with people who finally see Kevin for who he really is. Her wide, sparkling eyes caught Claire Alton completely off guard. Claire blinked and asked slowly, Kevin McPherson is your actual brother? Yeah, Sophia McPherson replied with a grin. But he's also my sworn enemy. In another life, maybe literally. Those two had been at odds since kindergarten. Even the old folks used to shake their heads and say the siblings were destined to clash, like oil and water. They didn't need a reason to dislike each other. They just naturally couldn't stand the other's face. Been bickering since diapers. I can already picture Kevin's face when he finds out you're actually a pilot, Sophia laughed, still flashing that almost too perfect professional smile. His expression would crash harder than a bad takeoff. Emily Dalton rolled her eyes. Please stop. That smile is killing me. You're off the clock. Quit weaponizing your customer service face. Oh, and true to form, Sophia dropped it like a switch, only to suddenly throw her head back and burst into full-on laughter moments later. Ha! The outburst made even the quiet guy nearly drop his chopsticks. That's so satisfying, Sophia gasped, holding her stomach. Seriously, so satisfying. I always thought you made a huge mistake marrying Kevin. Turns out you were just temporarily blind. Good thing that ended. Silence. Emily cleared her throat. Look, I'm not saying bring back the fake smile, but could you not go full clown mode either? You just gave the kid at the next table a trauma response. Sophia frowned. You're honestly so hard to please. And who said we're on nickname terms? Emily shot back, glaring. Fine, whatever. Sophia let out a dramatic sigh. These 30 minutes with you people have drained the last bit of sharp edges off me. I'm officially too numb to argue with you now. Beneath the table, Emily was furiously texting her half-brother. Lucas, alert level red, your ex's little sister just dropped in. And I'm 90% sure she's inherited some kind of family brain glitch. Lucas Dalton, what if she's undercover, like planted by the ex-husband? Spy vibes. After dinner, the group headed to the hotel their company partnered with. Sophia stuck to Claire like glue, impossible to shake. Emily tried and failed to make space. Could you, I don't know, give our captain a little breathing room? You don't work with us. You're from another airline. Feels kind of off. Oh, Sophia's eyes didn't even flicker. Oh, that's it? Means I can't be bothered, but I'll give you a half-hearted response out of courtesy. Emily kept a straight face. Thanks for your effort. Anytime. In the end, though, Sophia didn't room with Claire. Emily snuck into Claire's room later, hands on hips and ready to rant. Claire smiled at her puffed-up frustration. What now? I'm gonna explode. Just tell me, are you on my side or that clingy woman's? Claire just laughed and tried to calm her down. Naturally, she was closer to Emily. They had more history. Emily was just having one of those jealous outbursts, like a kid fighting for attention. She'd be fine soon. Claire had been running on edge all day. She walked Emily back to her room, took a quick shower, and knocked out pretty fast. Early rise tomorrow. Report to submit, plus the return flight to prep. Zzz. Her phone vibrated for ages, but Claire didn't stir. Ding dong. The doorbell followed. She sat up, mind still foggy. Thunder rumbled somewhere outside. Tongcheng wasn't playing. Rain in late summer here still hit like monsoon season. Dragging herself to the door, Claire mumbled, "Who is it?" A breathless voice called back quickly, "It's me, Lucas Dalton." As the door swung open, the cool, wet air rushed in, and so did Lucas, panting like he sprinted the whole way. His expensive suit was rain-speckled, and there was still tension in his eyes as he looked at her. Claire blinked, confused. "Lucas?" But he jumped straight in. "Did Kevin come looking for you too?" 20 minutes after Emily's texts, Lucas had pulled strings and boarded the next flight straight to Tangcheng. He came just to see her. He was terrified Claire Alton might change her mind. After all, they had 2 years together, something he probably could never compete with. Lucas Dalton honestly couldn't think of any other way to stop her than showing up in person. Claire's heart skipped a beat, and her mind was racing. "You knew Kevin McPherson's sister was around and guessed he might show up too, so you rushed over right away?" He cut her off abruptly, clearly a bit flustered. Even if Kevin's a total jerk, I know he was with you for 2 whole years. And yeah, I've only known you for just over a month. I know I'm probably not enough, but I'm trying to be worth those years. So could you? Lucas looked pretty beat, leaning one hand on the doorframe, voice low and strained. Could you not give him another chance? Truth be told, even Lucas couldn't figure out why he cared about Claire this much. He'd matured early, understood relationships from a young age, but even nearing 30, no one had ever made his heartbeat quicken like this. He'd met attractive, capable women before, but they were just great people. Never someone that hit him deep. Only Claire. Maybe it was that moment back on the plane when she comforted him briefly, or maybe her life mirrored his mother's too closely, or maybe fate just threw them together on purpose. Whatever it was, Claire had left a mark on him, a deep one. He was selfish enough not to want her to be close to any other guy, jealous enough to wish Kevin would just vanish. Claire's sleepiness disappeared completely after hearing that. She shifted slightly. Why don't you come in? A cool hallway draft drifted through. Lucas's coat was soaked. He'd come alone, took a cab after getting off the plane. There were a ton of stairs leading from the road to the hotel entrance. Just that short walk left him drenched. The storm outside must have been brutal. Ever since she'd met Lucas, Claire had never seen him like this. Raindrops trickled down from the tips of his hair, silent and constant, falling onto her carpet without a sound. She leaned back a bit, her long hair falling loosely over her shoulders. There was a hint of allure in her calmness. I'm never forgiving him. Not ever. Running into his sister was never part of the plan. She couldn't even explain to herself what Lucas's sudden arrival had stirred inside her. Did he really care that much? But why? They'd barely known each other more than a month. It didn't make sense. Lucas took in her words, though the tension in his chest only eased halfway. Even if Kevin came crying one day, apologizing for everything, you still wouldn't go back? He was scared. So scared that it even caught him off guard. But Lucas wasn't one to overthink feelings. If he felt it, he faced it. Didn't need a reason. His heart would steer him, and his heart wouldn't lie to him. Looking into his eyes, Claire suddenly felt an unfamiliar ache, because in them she saw herself. That cautious fear, that silent desperation, like she was comforting him, or maybe comforting her own tired soul in the process. She stepped forward, gently brushed a patch of rain off his shoulder. Lucas, you're already amazing. You don't need to do all this for me. You should focus on yourself. She looked at him. It's late, and there's a storm in Tangcheng. Aren't you worried something might happen? Next time, maybe just don't. There'll be a next time, and I'll still come. Lucas Dalton's voice was calm and steady. Claire, I get jealous easily. If I've said or done anything that made you uncomfortable, just tell me, okay? I've never been in a relationship before, so all I could think of was getting to you, giving it one more shot. He wiped the rain off his face. Even if I had to do it again, not just pouring rain, even if it were pouring knives, I'd still come. Boom. The thunder rolled again. Same kind of stormy night, thick with clouds. Kevin McPherson's words from back then had felt like 1,000 needles to the heart. But now, Lucas... Claire looked away, silent for a while. You're soaked. Go shower. I'll get you a room. As she walked toward the bathroom, Lucas blurted out, unable to hold back. Can I maybe crash on the couch? He didn't want to leave. Her steps paused. She looked over her shoulder. The hallway light wasn't bright, but a flash of lightning lit up the room just enough to catch everything in sharp detail for a split second. They stood apart, not too close, not too far. Lucas was still dripping wet, jacket clinging to him as he stood waiting on her answer. Claire clenched her fist, turned around. Take the bed. Lucas let out a deep breath, as if something had finally eased inside him. He leaned back against the wall, tension melting off him. I've warmed up the water. Go clean up before you catch a cold. Lucas didn't respond much, just tugged off his tie. That motion, rough, powerful, caught in Claire's eyes for a second and lingered. Meanwhile, in another room, Sophia McPherson was smiling to herself as she called her brother. Kevin, guess what I found out today? Spit it out, Kevin replied, sounding annoyed. Got any heart meds by your side? She teased. Kevin groaned. What's wrong with you? Good, just checking. Sophia drawled. Do you even know what Claire did before? Claire? Kevin clearly didn't expect that name. What about her? She's working at Muno Airlines now. Met her today. Guess where? Kevin frowned, suddenly uneasy. Sure enough, Sophia added with a flourish. Your ex used to be a pilot. She's a captain at Muno now. That hit Kevin like a punch to the gut. He held the phone in stunned silence. What? Sophia couldn't stop grinning. Kevin McPherson, you've got worse vision than a blind bat. Claire made a mistake marrying you back then, but you're the one completely blind, stepping out with trash. Let me just say, if it were me and not Claire, you'd be miserable for life. Sophia, Kevin snapped. Don't holler at me. We agreed 2 years ago not to tell people we're siblings. I don't know you, remember? Oh, and you better not bring that side chick home. If I see her, don't expect me to sit around like Claire did. Anyway, have a fantastic life, Mr. McPherson. She hung up with a smirk. Back in the bathroom, Kevin was still holding the phone blankly. In the bedroom, Olivia Brooks, munching on an apple, called out, Kevin, you done in there or what? Come give me a foot rub. Something must have snapped in Kevin. He flung open the door and stared at her coldly. Don't you have hands? Why do I have to do everything for you? What's even the point of having you around? Olivia Brooks immediately threw half an apple to the floor. Kevin McPherson, are you seriously talking to me like that? I'm carrying your baby. Isn't it your job to take care of me? You've got to be kidding me. Kevin's mind was still stuck on that one line. Claire Alton is a captain. A captain? A freaking airline captain? That couldn't be real, right? Back when they were together for 2 years, Claire never hinted at anything like that. She was always just busying herself with house chores, and whenever he asked if she had any dreams, she'd just say no. She'd acted like she had no ambition at all. But now, post-divorce, she'd suddenly become a captain? And not just anywhere, but at Muno Airlines? Working in the same industry, Kevin knew better than anyone how tough it was to get into Muno. They didn't hire average pilots, only top-tier talent made the cut. Unless someone pulled strings for her? Maybe that guy helped her skip the line and get in? Kevin's brain spun in circles with wild guesses, and somehow, the more he looked at Olivia lounging around doing nothing, the more irritated he got. You keep calling yourself a big star, but you haven't even landed a real gig, and so far, only some off-brand crews hit you up. They just registered their marriage yesterday, and even had lunch with friends this morning, but now things were already about to blow up. Olivia stood up, clearly pissed off. That's on you, okay? I asked you to invest in me, and you kept saying it's too risky. I didn't know you were this stingy before. Stingy? Me? Kevin looked at her like she'd lost her mind. I gave Claire $5,000 a month when we were married, and she never spent it all. You? I did the math. Since we got together, you've already burned through 70 to 80 million. And I'm the stingy one? Oh wow, Kevin, you're actually keeping tabs now? Are you even a man? Olivia snapped, fuming. Only Claire would tolerate that nonsense. $5,000 a month? What are you, giving her charity? You. Kevin drew in a sharp breath. Unbelievable. He slammed the door on his way out, and Olivia, fuming with rage, chucked her phone across the floor. She didn't think much about Claire possibly landing a sugar daddy. After all, in her line of work, she'd seen it all. To be fair, Claire was beautiful. If she ever joined showbiz, she might have even made it big. Of course, Olivia felt jealous. She just didn't want to admit it. Refused to mention Claire too much in front of Kevin, afraid he'd keep thinking about her. Yet here he was, bringing Claire up again and again. That thought threw her off, and she stormed out after him. Kevin McPherson, stop right there! He was heading toward the room Claire used to spend a lot of time in. You're thinking about her again, aren't you? You regret it now, don't you? She yanked his sleeve. Now you realize I'll never live up to her, huh? Kevin frowned. What's wrong with you lately, Olivia? Me? What about you? You're the one who dumped me back then. Your parents didn't even like me, and you didn't fight for me. And what was I supposed to do? Kevin's eyes were blazing. You think I didn't know about your flings outside? Olivia, do you really want me to spell everything out? She froze. Wait, what? Kevin. Boom. The door slammed hard behind him. This was the room Claire used to spend a lot of time in. She said she used to practice stitching or something here. She'd packed up everything ages ago, Nothing of hers was left. Empty space, just a few pieces of leftover furniture. Kevin suddenly realized Claire had really walked out of his life. She hadn't even looked back. He clenched his jaw. How could she be this ruthless? How could she lie to him like that? A pilot, really? And she never thought to mention it? Tangcheng, hotel room. Lucas Dalton stepped out from the shower, steam clinging to his skin. Wrapped in a towel, he was drying his hair while reaching for his phone, which hadn't stopped lighting up. Claire Alton was already sprawled on the couch, a blanket tossed over her, eyes closed, but she wasn't asleep. After replying to his messages, Lucas sat at the edge of the bed looking straight at her. Go sleep on the bed. Claire opened her eyes. I'm good here. Don't be stubborn, Lucas said calmly. You've got a return flight tomorrow. If you don't rest properly, it's dangerous. With little choice, Claire got up and moved to the bed. Lucas, in turn, settled on the couch. They kept some space between them. Lucas lit a cigarette. The window was cracked open just enough to let the smoke drift out without bothering her. He kept his eyes quietly on Claire's face, her lids shut. Even though someone else was in the room, Claire couldn't fall asleep at first, but exhaustion finally dragged her under. The next morning, Claire arrived at Tangcheng Terminal early, right on schedule for her flight. She handed in her freshly written flight report and began preparing for takeoff. Hi, mind if we get to know each other? As Claire was signing some papers, a man in a crisp white shirt showed up. His smile was bright, full of confidence. Just before Claire could respond, Emily Dalton stepped up with a quick grin. Sorry, but this is my sister-in-law. The male pilot blinked in surprise. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to intrude. Claire turned to look at Emily, confused. Sister-in-law? Emily beamed. Look, it's just one of those standard ways to fend off unwanted attention. Doesn't really matter how we're related, as long as the message gets across. Claire didn't argue further. Soon, she led the flight crew onto the plane, right on schedule. Emily stood by the cabin door, greeting passengers with a professional smile. When the last passenger strolled in, she said cheerfully, Careful with your step, sir. Lucas glanced at her smile. Emily rubbed her fingers together in a silent gesture. Lucas didn't say a word, just walked past. 2 minutes later, Emily's phone chimed. A wire transfer notification, a smooth 10 grand. She straightened up, turned to the crew with mock pride, and announced, Ladies, your chief flight attendant just picked up an official side hustle. Blocking all her brother's potential suitors? That was Emily's new gig. Paid per task. 10 grand a pop. High efficiency income, better than robbing a bank. Claire handled the aircraft effortlessly, taxiing, takeoff, cruise. Once they were cruising steady, she turned to Mark Olson beside her. Your turn to fly. Then she stepped out of the cockpit. The moment she walked into the cabin, several passengers turned to look. The seasoned ones could instantly tell she was the captain, and many had to do a double take, surprised in the best way. Claire made her way to the business class cabin and quickly found Lucas. Emily had told her that her brother hadn't been able to secure a first-class ticket. Only business class was open. Even though Lucas was the mighty CEO of Muno International, here he was, slouched in a business class seat, nodding off from a full night of no sleep and a morning scramble to catch the flight. The woman seated next to him had the composed look of an educated professional. When she caught sight of the tall woman in a white blouse, she immediately guessed she must be the pilot. A flight attendant passed by and whispered, Captain? Claire quietly said, Could you bring me a blanket? The attendant nodded and quickly returned. Claire gently spread the blanket over Lucas's sleeping figure, then offered a polite smile to the woman seated next to him before walking off. Lucas stirred awake just as breakfast service had begun. His sister Emily had just placed a neatly arranged tray in the pouch in front of him, per protocol. Seeing him awake, the woman beside him smiled. Your girlfriend's the pilot? She's amazing. Gorgeous, too. She came by earlier and even tucked a blanket over you. Lucas's heart skipped, then thumped, completely thrown off in that moment. Lucas Dalton looked down at the blanket on his lap, the one he'd handpicked himself, and couldn't help but feel his chest warm up. Sir, would you like something to drink? Emily Dalton's voice chimed in beside him. Without looking away, Lucas asked quietly, Did she eat? Emily grinned. She's eating now. Monier's in-flight meals were known to be top tier, wide variety, great quality. Give her this, Lucas said, pulling out the foil-wrapped chicken leg from his meal box. She barely ate anything this morning. Emily blinked, slightly surprised. But what about you? This'll do. Lucas motioned at what was left in front of him. Emily could only admire her brother. He was sitting on a fortune, but you'd never know it. Could live lavish or simple. Case in point, he could have just flown private, or at the very least, booked first class. But nope, he chose business class just because Claire Alton was the one flying the plane. When Emily came back from delivering the chicken leg, she passed by again and leaned in. Need anything else to drink? Lucas shook his head. So, how's my goddess piloting today? Emily was clearly proud. Lucas raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smirk playing at his lips. Smoother than any other flight I've been on. Cough, cough. A well-dressed woman nearby let out an awkward cough, not quite managing to cover her amusement. Sorry about that. Lucas just gave a silent smile. Love really did make you see everything through rose-colored glasses. Objectively, all planes felt the same, but to him, Claire's handling was just different. Better. Must be nice to be the captain, huh? 2 chicken legs and all, Mark Olson joked, eyeing Claire's tray. Claire held one up. Want it? Mark quickly waved his hands. No, I'm good. One of the flight attendants had come by earlier and whispered that their chairman was on board. That outrageously nice chicken leg? Most likely a personal gift for their captain from the big boss. No way could regular folks like them touch it. The meals for Claire and her co-pilot were prepared separately ahead of time after asking their preferences. Standard safety protocol. Should something go wrong with a dish, both wouldn't be affected at once. If both needed to eat the same meal, they had to stagger it by 30 minutes to an hour. Right now, Mark and Claire were eating completely different dishes, except for that one mutual chicken leg. And even then, Mark had waited a solid 15 minutes after Claire had eaten hers, just to make sure it was safe. After lunch, Claire took a short break, then double-checked every piece of equipment in the cockpit before heading to the rest area. She'd barely stepped in when someone shoved her from behind, hard. Claire spun around, hand halfway to striking before she froze. Surprised to see me? Came a voice behind her. Claire's heart was still racing, totally confused. Lucas casually shut the door to the rest area behind him. Just a leadership check-in. Check-in? In here? This tiny room barely had space to turn around, and Lucas being there made it feel even more cramped. Anything bothering you in here? It's fine. Claire sat down. Do you need some rest? Just woke up. Lucas glanced around the room. Just came to see how you were doing. Just came to see her. Claire felt a little awkward all of a sudden. Get some rest, Lucas said as he opened the door. Lucas, why are you squeezing into business class? There's another flight leaving for Pingsong Harbor in 40 minutes, Claire suddenly asked. Halfway through the door, Lucas paused and turned back, his voice calm. Isn't it obvious? You're on this flight. Claire hadn't slept much the night before, so she took an extra 10 minutes during her break. Her mind was a fog, yet even in that quick nap, she dreamed, over and over again, of Lucas saying those last few words. Sorry, overslept a bit. You go take a break, she told Mark Olson. Mark chuckled. No worries. I slept early last night, still going strong. But Claire still insisted that he rest. She took the controls alone this time. 3.5 hours later, with a smooth, have a great day, goodbye, Flight CM3131 from Muhang landed steadily back on Muye Airlines' domestic runway. The ground crew greeted Claire with congratulations, celebrating her successful first command. Claire was genuinely happy too. Well, until someone decided to kill the vibe. Kevin McPherson called from an unknown number. Claire, what the hell? You kept secrets from me after we got married. Why didn't you tell me you were a pilot from the start? And you? Kevin kept ranting on the other end of the line. Claire held the phone without listening, signing off her flight log. Meanwhile, more and more people addressed her as Captain Claire, making Kevin blow a gasket over the line. Claire! He suddenly roared. Are you summoning a ghost or something? That moment snapped her fully back into herself, her sharp edge returning in full force. Dragging her black suitcase slowly, she walked ahead with a laid-back tone. You didn't even know what I used to do. And you've got the nerve to bring up our marriage? Me flying planes, what does that have to do with you? If you could fly, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had, maybe I wouldn't have. Kevin. Claire stood in front of the elevator, her voice calm. Don't overestimate yourself. If your wife's unemployment gives you the right to belittle her, then maybe try doing some good deeds. You'll need the karma. Hate to see you end up homeless. Oh, and one more thing. We're divorced. Don't just call me out of the blue again. If it's about the asset split, fine. Anything else, I'll file a harassment complaint. Got it? Claire, you... Kevin McPherson's voice was stunned. Before stepping into the elevator, she let out a short laugh. What? I'm not even trying to be mean here, but I clearly gave you too much credit. Every dime you spent on Olivia while we were married, I'll be claiming it back. Hope you're ready for that. And with that, she ended the call clean and sharp. Almost immediately, a new message popped up on her screen. Lucas Dalton, waiting for you at the staff exit, taking you home. That last part, home, lingered in her chest for a moment. She stared at the message, unsure what to reply. Just then, Emily Dalton, who'd been standing nearby pretending to be invisible the whole time, grabbed her phone and typed 2 words. Got it. Claire blinked. Emily stayed serious. Claire, I know my brother's crushing on you. This isn't about forcing anything. I genuinely think he's a good guy. But hey, it's your call. Just don't shut the door too fast, right? Give yourself a chance to enjoy life. Try dating him. Worst case, you boot him. You lose nothing. Claire stared at her for a long moment before slowly taking the phone back. Emily, you sound like a pimp. Meanwhile, on WeChat, Emily started whining. Bro, your future girlfriend just called me a pimp. I demand emotional damages. Lucas messaged back. She scolds you. You take it. Alipay transfer received. A clear female voice read the alert aloud. Emily let out a satisfied sigh. Now that's the stuff. At the staff passageway, Claire spotted Lucas as soon as she turned the corner. Emily gave her a not-so-subtle nudge forward. Lucas took her suitcase effortlessly, smooth like he did it every day. The car's over there. Seeing the moment was right, Emily tactfully stayed back, waving them off cheerfully like a seasoned matchmaker. Once they got into the car, Claire finally let her guard down. Lucas had just wrapped up replying to a few work emails. He glanced over at her. I asked Matthew to pick up some fresh ingredients. Thought I'd cook for you tonight, okay? Claire looked at him in disbelief. You're cooking for me? Lucas Dalton put away his phone. Not okay? It's not that, just... Claire Alton still felt weird about it. To her, their relationship was always more like boss and employee. It just didn't feel right having him take care of her. The divider slid down, cutting them off from the driver up front. Lucas looked at her slowly. Did you forget I said I'm chasing you? Or do you just have selective memory? Claire shot back. Wouldn't dare. You're way too high up there for me to pretend I'm important. He chuckled and nodded. Fair. Though honestly, I'd rather you just called yourself Mrs. Dalton already. Claire quickly brushed her warm earlobe with her fingers and tried to change the topic. You cook? Please don't be another Kevin McPherson who can't even survive a toaster. You'll find out soon enough. Muhu Wanxiang, Lucas was 100% the type to act more than talk. As soon as they got back, he changed clothes and walked straight into the kitchen. Just the two of them at home, any sound was clearly his doing. Claire had rinsed off after changing out of her uniform, then followed the noise into the kitchen. It was an open-plan design, sleek and expensive in every detail. Inside, the man moved comfortably through the space, one dish after another hitting the counter without fuss. Even just the smell had Claire imagining the taste. Didn't expect you to actually be able to cook, she said. Lucas gave her a quick glance. You think guys don't cook or something? Not really. Whatever you like, just tell me. I'll have it ready when you're back from work. That was tender and low-key sweet. It caught Claire off guard. Too good to feel real. You okay? You sound a bit off? Probably nothing. Just my throat acting up. Soon, 6 dishes were lined up on the dining table. Lucas washed his hands and came over. Drink with dinner? Claire thought for a second. She had a couple days off. Sure. Watching him moving around, she couldn't help thinking, he didn't act like some pampered CEO at all. The suit was off, and he felt more like a normal guy living a regular life, grounded in the real world. Total opposite of Kevin McPherson, who somehow always acted like he was above everyone. While Claire was zoning out, Lucas came back and poured them each a glass of red wine. "Hits harder than you'd think. Take it slow," he reminded her. She nodded, amused by how careful he was being. After sitting down, Lucas raised his glass. Right then, the overhead light cut off and a row of soft purple floor lights came on instead, adding a cozy glow. Their glasses clinked. He smiled a little. To Captain Alton, dream finally came true. Flying again. Her dream, one she chased forever. Warmth spread in her chest. Thanks. It really hit her. How did they even end up like this? Living together? She put down her glass, tasted a bit of food, and involuntarily tossed out a compliment. Then, with a more serious tone, she said, "Lucas, there's something I need to say." He nodded. "Say anything. Just don't say you're moving out." Claire straightened up, a little more serious now. "Ever wonder if the reason you haven't dated anyone is because you're too pushy?" "Nope." She stared at him. Was this guy always this shameless? "I didn't stay single because I couldn't get someone. I chose it," he said flatly. Her eyes shifted, catching some unfamiliar spark inside them. Before she could say anything, Lucas Dalton spoke again. "Like me liking you, that's my choice." "Lucas, will you cut it out already?" Claire Alton snapped. She felt her ears were burning, her face so hot it could fry an egg. "Huh?" The guy chuckled, teasing. Claire took a deep breath. "I don't know how to respond to this kind of talk. Just stop." She'd never been in a relationship before. She could talk about planes all day, sure. But this? Who said you had to respond? Lucas leaned back a bit, dragging his chair away, then lit a cigarette. Smoke curled from his lips as he smiled, eyes half-lidded with ease. "Just listen. One day, if your heart's open to me, just nod. I don't care where you are. I'll go get you." His voice wasn't playful at all. It rasped with something raw and real. Back in school, and even later at Sky Air, plenty of guys had a crush on Claire. But they were all shy, nothing like Lucas, who tackled everything head-on. "Claire." She looked up. Lucas had one arm resting on the table, the other on his knee, holding that cigarette. The air around him just screamed adult man, especially those lowered eyes fixed on her. "I'm not teasing. I mean it. I'm telling you, I'm being honest." Those last words, "I'm being honest," just echoed in Claire's head, over and over, all the way until she woke up thirsty and headed downstairs for water in the middle of the night. The study light was still on. Through the slightly open door, she saw Lucas slumped in his chair. He didn't look good. Instinctively, Claire walked over and knocked on the door. No response. She knocked again. Still nothing. So she pushed the door open. "Lucas?" No answer. As she got closer, the light revealed his flushed face. She reached out and touched his forehead. Burning hot. Startled, she pulled her hand back quickly. "Lucas, wake up." But he didn't respond. Claire's chest tightened with worry. No time to hesitate, she wrestled to lift him onto her back. Maybe the bumping on the stairs roused him a little. "Where are we going?" His voice was rough and faint. "You've got a fever. I'm taking you to the hospital. Stop moving. I can't carry you far," said Claire. It was windy outside, but thankfully she only had a sip of wine earlier that night. That was hours ago. Alcohol long gone from her system. She loaded him into the car, struggled with the controls for a while, then finally got the luxury car started. She floored it straight for the hospital. Lucas pried his eyes open. "You're driving this fast? You worried about me?" Claire gripped the steering wheel tight and kept her eyes ahead. "Why didn't you say something if you felt sick?" "Well, then why didn't you say anything when you were upset?" Lucas shot back stubbornly. He could be difficult when he got like this. But Claire wasn't in a great mood either. Waiting at a red light, she turned to him with a deadly stare. "You trying to die or something?" Lucas looked surprised. Yeah, he hadn't expected this side of Claire. He met her gaze for a moment, then let his eyes drift shut again, his voice nearly gone but still playful. "Relax, I'm not dying. I promised to get you that new plane, remember? Wouldn't want to break my word." His words grew weaker and sweat beaded on Claire's forehead without her realizing it. After a pause, Lucas called out to her again. "Claire, shut up." He blinked. "You yelling at me? Can you just save your energy and be quiet?" He let out a lazy chuckle. "What do I need to save it for anyway?" He was pulling his little tricks, quiet and sneaky, and Claire Alton couldn't do anything about it. He was sick, after all. She had no choice but to be nice. Besides, Lucas Dalton probably caught a chill when he rushed over to Tangcheng in the rain. The traffic light turned green. That night in Pingsonggang, a gentle autumn rain came drifting down. Raindrops hit the windshield rhythmically, blurring everything outside. Neon lights in the distance looked distorted, like someone had smudged them with watercolor. Some glowed brighter, some turned muddy. Inside the sealed-up car, the heat felt trapped. Lucas pulled at his collar, undoing the top two buttons. His flushed skin peeked through the shirt, his chest rising and falling with each breath. He looked like he was burning up. Even his eyes were unfocused, watching the city roll by outside the window like he was stuck in some dream. "Hey, don't fall asleep. We're almost there," Claire said, noticing how labored his breathing had gotten. Her foot stayed flat on the gas pedal. A moment later, hiss! That ultra-recognizable license plate, the one that turned heads all over Pingsonggang, finally showed up at the entrance of Renmin Hospital. Claire jumped out, ran to the passenger side, and tried to get him up. "Lucas?" He frowned, eyelids drooping, but he obediently followed her voice out of the car, totally dazed. Claire noticed something was off. His legs were shaking. Before she could say anything, he slumped toward her. Whoa! Luckily, she had a good stance. Otherwise, both of them would have ended up face first in the rainy street. A nurse on duty near the entrance saw them and quickly called a colleague to help carry him inside. Claire waited outside while Lucas went in for his checkup. A few minutes later, the doctor came out and said, "He's burning up. He's at 40 degrees Celsius. Why'd you bring him in so late?" Claire was stunned. 40? No wonder the guy, built like a tank, could barely stand. They immediately gave him a fever-reducing shot and some meds. From that point on, Claire stayed right by his side. It was the middle of the night, and she didn't feel right calling his assistant or anyone else. On the hospital bed, Lucas's cheeks were still flushed. His lips had gone pale. For once, the always composed man didn't look so serious. Claire was exhausted. After a while, she dozed off, slumped over on the edge of the bed. In her sleep, she vaguely felt Lucas holding her hand and gently patting her back, murmuring something about going to the extra cot to rest. She mumbled something back and didn't think much of it. In reality, the lights were low and everything was quiet. Lucas was leaning against the headboard, holding Claire's hand, and she instinctively held his right back. His gaze was unfocused, lost in thought. A few minutes ago, when he'd told her to go lie down, she had mumbled, "Can't. Gotta take care of you." His lips curled into a sleepy smile. Taking care of him, she was out cold. Even so, he didn't let go of her hand, just laid there on his side, eyes on the woman so close to him. Then, for no reason at all, he reached out, slowly, gently, and touched her eyelashes. They were long, prettier than Emily's, he thought. Her eyebrows were nice too, thick and clean, way better than those overdone semi-permanent ones people paid for. Her skin was smooth and pale. Honestly, if someone said she was 25, no one would doubt it. Claire was amazing. Kevin McPherson must have been blind. "Lucas Dalton, stop poking my eyelashes," Claire mumbled, half asleep, sounding adorably annoyed. Lucas propped his hand under his head, raised an eyebrow, and said in a low, raspy voice, "You're not asleep?" "I am." Claire kept her eyes shut, not moving. So, was she asleep or not? Claire thought she was dreaming. Lucas noticed she wasn't moving and hadn't opened her eyes, so he figured she believed this was just a dream. His eyes suddenly turned warm. "Did you dream about me?" She paused for a beat before replying softly, "Yeah." "What was I doing in the dream?" he teased, gently playing with her pinky finger, his tone laced with affection. Claire didn't answer this time. Lucas's voice was low and calm, like gentle water flowing. "Claire, how about letting Mr. Dalton look after you from now on?" Only then did Claire stir. She slowly turned her face from the left towards him, and for a moment their breaths seemed to mix together, so close it was hard to tell them apart. Lucas gazed deeply at her, eyes fixed on her still closed lids. She was asleep. Who knows if she even heard what he said. Morning. Claire's body was aching from sleeping hunched over, and her neck felt stiff like she'd pulled something. She got startled awake when Emily came in. Emily came through the door carrying a whole load of fruit. "Whoa, big bro's still alive?" Impressive. Lucas, already awake, looked faintly annoyed. Disappointed much? Oh, come on, not really. Emily grinned as she pulled a chair next to the bed. Claire, go catch up on some sleep, I've got this. Claire was groggy, her thoughts fuzzy, still stuck in a strange haze from the night's dreams. She vaguely remembered Lucas asking her, "How about letting Mr. Dalton look after you?" Just thinking about it made her chest feel funny. She didn't even dare glance at him, just quietly got up and walked out. Hey, Claire? Claire turned around. Sophia was walking over, holding some test results. You okay? Are you sick? No, Claire started, then switched mid-sentence. A friend isn't feeling well. You don't look so hot either. Did you get any sleep? Sophia didn't rush to find a doctor, but stuck close to her instead. Claire splashed some cold water on her face in the restroom. Aren't you supposed to be heading in for your checkup? Sophia beamed. No rush, I've got gossip for you. Yeah? Kevin and Olivia had a fight, Sophia said gleefully. He went back to our parents' place last night. Looking at her, Claire really started to question if they were actually siblings. Well, since we ran into each other, let's grab breakfast. Claire tried to decline politely. Nah, I've got someone waiting. Then come together. Back at the room, Emily spotted Sophia and practically sprinted in like she'd seen a walking red flag. Lucas, my goddess Claire's evil ex-sis-in-law just showed up. One moment Lucas had been looking weak and barely holding it together, and the next, he was already standing up, putting on the suit jacket Emily had brought. Sophia blinked at the sudden appearance of Lucas and Emily, slightly thrown. She looked at Lucas, then at Claire again. So, this your friend? How could Sophia not recognize Lucas Dalton? He was basically the ultimate dream guy for every flight attendant ever. Real quick, she composed herself. Mr. Dalton! Hey! So how about grabbing breakfast? Lucas still had bandages on the back of his hand from the IV. Sure. He glanced at Sophia twice, and the look made her visibly nervous. Hello? She's not a guy. Why use that death glare on her? So there they were, in some little restaurant near the hospital, all four of them squeezed around a table. The looks the Dalton siblings were throwing Sophia's way? Yeah, not exactly friendly. Sophia, either completely oblivious or pretending really well, just smiled and handed the menu over. You guys go first. Emily didn't hold back, went ahead and ordered a whole bunch. Lucas wasn't feeling great, so Emily ordered him a bowl of plain porridge. Claire, too, went for something on the lighter side. Finally, it was Sophia's turn. Emily was sitting next to her, watching the way she was scribbling all over the menu with a frown, nearly tying her eyebrows into a knot. Seriously? Meat first thing in the morning? Isn't that a bit much? Just reading those dish names is enough to make me gag. Sophia shot her a glance. Look at that disgusted face. Ever heard of loving animals? After handing the menu back to the waiter, she threw Emily a well-rehearsed smile, especially when they're cooked to perfection. Dedication really pays off, huh? Sophia practically carried the whole breakfast on her own. Her voice soft, manner friendly, absolutely impossible to get annoyed with. No wonder she's a flight attendant. That polished way of talking made it hard for anyone to even try to be irritated. Then Lucas suddenly spoke. Do you like girls? Choke. Sophia's confused reply, Emily's dropped chopsticks, and Claire nearly choking. Perfect chaos. All three women turned to stare at him. Sophia leaned over and whispered to Emily, Did he hit his head or something? Any brain damage that makes him ask stuff like this? Emily instinctively pointed at her own temple. Fever. But then immediately felt Lucas staring her down and smacked the table. Don't talk nonsense. My brother's completely fine. Sophia just went, oh, and turned to Lucas with the kind of sweet smile that could win over a boardroom. Just checking, Mr. Dalton. Am I not obviously female enough for you? As if she'd be into girls? Lucas stayed completely calm. Then why are you always hanging around Claire? That unshakable aura of his made even someone as sharp-tongued and quick-witted as Sophia hesitate for a second. You've got it all wrong, Mr. Dalton. She put her chopsticks down, stood up, and squeezed in between Lucas and Claire like she was about to give a full-on work presentation. Lucas instinctively leaned back, legs crossed, settling into boss mode like he was ready for a report. Sophia started, First off, just to be clear, completely straight, the reason I'm always with Claire? I admire her. Why? Because she dumped Kevin McPherson. You've no idea how long I've waited for that to happen. How long? Just 2 years. Claire looked completely dumbfounded. Sophia McPherson went on. Honestly, I think you and I, Mr. Dalton, are totally on the same page. No way I'm letting Claire go back to being dumb and giving Kevin another shot. That thick-skinned guy is definitely going to regret it one day and come crawling back to her. As the noble Miss McPherson, I see it as my duty to stop that nonsense. Sophia suddenly pulled out a brand new resume from her bag and handed it over with a grin. So maybe you can take a quick look? I've already quit my old job, and I was wondering if you'd consider letting me join Claire at Muno Air. I swear I'll be on guard 24/7. That Kevin jerk can dream if he thinks he'll sneak back into the picture. Her enthusiastic pitch even had Emily Dalton, a fellow flight attendant, feeling a bit outdone. Lucas Dalton glanced at the resume, chuckled. So you've been waiting on this, huh? Nope, not at all. Sophia beamed. Just happened to work out like this. You could call it fate. I've been wanting to join Muno Air for a while now. Just didn't have the right chance before. But now? Feels like the universe finally gave me a shot and I gotta be ready. Lucas gave her the courtesy of taking the resume and flipping through it casually. Meanwhile, out of nowhere, he threw Emily a pointed look. Emily, what? Why are you glaring at me? Back in the day, both Emily and Sophia graduated from the Top Flight Academy, but Emily still hadn't passed her commercial flight license, while Sophia had already leveled up to a Class 3 rank, and Emily was still stuck at Class 1. Since early last year, the Civil Aviation Administration rolled out a ranking system for flight attendants. Class 4 is the highest, needed to qualify as a lead attendant. If this wasn't a family-run airline, Emily might not have even made the cut as a basic attendant. No wonder Lucas was getting more and more annoyed just looking at her. What do you think? Lucas set the resume down and asked Claire. Claire blinked. Why is he asking me? You're the boss. It's your call. I'm taking your opinion into account, Lucas said, glancing at Sophia. After all, she's your ex-sister-in-law. Sophia twitched her nose slightly. Huh, was that jealousy in the air? He's taking her opinion seriously, huh? Claire coughed lightly. Sophia quickly latched onto her arm. Sis-in-law, you've got to trust me. I'm nothing like Kevin. Think about it. Once he finds out how amazing you are, you know he'll come running. You really want to deal with his smug face again? That's where I come in. I'll gladly take one for the team and drive him away. I'm not afraid of a fight either. Got your back, right? She blinked dramatically. Claire swallowed her food. Want a sip of water first? You're literally foaming at the mouth now. She never stopped talking. Really, she never stopped. On the side, Emily sneakily texted under the table. Ben, looks like your debating skills finally hit a wall. Benjamin Hart raised an eyebrow. Who? I'm always up for a good challenge. Emily Dalton gave a subtle nod toward the lively girl sitting across the table. Her. Saying she can argue with a room full of lawyers still wouldn't do her justice. Claire Alton let out a helpless chuckle, just as Lucas Dalton spoke up, voice calm and firm. Once you leave your current job, come straight to report in. Sophia McPherson stood up without missing a beat and gave a crisp, textbook-perfect bow. Thank you, my future awesome boss/lifesaver. Who wouldn't like someone who's charming without being overbearing, and potentially even an ally? Lucas especially. Right after they split, Sophia held tightly onto her bank cards containing all her savings and headed back to her old company. She slammed the cards on the HR desk. Here's all the money I owe. Transfer it now. I'm quitting. Print my resignation letter. The HR manager blinked in shock. Wait, what did you say? Sophia flashed a bright, sweet smile. Y'all have been lovely, but I've found my next gig. See you around, Manager Howe. Then, within 10 minutes, she was waltzing out the door, resignation letter held delicately between two fingers like a winning lottery ticket. The moment she stepped into the hallway, the flight attendants nearby all froze in place. Sophia, are you quitting? She winked, her grin dazzling. Sorry, ladies, I'm flying higher now. You're changing jobs? Where to? Muno Aviation. Oh my God. For real, Muno was known for having super strict standards, not just for pilots, but for cabin crew too. Even if you wanted in, it didn't mean they'd take you. Word on the street was, Top-level pilots and the most elite flight attendants were either at Air China or Muno. The girls watching her leave honestly couldn't envy any harder if they tried. "You're seriously hiring that girl?" Emily mumbled in the car, still sulking. Lucas gave her a sideways glance, then replied after a pause. "Putting feelings aside, skill-wise, she's got you beat. If Claire ends up flying long haul in the future, she's bound to hit unexpected situations. And no matter how playful Sophia seems, she's the type who can keep calm under pressure. She'll keep Claire safer." "So basically, what you're saying is, you're obsessed with my goddess and I don't matter anymore. Am I not still your sweet little sis?" Emily puffed up her cheeks and pretended to strangle him. Lucas, voice hoarse from being under the weather, didn't even flinch. His tone was steady. "Let's not stretch facts. We're technically only half-siblings. You having this job at all, that's me scraping the bottom of my already slim reservoir of kindness. Emily, learn to appreciate stuff. Wow, not even calling her sis anymore. Just Emily. Nice." Muhu District buzzed with life. Once the three of them got back, Emily Dalton went straight to fixing lunch for her ever-demanding brother. Lucas Dalton's health had bounced back pretty well after 2 shots. He seemed more or less fine now, but with so much going on at work, he really couldn't afford to stay idle. Right here, Claire Alton, practically in full-on caretaker mode, set the laptop and a glass of water on the coffee table. Lucas sprawled out on the couch, casually dealing with work emails. He was in a gray turtleneck, his short hair neatly in place, and the lingering paleness on his face only added to his serious vibe after being sick. "You should take a break," he said, voice husky as ever. "Go rest a bit." But with Emily busy in the kitchen, Claire didn't feel right just chilling. After all, she was technically still staff. Instead, she settled into a nearby armchair, figuring she'd be on hand if Lucas needed anything. Though it didn't take long before the steady rhythm of her breathing made it clear, Claire had dozed off. The exhaustion had definitely caught up with her. Between piloting flights, sharing a room with Lucas that night, and staying at the hospital yesterday, she was completely wiped. "Emily," Lucas called softly. She was walking by just then and heard him say, "Grab a blanket for her, will you?" Emily glanced at the dozing Claire, then quickly went to fetch a throw and gently draped it over her. "Why not just let her crash in a room?" Emily asked. Lucas slipped on his glasses, voice still rough. "She didn't leave." Emily crouched beside the couch, peeking at Claire from different angles. "Wait, does my idol care about you? Was she worried no one would look after you?" Lucas's eyes lingered on Claire's peaceful face for a second, and a faint smile played on his lips. But he soon turned to Emily, face going serious. "Heard you've been getting pretty close with a guy lately?" Emily blinked. "Define close?" "Don't start." His voice had cooled a bit. Emily mumbled, "Come on, I'm old enough. Can't I have male friends?" "Thing is, I also heard the guy's got a colorful rep," Lucas said tactfully. "Oh, that. He's a steward. They're social butterflies, obviously." A steward. Lucas almost scoffed. Flight attendants with low-key lives? Rare. More often than not, their social scenes were a mess. It was lucky Emily was under his watch. Left to her own, who knows what kind of wild drama she'd get into. "I don't want to meddle in your personal stuff. Just don't come running to me with tears when things blow up in your face. I've got enough on my plate," Lucas said bluntly. Emily frowned. "So basically, you don't approve of me hanging out with him?" Lucas narrowed his eyes. "Did I stutter?" Emily just rolled her eyes and stayed silent. "I'll be out of town on a field investigation the next couple days. Make sure to look after her while you're flying," he added. Emily gave a quick nod. All right. So from the time Claire fell asleep on that couch to when she was flying again, she didn't see Lucas once. She didn't bring him up either, probably knowing he was drowning in work. Heading to the airport early with Emily, Claire was busy prepping for the flight, attending pre-shift meetings, all that. "Claire, you seriously rock that captain's uniform." Emily couldn't take her eyes off her, especially when Claire wasn't smiling. Her cold, sharp look was straight up stunning. Her uniform stood out too, custom-made just for her, tailored to fit every curve, unlike the standard issue everyone else wore. Claire glanced back. "Bet it'd look amazing on you too." "Girl, don't flatter me," Emily laughed, looping her arm through Claire's. After Claire Alton went into the office for a meeting, Emily Dalton stayed behind chatting with the flight attendants. Right then, a tall, stunning woman walked in. Emily, who had been applying lipstick, paused mid-swipe. "Wait, you actually showed up!" Dragging a black suitcase behind her, Olivia McPherson had already changed into the flight attendant uniform of Muno Air, white blouse, dark navy pencil skirt, and a matching striped neck scarf. Her hair was neatly pinned in a bun, and the black heels made her legs seem even longer. Sophia flashed a small smile. "Yep, looks like we're co-workers now. Let's not be strangers." Everyone in the room looked slightly thrown off. Sure, they'd heard another attendant was joining them, but no one expected her to show up this fast. Sophia took a seat and waited quietly. Emily, head down, was furiously refreshing something on her phone, like she was trying to dig a hole through the screen. Sophia didn't mean to peek, but it was kind of hard not to when Emily looked like she was angry, tapping her phone into dust. Wait, was that step counter? Clearly annoyed, Emily let out a heavy sigh. Noticing Sophia looking her way, she frowned and asked, "What kind of activity at a KTV gets you over 10,000 steps?" Sophia's smile froze. Her seductive, almond eyes grew noticeably wider. She blinked. "Seriously, what's on that playlist? Even dance performers don't hustle that hard." Emily's face grew darker. Where the hell did that flight attendant guy run off to? Sophia studied her expression and seemed to get the gist. "Wait, hold up. Were you catching someone in the act?" "No one was catching anything. Don't twist it." Emily snapped her phone shut and narrowed her eyes at Sophia. "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Nope." Sophia replied honestly. "Tsk." Emily smirked. "Shocking. Thought you'd be fighting off dates left and right." Sophia chuckled and shrugged. "Love's cool and all, but dating every day? That's starting to sound like a full-time job." "So what, you two go steady, break up for a few days, then get back together again and repeat? Feels more like patchy Wi-Fi than a relationship." Emily looked at her like she couldn't wrap her head around how Sophia's brain worked. Sophia, busy touching up her makeup, raised one brow. "You're definitely the kind who's never weathered a single storm. Still have your emotions wrapped in bubble wrap, huh?" Emily was about to fire back, but the office door opened just then. Claire was the first one out. Coincidentally, the door across the hall flew open at the same time. As the two female captains and their flight crews stood face to face, Sophia couldn't help but pick up on the tension crackling in the air. The crew stood proper. 5 flight attendants, 2 male stewards, a first and second officer, and of course, the captain. 10 people total. Samantha's gaze zeroed in on Claire. She hadn't expected Claire to be just as tall as her, and with that pilot uniform on, cold and striking described her perfectly. The rumors weren't exaggerating. Samantha smiled thinly. "Captain Claire?" Claire nodded politely, not missing a beat. "I've heard a lot about you, Captain Samantha." "Oh, you've heard of me?" Samantha's sharp bob haircut gave her an especially crisp appearance. "Of course," Claire said pleasantly. "Muya's only female captain? Tough to miss. I've even seen your flight demo videos." Clearly pleased, Samantha gave Claire a once-over. "Safe travels." "Thanks, you too." With that, Samantha's team moved on ahead. Emily scrunched her nose and leaned in. "Hey, Queen, why were you being so polite? Didn't you catch the side-eye she threw your way?" Claire gave a meaningful smile. "Being respectful to veterans is basic manners, but if one day she ends up standing opposite me, I won't be going easy either." It was around this time that Claire Alton's sharp edge finally came to light. If you're wondering what it means to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, well, Claire was the perfect example. 2 flights were scheduled to take off around the same time. Claire's aircraft was lined up right behind Samantha's, waiting for her to clear the runway before taking off. Since Olivia McPherson already had flight attendant experience, she didn't need any extra training, just jumped in and started working as usual. That's when Emily Dalton realized how composed and professional Sophia actually was on the job. She looked like a totally different person, none of her usual jokes or goofy smile. The passengers seemed to love her. "Man," Sophia sighed as she came back to grab a few blankets, "someone as amazing as me being just a flight attendant? Total waste of talent." Emily shot her a look. "What? You expecting to be chief purser now?" "Why not?" Sophia blinked innocently. "Shouldn't people with skills climb higher?" In your dreams. I like dreaming big. Sophia giggled, all light and bubbly as she hugged the blankets and floated off. While passengers were still boarding, Claire finished going over the standard checks and settled into the captain's seat, waiting calmly. Her phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lucas Dalton. "Did you eat properly?" Her eyelid twitched. After a pause, she finally typed back, "Ate. I'm heading to Haisu today. Where are you flying?" By the time she saw this one, passengers had finished boarding. She didn't have time to answer, just powered down the phone and focused on the takeoff prep. Today's route? Nianzhou City. Was he heading to Haisu for work? Once Samantha's plane lifted off without a hitch, 5 minutes later, Claire's aircraft followed right after, rising from Pingsong Port's runway. Not too far off, another plane also took to the sky. Claire glanced at it, eyes sharpening. That one was clearly an international flight. Hers was domestic. Switching on autopilot, Claire asked casually, "Why's Captain Samantha flying a domestic route?" Mark Olson thought for a moment. Heard she didn't want to do international lines. Didn't want to? Since when could you just choose not to fly a certain route? Usually it's whatever the airline assigns you. Mark leaned in a bit and dropped his voice. Domestic flights are shorter, fewer takeoffs and landings, helps rack up hours. Rumor is Captain Samantha's trying to qualify for that Airbus A380 we're putting in service next year, so she stayed with domestic flights on purpose. Come to think of it, Samantha hadn't been a captain all that long. Maybe 6 months? At Muno Airlines, flying something like the A380 required at least 500 hours of captain time under your belt. By the start of next year, Samantha would be right on track to make the cut. 500 hours might sound like a lot, but on domestic routes, the longest flight barely hits 6 or 7 hours, and that's if there's a delay. Normally, it's about 6 hours tops, and that's not even counting the whole day you spend on a single flight. If you're lucky enough to fly back the next day, 2 days of work might just get you 12 hours in the logbook. That's honestly already considered pretty efficient. International flights? Sure, they give you 10+ flight hours in one go, but then you're often stuck abroad for a couple of days, so it doesn't exactly add up in your favor. That's pretty much why Samantha chose to stick with domestic routes. Given the short-haul flights Claire Alton was flying now, clocking in 500 hours would take at least half a year. If she doesn't fly that often, maybe even 8 to 9 months. Legit. Was Samantha aiming to be the captain of an Airbus A380 too? Wouldn't be surprising. Hard to find any pilot who wouldn't be tempted by that beast of a plane. While Claire spaced out for a second, a wave of noise suddenly broke out. She peered through the peephole on the cockpit door and saw Emily Dalton and Olivia McPherson rushing toward the economy cabin. Someone was slumped on the aisle floor, leaning against a seat. Beside her was a young kid, probably around 3, screaming in shock from seeing her mom collapse like that. "Captain," Mark Olson said, startled. Without hesitation, Claire opened the cockpit door and stepped out. All the passengers had their heads turned, clearly sensing something had gone wrong. The moment Claire, dressed in her captain uniform, appeared, all eyes locked onto her. "Emily, make some space," Claire said. Both Sophia and Emily quickly stepped aside. Sophia tried to calm the nearby passengers. "Everyone, please stay seated and remain calm." Without wasting a second, Claire dropped to her knees beside the unconscious woman and started CPR, chest compressions firm and steady. Her face was calm but intense, eyes focused with real concern. Everyone watched in silence as the captain knelt on the floor, completely immersed in saving this woman's life. "Emily, med kit," Claire called out. Emily was already on it. Thanks to Claire's swift actions, the woman slowly opened her eyes, her breathing faint but there. Sophia, having gone through first aid training, jumped in immediately to ask about the woman's condition and gave her the emergency meds from the onboard kit. Claire stood up, turning to pick up the crying child. "Hey, it's okay now. Mommy's all right. Don't cry," she said softly. Passengers around them watched as she gently comforted the girl. One woman offered her seat. "Please, take my spot, Captain." Claire smiled warmly. "Thank you." She sat down with the child in her lap and spoke gently. "No more tears, okay? I've got candy here. Want one? Let's be brave for Mommy, Thank you, big sister." The little girl sniffled through her tears. Claire turned slightly, glancing over at the woman, her face ghostly pale, clearly still in distress. She wasn't a doctor, but after all those years with her grandma, Claire Alton had picked up a thing or two. This was clearly a heart condition. Very dangerous. It could turn fatal any second. The passenger had regained consciousness, sure, but she was still sweating all over and couldn't move much. Claire passed the child to Olivia McPherson and picked up her pace back to the cockpit. She contacted the control tower. CM3131 here. We have a passenger on board with a heart issue, requesting emergency landing at Haisu. There was a brief silence before the response came, approved. Without wasting a second, Claire adjusted the route accordingly. Soon the tower chimed back in. CM3131, descend to 3600. With everything handled smoothly, CM3131 landed safely at Haisu Airport. A fully prepped medical team was already waiting outside. Sophia opened the cabin door, and the medics came in fast, quickly securing the female passenger, who still looked in very bad shape. The little girl waved at Claire as she was walking out. "Bye-bye, sis," Claire grinned. "Bye, sweetheart." News of the emergency landing reached the right ears almost instantly. Since it caused a delay, Claire went out to face the passengers herself. "Hi, everyone. I'm the captain of this flight. As many of you saw, a passenger had a medical emergency, and I made the call to land in Haisu. I understand this disrupted your plans, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Nearby passengers offered smiles and shook their heads. "No worries, Captain. You did the right thing." "Yeah, no need to apologize. Most were understanding and supportive, but of course there were always exceptions." One man grumbled, "I had a meeting to get to. Now I'm going to miss it. Honestly, this is just great." Claire didn't miss a beat. She walked over to him and bowed slightly, her tone apologetic. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble this has caused you." Still, the man wasn't letting it go, and even Emily Dalton looked annoyed on the side. Just then, a staff member from Muno Airlines boarded the plane. "Where's seat 53? The grumbling passenger glanced up at the number above his head, confused. That's me?" The staff member approached with a calm but clear voice. "Sir, per our chairman's instructions, we're giving you a membership card offering 50% off on all Muno Airlines flights for the next year. Our captain made a judgment call to prioritize a passenger's life and executed an emergency landing at Haisu. We know this caused some disruption, and we're truly sorry. As a token of our appreciation for your understanding, we'd like every passenger to accept a small gift from us." The crew members in the back stared, wide-eyed. Was this the chairman backing up their Captain Claire? Claire Alton was momentarily stunned. Seriously? This much support? With most airlines, even if a passenger complained, at best they'd hear a perfunctory sorry and move on. But this, the male passenger suddenly looked a little awkward. Other nearby passengers piped up, "Come on, they already gave you face, let it go. I literally heard your call when you got on the plane. You said you'd go hit karaoke after landing. Don't act like you're that busy." "Pfft." Someone with more edge said, "What, you think nothing ever goes wrong? Try being a little more understanding. The captain came over to apologize in person, gave you a VIP card and a gift. What more do you want?" Red in the face, the man looked down and didn't make another sound. Claire quickly spoke up. "Really, thank you all for supporting us. I appreciate it." "No need to thank us. We saw you kneel down to give first aid. Don't waste energy dealing with that kind of guy. For real, I'm flying with your airline from now on. Top tier." Amid the praise, Claire stepped off the plane. Since the unscheduled landing didn't require everyone to get off, most stayed on board. Once the local air tower gave clearance, they'd be good to take off again. Claire was doing the usual walk-around inspection when a staff member called her aside. "What's going on?" Just as she finished asking, someone appeared next to her. Lucas Dalton looked particularly refined today in a dark brown suit, though his eyes held a trace of worry. "You okay?" He had just landed in Haisu when he heard about a Woodfield flight making an emergency landing, and found out it was hers. When he caught wind of a passenger causing trouble, he'd sent over a bunch of stuff. It wasn't that the situation itself was a big deal. Incidents like this happened all the time. But if that guy filed a formal complaint, it could hurt Claire's chances of getting clearance for flying the A380. Lucas leaned in slightly. "Did anyone mess with you? Claire knew Lucas was in Haisu, but she didn't expect him to show up at the airport. Your flight delayed? Nope. Lucas gently took her wrist, leading her toward the VIP lounge. I asked you, did anyone give you a hard time? No. Claire raised a brow. You think I'm that easy to push around? Yep. Seriously? Nearby, Benjamin Hart and Matthew White almost choked, holding back laughter. Bro, could you at least ease into that? Was your inner caveman acting up again? Surprisingly, Claire wasn't even mad at Lucas's blunt reply. She chuckled instead. At least you're honest, Mr. Dalton. Lucas's expression softened, the usual chill replaced by something warmer. The corner of his eyes lifted slightly, and there was a charm in his gaze that made him seem almost dangerous. So, do I get rewarded for that? He was close, too close, and even the subtle whiff of his cologne set off Claire's heartbeat. But she didn't step back. If anything, her competitive streak flared up and she stared him down without flinching. Only Lucas could see how her eyes curved into a teasing smile, just enough to stir something, her tone gentle. Sure. Lucas froze. Normally, if he messed with her like this, she'd get annoyed or scold him to behave. But today, his eyelashes flickered hard as his thoughts derailed for a second. Matthew quickly grabbed Benjamin and turned him around, eyes wide as ever. Dude, what are you staring at? On the couch, Claire leaned forward, just a finger width away from Lucas. It was one of those moments. Say one word and their lips would probably touch. Lucas didn't move. Claire looked right at his lips, the corners of her eyes glinting with mischief. Can I kiss you? Boom, Lucas felt like his brain short-circuited. His breathing went messy. He just stared at her, dumbfounded, watching that barely hidden smile play on her lips. Claire raised a brow. Not up for it? Then forget it. She stood up, brushing off her hands like nothing happened. How about I just treat you to dinner after we're back in Pingsong Port? My team's waiting. I gotta bounce. Grinning, she waved to the door guardians. See you. Matthew waved back way too cheerfully. Bye, Captain Claire. In the lounge, even when the other two walked in, Lucas still hadn't snapped out of it. Benjamin waved a hand in front of his face. Suddenly, Lucas let out a huge breath and yanked at his tie, muttering a curse. Shit! Benjamin froze. Lucas got up with a stormy expression and stalked off. What just happened? Got flirted with, caught off guard, and now he's regretting spacing out? Meanwhile, Claire had already rejoined Emily and the others. She had a small smile playing on her lips. No one noticed the teasing light in her eyes fade away. Lucas had played her one too many times. Finally giving him a taste of his own medicine felt really good. She was heading to Haishu Airport to check in and would soon be flying to Nyanzu. No time to waste, the passengers couldn't be delayed. By the time Lucas finally wrapped up work, that image of Claire leaning in and teasing him still kept flashing through his head. That woman really knew how to mess with him. Snap out of it already, Benjamin said. That half-brother of yours moved into your place. Your dad wants you home for dinner sometime. Lucas didn't react. Benjamin went on. Your old man really doesn't give a damn, huh? Every time I see that illegitimate kid, I feel like your dad gave up on life. Matthew looked confused. How does that even connect? Benjamin was mid-sip with his cup by the half-open window. He nearly sprayed his goji berry water out with a choking laugh. Seriously, can you stop spitting berries everywhere? Lucas frowned. What are you, the goji sniper now? After getting yelled at, Benjamin snapped, turning to Matthew in the passenger seat, yelling, if his dad had even an ounce of taste, that bastard son wouldn't look like a freaking llama right now. Matthew, randomly yelled at, didn't even get mad. He blinked, bewildered. Wait, how does he look like a llama? Dude switched up his look, probably thinking moving into the Dalton house deserves a makeover. Got himself some wild curls and a cringy side bang. Looks like he crawled out from a graveyard of emo rejects. It's hilarious. Hearing Benjamin vent like that, Lucas actually felt a little less annoyed. He pulled out his phone and opened the chat with Claire, then shot off a message. Claire didn't see the message until she'd landed in Nyanzu. Lucas, figured out when you're flying back yet? What's up? I want to catch your flight back. You're bringing me home. Okay, that was some next-level clingy. Claire didn't reply. Not that Lucas was expecting a message back. He could easily look up her flight schedule if he wanted. Her return flight from Nyanzu was scheduled for tomorrow. Because of today's emergency landing, she had to file a verbal report, which delayed her return. By the time she got everything wrapped up and checked into her hotel, it was already late. She was exhausted, skipped dinner, took a shower, and crashed. Meanwhile, a video of her performing an in-flight medical rescue had gone viral online. The internet was full of people freaking out. This beautiful female captain. Which airline? What flight number? I need to book that now. She looked so young but handled everything so calmly. Maybe all that talk about Muno Air's strict standards is actually true. Wait, she kinda looks familiar. Claire had no clue any of this was happening. She was deep asleep, completely out of it, but someone else saw it. When Kevin McPherson came across the video, he instantly recognized her face. She was in full Muno Air uniform, those 4 stripes on her shoulders and sleeves clear as day. Claire's actually a pilot? His hand was trembling as he held his phone, eyes wide in disbelief, with a trace of regret he didn't even know he had. She used to be a pilot? How did he not know? Why didn't she ever tell him? If he'd known Claire was a pilot, no way would he have divorced her. Kevin rushed to the internet, trying to dig up any info on Claire Alton, but he came up empty. Even when he asked friends for help checking her personnel file in Muno Air's system, still nothing. Then his phone rang. He picked up. Hello? Mr. McPherson, regarding the partnership you proposed, our chairman and the board held a meeting and unanimously decided to decline. We're sorry. Click. The call ended without even giving him a chance to ask why. Lately, more and more staff at Huanmei had been openly or subtly hinting about pay raises. He'd made big promises before, and now he couldn't deliver. Total backfire. That's why he'd been scrambling to strike a deal with another airline and scale up. But now that his mother was back in control of the company, he couldn't make major decisions alone anymore. At least he could still try talking to potential partners. After a week of trying, he'd contacted 3 or 4 airlines, each bigger than Ring Air, but all he got were polite rejections with excuses that sounded like a script of Who's Got It Worse. Kevin McPherson was fuming, eyes practically shooting sparks. The door opened. Olivia Brooks strolled in, chatting on the phone, unaware he was home. When she spotted him, she quickly wrapped up, "All right, Director Robertson, I just got back. Let's catch up on the details another time." She hung up, kicked off her heels, yanked off her shades, and glanced at the messy living room. "You couldn't at least tidy up a bit?" Kevin didn't respond. His mind was still stuck on the fact that Claire Alton was actually a pilot. He'd thought maybe Sophia had made it up just to tick him off. But now that he'd watched the video himself, it had to be legit. Now he just felt like he'd thrown away something priceless. Olivia dropped her bag and flopped down on the couch, letting her feet rest on the edge of the coffee table like some kind of diva. "A new handbag collection just dropped. Buy it for me? Comes in 2 colors. Total's just $3 million. Not that pricey." Her voice snapped Kevin out of it, and his face twisted instantly. He was already on edge, and this just lit the fuse. "Don't you have any money of your own? Can't you just buy it yourself? Every time you open your mouth, it's 6-figure spending. You think I'm your personal ATM?" Olivia was caught off guard by the sudden blow-up. She stood up, disbelief on her face. "Are you serious right now? Crying poor? What happened to the man who begged me to marry him? You own an airline, can't even afford a couple bags. No money? Sell a damn plane then." "You," Kevin clenched his jaw, "do you even know what it means to manage a household? Why should I?" Olivia shot back without skipping a beat. "You said you'd take care of everything." Kevin didn't even want to argue anymore. "I'm broke. If you've got money, go buy it yourself." He turned to go upstairs. Olivia was so mad she grabbed a glass of water and hurled it at him. "Kevin McPherson!" He dodged it and roared back. "The company's being handled by my mom right now. Where the hell do you expect me to pull money from? Some of it's under audit. I even have to split a portion with Claire. Can you just chill out?" "What?" Olivia froze. "Give money to Claire? On what grounds?" Kevin was fed up. "How's that your business?" He marched off without another word. Olivia glared at the shut door, her eyes full of icy disgust. She was drowning in regret. What was she thinking, marrying a loser like Kevin McPherson? And just hearing Claire's name made her blood boil. Why did Claire get all the luck? Why did she get to bag a billionaire? What made Claire so special? Lucas Dalton had just landed in Yanjing, but Emily Dalton said they were still at the airport. Mr. Dalton, there's a party tonight. It's for that nationwide hit reality show we talked about investing in, Matthew White reported. Since Claire wasn't home, Lucas didn't feel like going back either. Yeah, let's go. The second they stepped into the venue, the director immediately ushered him over with a big smile, laying it on thick with compliments and flattery right off the bat. Lucas handled it with practiced ease, casually chatting while keeping things polite. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. This way, Mr. Dalton. Careful with the steps. The director personally led him down the stairs, overly enthusiastic. Lucas strolled off, took his time in the restroom, washed his hands, and was drying them off with a paper towel when a figure suddenly brushed past his arm. A woman. She brushed against him, and the next second, she dramatically collapsed at his feet, deliberate, no doubt. Lucas didn't even pause his hand movement, just looked down coolly. Sorry, could you maybe help me up? Olivia Brooks, voice soft and full of fake fragility, looked up with big, glassy eyes. Another guy might have taken the bait, a pretty actress pulling the damsel in distress act. Easy win. Too bad she picked the wrong guy. Lucas gave a small chuckle and, using the same hand wrapped in paper, reached out to her. Her eyes instantly lit up. She eagerly grabbed his hand and got up, brushing back her hair all coy and grateful. Thank you, Mr. Dalton. I think I might have messed up your pant leg. Want me to buy you a new pair to make up for it? Even in heels, she had to crane her neck to look at him. Lucas was tall. He dropped the paper towel she touched into the trash without a second's hesitation. Then he started walking toward her, step by step. Olivia instinctively backed up, heart racing, not sure if it was fear or excitement bubbling up, maybe both. If she could land someone like Lucas Dalton, forget roles, she could run the whole showbiz world. Her back hit the cold wall. She looked up, eyes fluttering. Mr. Dalton, you. Lucas laughed, just a soft huff of air. So trying to seduce me, huh? She stiffened, swallowed hard. No, you've got it wrong. Before she could finish, Lucas laughed again, a little louder this time. Save that amateur stuff for someone who doesn't see through you. Instantly, Olivia's face burned with embarrassment. Humiliated. Slapped in the face without him even touching her. Lucas finally gave her a once-over, slow and deliberate. Body, face. He paused, curled his lip like he was rating some knockoff product on a clearance rack, and dropped the verdict with clear distaste. Not good. Not good. Not good! Those two words hit Olivia like a slap across the face, shredding her pride into dust. Lucas Dalton stepped back, putting some space between them, eyes glinting with a teasing smirk. Heard Director Robertson's wife. Not exactly the gentle type, huh? In an instant, Olivia Brooks went pale, panic flooding her eyes like a dam breaking. Only when he walked away with that lazy pace did her knees buckle, and she slid down the wall. What the hell was she thinking? She actually tried to seduce Lucas Dalton? Director Robertson warned her before, stay away from Lucas Dalton. That man's ruthless, unreadable. Her heart raced. What now? Would he tell Director Robertson, or worse, Kevin McPherson? Frantic and disoriented, Olivia stumbled to her feet and dashed out the door. Claire Alton was in the car when her phone rang. Captain Alton, it was Matthew White. Secretary White, where are you now? Mr. Dalton asked you to swing by our location for a bit. He dropped an address. Claire glanced at Emily Dalton beside her, who was grinning and fussing with her phone. All right. After hanging up, she turned to Emily. Your brother wants us to stop by where he's at. Cool. Emily handed over her phone screen. Look, your video's blowing up online. Claire froze. Blowing up? Yeah, everyone's commenting on how good you look. Some even say they want to fly your airline just to see you. Emily chuckled. A goddess just can't escape the spotlight. Sadly, not everyone's blessed with good taste. But Claire had a different take on it. She wasn't into milking this kind of exposure online. Saving the passenger was just part of her job. Plus, this could mess with her future flights. Can we take it down? She asked. Emily paused, reading the mood. You're not cool with it? Claire gave a subtle nod. Emily, who knew her fairly well, quickly caught on. All right, I'll talk to my brother. I'll have him find someone to wipe it from the internet. She tucked her phone away and gave Claire a curious look. Honestly, I never get it. Everyone's scrambling for fame and clicks these days. More eyes, more cash. But you don't seem into any of that. Is it just 'cause you're, like, morally upright? Claire threw a look back. Who says I'm morally upright? Duh, no one needs to say it. I can tell just from the way you carry yourself. Emily shrugged with a grin. Claire suddenly leaned closer. You ever watched Chinese Paladin 3? Of course, classic show. You remember the evil sword immortal? Yeah, totally. Claire's eyes shifted, still smiling but with something unreadable that made Emily stiffen. Everyone's got their demons. I've got mine. I just don't let them see daylight because I don't want them to ruin me. Being ruthless isn't necessarily evil. It's just a way of getting things done. Evil? That's about desire. All kinds of it. And who really doesn't want money? Emily stared at her for a long beat, a strange chill sliding down her spine. For a second there, it felt like Claire wasn't just Claire anymore. Like one day, all those hidden parts of her might just explode. And that would be terrifying. The taxi stopped in front of the spot Matthew had sent, a grand venue 8 stories tall, glowing in soft amber lights spiraling the building. What's my brother doing here? Emily asked as she hopped out of the car, turning to Matthew. Matthew White folded his hands in front of him and smiled politely. Mr. Dalton just had a small engagement. It's done. He's on his way out now. Just as he finished, Claire Alton caught a glimpse of a man walking out from the hazy-lit entrance of the Han Palace venue. One hand stuffed into his pocket, the other holding onto a cigarette, Lucas Dalton strolled out with 2 sharply dressed men trailing behind him. From the looks of it, the others seemed to be sending him off. What an entourage. Lucas, clearly a bit tipsy, waved them off casually. All right, head back. The men gave a courteous bow. Take care, Mr. Dalton. Safe travels. Lucas glanced back, his gaze landing straight on Claire standing in the evening breeze. He put out his cigarette, and a bodyguard smoothly stepped in to take care of it. As he walked toward her step by step, Claire could feel his presence growing stronger and taller in her sight. When he was just half a step away, Lucas stopped, gave her a once-over, then chuckled softly. Come on, let's go home. He reached out for her hand so naturally. Before Claire could even gather her thoughts, the car had roared to life. Emily Dalton and Matthew were in the car behind. You had us wait just so you could ride together? Claire asked. Lucas leaned on the left side, turning his head slightly. His deep eyes, though set under single lids, were sharp and expressive. His faint smile and slightly raspy voice came through. Yeah, he just wanted to see her and then leave together. How much did you drink? Claire noticed something off in his eyes. No clue. Lucas hadn't rolled down the window, worried the wind might make him feel worse. Was in a crappy mood, so I drank more than usual. Crappy mood? Claire hesitated, then asked, Something happen? Lucas's gaze never left her. His smile deepened, eyes a little fuzzy. His voice dipped low. You actually care? Shh. Claire frowned. You gonna tell me or not? I will. Lucas tugged at his collar and shifted in his seat. Ran into someone. Claire waited. That woman, Olivia Brooks. Claire's eyes twitched. She asked instinctively, and? She tried to hit on me. Seriously. Claire blinked. Did you phrase that wrong? Shouldn't it be something like so shameless or unbelievable nerve? Lucas rested one hand behind his head, squinting slightly. No, I meant exactly that. I genuinely don't get where her confidence comes from. Then the civil aviation king himself started venting. She's not as pretty as you, doesn't have your figure, your degree, your skill set. Her confidence is just mind-blowing. Claire turned her face to the window. I have no words. Lucas paused, then surprisingly burst into laughter. He straightened up, and as he lowered the partition between the front and back seats, he leaned a bit toward her. Claire, She turned to look at him. At Nianzhou Airport, you were hitting on me, right? Claire blinked. Nope. Say that again. I wasn't. Not that I mind. Claire raised an eyebrow. Lucas grinned, his eyes now glazed with alcohol. Can you maybe do it again? Just then, he felt a cool touch on his forehead. Still running a fever? Claire asked seriously. Lucas kept his gaze fixed on her, wordless. Claire let out a small smile, pulled her hand back, and leaned in a bit, copying his move. The gap between them shrank, just like that moment at Nianzhou Airport. She whispered, Want to cool off a bit? No one else could really get what was going on between them. But Lucas Dalton? He was kind of enjoying it. The push and pull lit something up in his almost 30 heart, like he was just hitting puberty or something. He just yanked off his tie and rested a hand on his knee. All right, you win. So, what are they doing? Matthew White nearly got his leg caught in the car door from spinning around so fast. He and Emily Dalton both stared, stunned, at the two entering the mansion, one leading, one following. Emily rubbed her eyes, confused. Tell me I'm not seeing things. Was Claire really using a tie to, bind both of my brother's hands and just dragged him inside? Looked like it, Matthew replied, kind of dryly. He inhaled sharply after a beat. Emily, maybe we should go. Kind of feel like we're not supposed to witness whatever's happening there. Still dazed, Emily got back in the car. 15 minutes later, Benjamin Hart opened his door, staring at the pair asking to crash for the night. He just blinked as they stepped in. Matthew, whatever. But Emily, you homeless now? Your brother's house is massive. Exactly, Emily groaned, flopping onto the couch like she'd given up on life. Plenty of space, just not for extra people tonight. Benjamin shot a puzzled look at Matthew. Matthew raised both hands in mock surrender. Don't look at me. Muhu Wanxiang. Yep, they weren't hallucinating. Claire had straight up tied up Lucas's wrists and dragged him into the house, straight into his study. He sat astride one of the chairs, his hands wrapped tight. Real tight. Lucas had no clue Claire even knew how to tie a freaking knot like that. Claire pulled up a chair across from him, and the second they locked eyes, boom, the car conversation popped into both their heads. You want some help cooling off? He said, sure. But what if the fever doesn't go down? She had pulled off his tie. Then I'll make it interesting. Knot it like this. You get it undone, you get something from me. Lucas stared at that tie for a long while, dead serious. One condition, yeah? If I undo it, you've got to agree to one thing I ask. Claire smirked and hit him with something that left even the buzzed Lucas momentarily speechless. Anything but sleep with me. And just like that, he got tied up. Lucas kept staring at the knot. That thing was ridiculous. Undoing it with two hands would be a pain. Doing it tied up, almost impossible. Claire stood up. I'm going to nap on the sofa next to you. Take your time with it. Just before lying down, she clicked the lock on the study door. No way Lucas was hollering for help now. She clearly wasn't stressing. As soon as her eyes closed, she genuinely fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the chair, Lucas was out of options. So, mouth it was. Yeah, that's when having good teeth and a nimble tongue really came in handy. Claire was out like a light. Lately, her sleep had been crap, so now that she caught a break, she was dead to the world. She had no idea how long she'd slept. Just turned in her sleep and suddenly felt that weird drop-in-your-stomach kind of feeling. As she slipped, two hands caught her. She snapped awake and looked down. Bright floor. Looked up just slightly. And there he was. Lucas, a cigarette in his mouth, hands under her neck, and her stomach. Her cheeks burned. She sat up quickly, brushing off the weirdness. You actually got out of it? The door was still locked, same as when she'd turned the knob, so no one else had helped him. On the floor lay a tie, now in two pieces. She blinked. Did you cut it with your teeth or what? Lucas leaned back against the couch, still on the floor, like he'd just been hanging there, waiting for her to wake up. As soon as he spoke, his voice was all hoarse. Nope. Then how did it come undone? Does it matter? You keeping your promise or not? Lucas stubbed out his cigarette, got up slowly, and walked into the ensuite. Claire heard the water running. Her mind was still foggy from just waking up, and that question of his kept echoing. Was she serious about her promise? Back then, she'd said if he could undo it, she'd agree to one thing he asked for. Roughly 4 or 5 minutes later, Lucas came back, the tips of his eyes still carrying traces of that mellow buzz. Claire leaned back, lazily wedging herself between the sofa and armrest. Her tone was casual. I meant it. As soon as the words left her mouth, her heart skipped, because Lucas had already started walking toward her. What truly caught her off guard was when he stopped right in front of her, bent down, and very slowly knelt on one knee. Then he leaned in. Claire's pupils trembled violently. In the study, the only witness to how close they got was that dim amber desk lamp. Lucas looked almost ritualistic, His hand cradled the back of her head as he closed his eyes. When their lips met, Claire's heartbeat went into overdrive. She'd given her word, with just one condition. There was nothing lustful in this kiss, just sincerity and depth, but Lucas still went down on one knee. That was all him. Pure, honest. He pulled away soon after, but didn't move, just gazed at her. This time Claire's ears weren't flushed, cheeks weren't pink, and her expression was clear and composed. No one could tell, though. Her brain had practically frozen. Probably out of reflex, she did something to make herself look less stiff, less awkward. She touched her lips lightly, arched a brow. Soft. Lucas's eyes flicked. What did you say? Claire got up, towering slightly as she looked down at him, her fingertip brushing his lip. You're soft. Good night, Mr. Dalton. With that, the woman floated out the study like nothing happened. As soon as she was back in her room, Claire locked the door and slumped against it, breathing hard. And finally, that inner panic showed in her eyes. He actually kissed her? Eyes squeezed shut, she replayed that moment in her head, trying to figure out, did I act like a total idiot just now? She'd only done all that because she didn't want Lucas to think she was an easy mark, no matter what kind of relationship they had. Next door, Lucas stood back up slowly, rubbing his wrists, replaying the moment Claire poked his lips. Back in her room, Claire had just finished a shower and was winding down when her phone buzzed. Clunk. She flinched, dropping her phone at the sight of the incoming message. She quickly snatched it up and peeked at the door. WeChat message. Claire, if you ever tease me like that again, don't think I won't throw all decency out the window. Claire steadied herself, replied, Nope, you won't. That response made Lucas chuckle out loud. This girl, a long time passed, long enough that Claire even finished a work video meeting before Lucas shot one back. So you're into tie-up games? I can learn. Claire. She flung her door open and couldn't help shouting, Lucas Dalton! And from the balcony his voice came back light and teasing, with a hint of affection. Yeah, Mr. Dalton is right here. Claire Alton spun around, eyes still sharp with anger. She held up her phone, placing one hand firmly on the balcony table. What's that supposed to mean? Lucas Dalton was still sobering up. A laptop and an ashtray were sitting on the table in front of him. He flashed a grin, teeth white and perfectly lined, looking way too friendly. Exactly what you saw. Bondage? And he could say that with a straight face? After the past couple of days, Claire wasn't nearly as wary of him anymore. She walked over, crouched beside him, tilting her head. So how'd you get out of that knot? Lucas instantly recalled the whole mess. How he'd wrestled with all his might to break free from that damn tie, almost chipped a tooth trying to bite it through, and yeah, there might have been some kicking involved. In the end, though, it all came down to that spark of genius. He used a candle from the break room to burn it off. Of course, he scorched his wrist in the process too. Just got it undone, that's all. He patted the chair next to him. Sit. Claire didn't hesitate this time. She sat right down, only one chair apart from him. Just a moment ago they'd kissed, and now they were side by side? Talk about weirdly chill. Claire absent-mindedly rubbed her earlobe. You curious how I got out of it? Lucas asked suddenly. She glanced at him. Then added casually, not really anymore. Who knew what kind of weirdo suggestion he'd throw out next? Lucas didn't push it. His tone leveled out. Ben called earlier, said Kevin McPherson isn't interested in splitting the assets. If you go 50-50, he wants you to split the debt too. What's your take? Claire felt a sudden chill settle over her. Kevin really was something else. No boundaries at all. She opened her mouth to speak, but Lucas beat her to it. If you're okay with it, I'll handle it for you. Claire stared right into his eyes. Lucas Dalton wasn't the kind of man who helped people just for fun. He worked for value, always did. That was straight from his own mouth. Lucas caught on and smiled. Don't overthink it. I'm not trying to play you. Just, he paused, choosing his words. Think of it like me being nosy. But Claire shook her head. No need. I'll deal with it myself. I'll talk to him. She had proof of Kevin's affair. If he wanted to play dirty, she could afford to go all out. What? Scared you'll owe me and won't be able to walk away clean? Lucas poured himself a cup of tea, then poured one for her too. Claire could hardly breathe for a second. How did he read her so perfectly? Like every single freaking time. She really didn't want to owe Lucas too much. She'd done nothing for him, so why accept his help like it was deserved? They sat with the faint steam of tea hanging between them, blurring the air. Lucas finally dialed back the edge in his voice, softening. Kevin's pretty much a rival of mine in business. Helping you hurts him, cuts his fortune in half. I'll have a way easier time hitting him where it hurts. Get it now? Not really. Right. Claire held the teacup, lips curled into a small smile. You're getting better at selling your BS. When did I ever BS you? Sure, Kevin McPherson works for an airline, but come on, his company's nowhere near your scale. How is he even considered competition? Claire Alton wasn't buying it. If she ever got played, it'd be because she chose to fall for it. Lucas Dalton gave a casual, "Oh," set down his cup and flat out declared, "I just want to help you. So what's your plan?" Claire was genuinely stunned. Lucas was as blunt as it got. "I'm getting involved whether you like it or not. Don't want to let me help? Then I'll assume you're still hung up on Kevin." This guy's shameless, and he made it sound so natural. Seeing her go quiet, Lucas's expression shifted. His eyes got darker, heavier. Claire's eyes widened. Lucas? The man in front of her had straight-up teary eyes, giving her this silent, wounded puppy stare like she'd done him dirty. Cue guilt rush. Wait, Claire swallowed awkwardly. You still care about Kevin? No way, she shot back instantly. You still love him? Absolutely not. Then what, you hate me? Of course not. 3 questions, 3 quick-fire answers, all without hesitation. The tension on the balcony, suddenly, sky high. Lucas still had that intense look in his eyes, staring her down. It made Claire fidgety. She sighed helplessly. Lucas, seriously, what are you even doing? Then say it. Say you'll let me help. Okay, fine. You win. Claire grabbed a tissue from the table and handed it to him. Lucas took it with a half-raspy voice, casually wiping at his eye corner. Go get some rest now. Claire gave him a side-eye, got up, and speed-walked back inside. The second she disappeared, someone peeked out from the far end of the second-floor lounge. Benjamin Hart strolled over, voice low. So, how'd it go? Lucas gave a light nod. The eye drops were solid. Real tears? Yeah, no. But those drops Ben gave him earlier? Jackpot. Too much screen time always dried his eyes out anyway. As luck would have it, Claire happened to wander out just then. You sneaky fox, faking tears for sympathy. Aren't you scared of karma or lightning bolts or something? Ben leaned against the balcony rail, looking all disapproving. Lucas twisted the tissue in his hand. How's that lying? Get with Kevin's lawyer. If he won't settle, go ahead and leak his cheating during the marriage. Ben raised a brow. Aren't you afraid Kevin might go nuclear if you corner him like that? Lucas lit a cigarette, his voice lazy, amused. You said it yourself. He's just a dog. Dogs bark. So what? Ben clicked his tongue. Claire doesn't know you're terrified of dogs, right? Lucas froze mid-smile. Keep that to yourself. Don't mess with the image I've curated, got it? Ben jabbed a finger at him, muttered under his breath, and left. But Claire couldn't sleep a wink that night, tossed and turned, over and over. Whenever she shut her eyes, it was either that kiss from Lucas or the stuff he said on the balcony. Ugh. Claire finally had enough. She sat up, frustrated. Middle of the night, and she was low-key starving. She tiptoed out so quietly that not a soul stirred as she crept to the kitchen. The second she flicked the light on, bam! Her eyes locked with Lucas's as he stood there inspecting a loaf of bread. Her heart skipped a beat. She blurted, "What are you doing?" "Checking the expiration date." She stared. "In the dark!" "I was just about to turn on the light. Then, boom, you show up. Crazy timing, huh?" Lucas smiled, tossing the bread bag back onto the counter. "Cooking something? Mind fixing an extra plate for Mr. Dalton?" He was starving too. There used to be a chef in the villa, but ever since Claire Alton moved in, Lucas Dalton stopped having the chef over. I mean, with just the 2 of them, and Claire being the only girl, it just felt kind of awkward. The downside? He now had to deal with late-night hunger all by himself. Claire walked toward the fridge and opened it. "Want anything in particular?" Lucas strolled over slowly and stood behind her, also staring into the fridge. After a moment, he said, "I'm not picky. Whatever you make, I'll eat." Claire glanced back at him. "You okay with instant noodles?" Lucas, who almost never ate instant food, forced himself to nod. "Yeah, If you make it, I'll eat it. Claire turned back and casually grabbed a few vegetables. Go sit somewhere else. What? Why? Lucas had a feeling she wasn't just making noodles. Claire rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready to cook. You can't cook. No point hanging around in here. Lucas frowned. Claire, don't tell me you forgot I cooked once for you. That's just cold. Oh. Now that he mentioned it, yeah, that did happen. Still, Claire didn't give him a chance to push it further. Since you can cook, wash these veggies. So bossy. Claire got started on the fresh pork. Despite those hands being meant for flying planes, she handled the knife pretty well. While she was slicing, she suddenly felt a stare, hot, intense, impossible to ignore. She tilted her head and met Lucas's eyes. Dark and amused, they locked onto hers. He raised a brow. All while still snapping leaves off the veggies, his movements steady, and the crisp sound thudded in sync with Claire's heartbeat. His eyes were dangerously captivating, like they could pull people in. Why are you staring? Aren't you supposed to be prepping the vegetables? Lucas handed her the baby bok choy, leaned against the counter with one arm, and looked right at her. Ever heard of the core socialist values? That came out of nowhere, but Claire answered right away like muscle memory. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendship. Flawless. Then what? Lucas smiled. Freedom's about respecting reason. Equality's about recognizing everyone's dignity. So Claire blinked, waiting. I want to look at you, so I'm looking at you. Her heart just about skipped a beat. Claire squeezed the pork in her hand. What was she even supposed to say to that? He literally weaponized socialist values. Fine. Enjoy your freedom. She thought about what he said and couldn't help laughing. Seeing her crack up, Lucas grinned too. Then Claire suddenly leaned in close, locking eyes. Go ahead. Get a good look. Lucas's eyelid twitched, but only for a second. Then he actually did it. No hesitation, he tilted his head. Claire, how about I get you a skincare membership? Claire glared. You saying my skin's not good? No, it's great, he said calmly. That's why it needs extra care. Who even compliments people like this? Stop talking and find something else to do. I'm cooking now. Claire gave up trying to outtalk him. There was just no winning. Nope. Lucas stood his ground. Claire suddenly got serious. You really want me to smack you? Lucas straightened up slowly. I'm cool with pain. Swing away. In the end, it was Claire who finally managed to shove Lucas out of the kitchen. He was just way too much trouble. Not only did he mess with her cooking, but he also kind of messed with her mood. But he hadn't been gone long before he popped back in. Claire blinked. Seriously? What? Can't a guy keep you company? Lucas leaned casually against the kitchen counter, arms crossed, just watching her. Seeing his expression, Claire paused. Hey, about what I said earlier, I was kinda out of line. Sorry. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Which part? You know, when I asked if you believed I'd actually hit you. She cringed a little. After all, he was technically her boss. Lucas clearly didn't take it seriously. He stepped close, brushing past her slightly as he opened the fridge and pulled out a bottle of water. After a sip, he gave her a lazy smirk. Don't sweat the small stuff. Claire couldn't help sneaking a glance at him. She figured he was gently hinting at her to mind her boundaries, so she replied earnestly, I always know where the line is. Promise I won't cause big trouble for you. Lucas put the water down and said in a low voice, Big stuff? You just stay behind me. So anything small or big, he's got her. Claire was seriously all over the place while cooking that meal. It was late, like really late, when they finally sat down to eat. Lucas casually used the serving chopsticks to give her more food. You've been working hard. Eat up. Working hard. Aside from hearing it over the tower radio, that phrase was rare for Claire to hear from anyone, especially in the years she was with Kevin McPherson. It was like everything she did was just expected. So that one line, you've been working hard. Yeah, it hit different. Claire's smile came naturally. Doesn't feel hard. While they ate, Lucas brought up some questions about her job, but didn't tease her like earlier. Before they knew it, it was nearly dawn. Lucas led her out to the big balcony. The view from here was even better than the one on the second floor. What's that? Claire gestured to a corner near the balcony doors. Lucas plopped down on a chair. You don't recognize the god of wealth? I mean, I do. She just hadn't expected Lucas to actually have a mini shrine for it. And what totally threw her off, the couplets hanging on the shrine. I wrote those. Pretty slick, huh? Lucas grinned. Claire scanned the lines, then took a deep breath. Top, reap without sowing, enjoy without earning. Bottom, no effort, all reward, straight to the top. Banner, dreams come true. Blunt, so blunt. Not bad, Claire said, settling into the seat across from him. Lucas chuckled. Benjamin said I was shameless when he saw them. Claire quickly shook her head. Not at all. Honestly, most couplets say the same kinds of things. Just. The guy leaned back in his chair, smiling, clearly waiting. Claire finished. Just not as blunt as yours. Lucas laughed out loud. His laughter welcomed the morning light. Hey, Claire, he said suddenly. Though it was nearly dawn, Claire didn't feel tired at all. She turned her gaze from the sunrise to his face. You once said Haishu City's the perfect place for a proposal. Did you mean that? It felt like her pulse just paused. Only after a long moment did she respond. That's what I heard from someone else. Lucas drummed his fingers on the armrest rhythmically, then suddenly flashed a smile. Maybe someday I'll take you there for a look. Go for a walk? He's taking her for a walk? Most people who visit Haishu City are couples. So what did that make them? Ding dong. Claire Alton's phone buzzed with a notification. It was the airline assigning her the next flight, scheduled for tonight. She needed to be at the office several hours early for briefing and routine prepping. Perfect excuse. Claire didn't even bother replying to Lucas Dalton's question and slipped away without a second glance. He didn't stop her, just smiled, even deeper than before. Since she had to work, Claire returned to her room, glanced at her phone for a bit, and dozed off. She didn't even notice how much her mood had lifted lately. The heavy weight of sadness had mostly cleared, and she hadn't thought about Kevin McPherson once. That's how people are sometimes. Once they pull themselves out of a messy relationship, the detachment comes quick. Not cold-hearted, just clear-headed. She simply wasn't going to let Kevin mess with her mind anymore. That nap? Dreamless. When Claire woke up, it was already late afternoon. She quickly got ready to leave. But the moment she stepped out and locked her door, she spotted a man on the steps below her, talking on the phone. Lucas Dalton, dressed to the nines in a suit, looked every bit the gentleman. He gave her a little wave while still on the call. Claire pulled her black suitcase and walked down. Lucas ended the call and said, "I'll take you." "Isn't Woodfield International in the opposite direction of Woodfield Air?" Claire looked at him, raising a brow. "And it's nearly evening. Don't you have work?" "I'm the boss, remember?" Lucas smoothly took her suitcase and handed it off to Matthew White, standing not too far away. Matthew, ever the intuitive assistant, immediately carried the luggage to the car and placed it in the trunk. Then he opened the door for the two of them. Claire paused at the royal treatment. Lucas Dalton. He was fiddling with his phone, probably work-related stuff. Still, he turned to her with quiet patience. "Yeah? Go ahead, I'm listening." She stood there in her pilot uniform, layered with the standard-issue fall leather jacket, neat, professional, and effortlessly composed. "Can we just stick to being co-workers?" His hand froze mid-scroll. Even Matthew in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, though he did his best to fade into the background. Lucas lowered his phone, face calm. "Go on." Claire drew a deep breath. This situation couldn't go on like this. "I just finalized my divorce," she said plainly. It wasn't a secret, and she wasn't ashamed of her past. Being honest mattered, especially when people were involved. "I'm not in a place to dive headfirst into something new." "You're great, no question there. I'm honestly flattered someone like you would even consider me. But if I said yes right now, it'd probably just be me trying to fill the emptiness from my last relationship. That's not fair to you." Her eyes were steady, totally clear, like you could see straight into her thoughts if you looked close enough. Lucas didn't flinch. He waited, still patient, not a trace of annoyance on his face. And, Claire hesitated, then added, "I work for the airline now, so can I move out?" Truth was, Claire wasn't naive, far from it. She was just being real. She wasn't sure she could give Lucas Dalton everything he wanted, so under that kind of uncertainty, she'd rather not blur the lines. That whole scenario of being someone's fallback like Kevin McPherson, yeah, not her style. Lucas got the message loud and clear and simply said, no. Well, that went absolutely nowhere. But she also couldn't exactly accuse Lucas of trying to control her or anything. He'd honestly helped her a lot lately. At the airport, Claire Alton was the first one out of the car. She pulled her suitcase out and gave Lucas a quick smile. See you, Mr. Dalton. Lucas stayed seated inside, his eyes following her through the car window. There was a constant thrum above as planes flew overhead, yet his gaze stayed still and locked on her. After a few seconds, he said calmly, I'll be here when you get back. Claire flinched slightly at that. She didn't say a word, just turned and walked away. In the passenger seat, Matthew White hesitated before speaking. Mr. Dalton. Lucas didn't answer right away, his eyes still fixed in the direction Claire had disappeared. Then he exhaled, turned his head and said, let's go. Before takeoff, Claire went through the usual pre-flight meeting and checks, plus her own little ritual. She always scanned the passenger list, though Mark Olson still didn't understand why. Flight MH3131, cleared for takeoff, came the control tower's call. The mid-size Airbus lifted steadily from Pingsong Port Airport, en route to Tangcheng. But on that flight, Claire found herself zoning out more often than usual. Even the usually dull crew could tell something was off. Clearly, their captain had things on her mind, but no one dared ask. Mark, though, couldn't help himself. He looked ready to speak up more than once, but as soon as Claire shot him one of her cool looks, he backed off real fast. Claire landed back at Pingsong the next day, and before she could even breathe, she was called into a company meeting. Pretty much every squad leader who wasn't flying at the moment was already there, except Team 1's captain and co-pilot. The rest were all seated. Ryan Carter got straight to the point. Here's the situation, he began. There's a major conference in N country, and our government's sending a team over. The Civil Aviation Authority assigned us their flight. It's an international route, should take about 13 hours and 25 minutes total. He added casually, I'll just say this, these passengers, he gestured above his head, are real important. Everyone understood immediately. Translation, high-ranking officials were on board, meaning nothing, absolutely nothing could go wrong. So I've decided that this time we'll send 2 captains to fly the mission together, Ryan continued. In the room, over 20 captains and another 40-plus co-pilots. Claire quickly noted that Mr. Thompson wasn't present, probably still flying. At that moment, not a single soul volunteered. Everyone understood what Ryan's words really meant. There'd be no praise if everything went well, because that's just doing your job. But if anything messed up, well, your job might not be there after. Team 3's captain? Ryan called out. The man jolted, then grinned. Manager Carter, you know my wife's about to have our second, any day now. I probably shouldn't be flying so far. Ryan turned to another. Team 4's captain? That guy suddenly coughed like his lungs were shot. Meant to mention it earlier, I've been having a sore throat and chest tightness lately. Was actually thinking of taking some vacation days. Ryan's brow twitched. Forget it. His eyes moved across the room and landed on Claire and Samantha. Actually, when she first heard about the mission, Samantha was seriously thinking about volunteering. But then she caught those whispers from the other captains behind her. If anything went wrong, forget keeping her job. She could be in way bigger trouble. Samantha couldn't allow even the tiniest stain on her flying record. And a grounding? Absolutely not. After weighing all the risks, she decided to back off. Especially with the Airbus A380 captain position coming up next year, she couldn't take any chances. Manager Carter, I think I'll pass. Haven't flown an international route in a while anyway, she said. The room immediately went quiet. Nobody wanted to walk into trouble. Claire Alton, the last to arrive, took a seat at the far end. Ever since she heard about this mission, her mind had been going non-stop. The Civil Aviation Authority had specifically handed this flight to Kinoyo Airlines. There was only one reason that made sense. The mission had serious risks, and they trusted Kinoyo to handle it. Because realistically, Kinoyo wasn't on the same level as Air China yet. Under normal circumstances, this kind of task would have gone to them first. Most likely, Air China had already said no. If Kinoyo pulled it off, it could be a huge step forward. But if they screwed up, the pressure was unreal. so Claire could understand why no one else wanted in. And then, out of nowhere, Lucas Dalton's words echoed in her mind. I can't guarantee smooth sailing forever. One crisis could wipe me out completely. That thought crept into her head like a chill, making her frown without realizing. The weight of it hit all at once. Still, she lifted her head. In the tense silence of the room, she spoke up. Manager Carter, I'll do it. I'll take the mission. Every head immediately turned her way, especially Samantha, who stared at her like Claire was speaking another language. Was she just young and reckless? Was she trying to prove something and didn't care what task it was? Even Ryan Carter looked genuinely taken aback. You? It wasn't that he didn't trust Claire, but honestly, he figured there might have been some special reason behind her connection to the higher-ups, so she wasn't even on his list. Same concerns as the other captains. If something went wrong, no one could protect her from the fallout. He hesitated. Don't you still have another flight coming up? Claire's gaze locked on the large screen. I've flown this route 3 times. I get it, the passengers on this one are important. The route is risky, 2 oceans to cross and all. I'm not going to pretend I've got more experience than those older captains, but I do know this route well. Even Claire herself didn't really understand what was driving her. She told herself she wouldn't put her career on the line for anyone. Not anymore. And yet, this mission could change her whole future. One slip up and she might never touch a cockpit again. Still, she got up. Somehow, she didn't want the person who had stuck by her, listened to her, comforted her, to end up losing face, or worse, being in danger. Ryan watched her for what felt like forever, drumming the tip of his pen on the table. Finally, he made the call. September 23rd, 1 p.m. sharp, flight CN 1976, Ping Song Port to N Nation's capital, Boeing 7879, Claire Alton as captain. The air in the room didn't relax. If anything, tension cranked up another notch, because now they still had to pick a co-captain and a first officer. I'll fly as her co-captain, Samantha suddenly offered. Ryan froze mid-thought, but Claire spoke up before he could. No. Samantha immediately turned to her. Why not? Claire Alton didn't explain and said to Ryan Carter, Mr. Carter, maybe check if Daniel Brooks is okay with it. As for co-pilot, she glanced over at Mark Olson and Jack Hughes on her right. The two exchanged a look and stood up together. Mr. Carter, we can take the roles of first and second officers. Jack, usually the laid-back, quiet type, actually volunteered for second officer. Claire hadn't expected that. She'd originally just planned to bring Mark along. Ryan thought for a second, then made the call. Flight crew for this mission, Captain Claire Alton, Support Daniel Brooks, First Officer Mark Olson, Second Officer Jack Hughes. At the moment their names were called, everyone present, except Daniel Brooks, who wasn't around, stood up. All replied in unison, Yes, sir. Ryan didn't even bother asking Daniel's opinion, just assigned him directly. Meeting concluded. Claire left the room first. She had to discuss the details of Flight 23's mission with Ryan in his office. She brought Mark and Jack along. The 4 of them talked for over half an hour. When they finally emerged, a woman's voice floated from the right. Captain Alton. Claire turned around. It was Samantha. Mark and Jack gave each other a look. Captain, we'll head off first. All right. The 2 women met halfway. Claire greeted her first. Captain Samantha. Leaning casually against the wall, Samantha's eyes were cool. Why won't you let me assist you? You think I'm not good enough? Claire's whole vibe changed when she talked to another woman. Dressed sharp in her pilot's uniform, she said coolly, If the 2 of us flew this mission together as lead pilots and something went wrong, how do you think people would spin it? Samantha frowned. Claire continued, They'd say women just can't handle it, that women aren't meant to lead, that women shouldn't be flying planes in the first place. That's exactly why you should stay back. You were the first female captain at Kino Airlines. You matter in a different way. Official or not, Samantha clearly appreciated those words. She pressed the corner of her eye gently, stood up straight after a long pause, and held out her hand. Then I wish you a safe trip? Claire smiled. Thanks. Hope that gets me some luck. Both women turned and walked off in opposite directions, each with 4 stripes shining on their shoulders like a quiet glow. What? Lucas Dalton's face changed as soon as he got the call from Ryan Carter. He'd been waiting in the car for Claire to finish her meeting. At that moment, he saw her walking out of the terminal. "I'll call you back." Lucas hung up. Claire was busy texting Emily Dalton to plan their hangout the next day when someone suddenly blocked her path. She looked up. Lucas stared at her with a serious expression. "Why are you flying that Flight 23 mission?" Claire stayed calm and put her phone away. No one else stepped up. "And that's why you're risking everything to do it? Do you realize if something goes wrong, your flying days could be over for good?" She'd never seen Lucas talk to her like this. Ever. Still processing, Claire turned slightly to her left on instinct. Just then, a car sped toward the curb, headed straight for where they were standing. Claire reacted immediately. Her instincts kicked in before her brain. Her right hand yanked Lucas back by the arm, hard, and she quickly stepped back with him. Even though she moved fast, it still wasn't quick enough. The car swerved up onto the curb, tires screeching against the pavement. Screech! Claire Alton felt her left arm get nicked by the car. It didn't really hurt, but the momentum knocked her off balance, making her roll a couple of times on the ground. It all happened in a flash. The car didn't even stop. It just sped off. "Mr. Dalton! Captain Alton!" Matthew White ran from the car, shouting. When Claire hit the ground, she immediately clutched her arm, her face pale. Lucas Dalton, not caring about being yanked down as well, dropped to his knees and pulled her into his arms, voice shaky. "Claire? I'm fine." It was mostly just the impact from the fall. Nothing ran over her, so nothing too serious. Still, it hurt like hell. Before she could even get herself upright, Lucas exploded. "Are you out of your mind?" "What?" She blinked at him, confused and innocent. His eyes were tinged red, full of frustration. "Why'd you pull me like that? Couldn't you just dodge on your own?" "I thought you'd get hit, so I reacted instinctively," she mumbled. A plane must have just landed nearby. That loud thud of the wheels hitting the runway somehow synced up exactly with her words, landing hard on Lucas's chest. Heavy, crushing. She was scared for him, that's why. Lucas stood up, dragging her with him, ignoring the stares from passers-by, and bent over to gently brush the dust off her clothes. "Where you hurt?" His tone was sharp. "My arm's kind of numb from the hit, but that's it. What about you?" He straightened, eyes locked in the direction the car had vanished, his jaw clenched. "I'll have Matthew take you home." "What about you?" "I'll come later." He turned to Matthew, who was still pale from the scare. "Once you've dropped her off, send Michael over." Matthew's eyes flickered. "Got it." Claire was personally escorted into the car by Matthew. Through the window, she couldn't help but keep staring at Lucas by the curb until he was out of sight. About 50 minutes later, Matthew circled back, picked Lucas up, and they left the airport. In the back seat, Lucas had a small cut on his left pinky. Blood had dried, but the area was now red and a bit swollen. He looked down at it for a second. "Take me to the Dalton estate." The driver hesitated for a moment, then turned the car toward the mansion. At the Dalton residence, ever since Lucas's mother passed a few years ago, this place hadn't had a real woman of the house. In her place was someone who had no real standing but acted like she ran the show. The living room, decorated in warm tones, had a cozy vibe. That was until he walked in and killed it. Lucas? The one speaking was his father, Samuel Dalton, already in his 60s but still well preserved with rosy skin and a cheerful expression. On the couch, the three of them sat chatting like some picture-perfect little family. Lucas stepped inside without so much as a glance at his father, didn't even bother changing shoes. He headed straight to the lounge room. "Young master?" The butler trailed behind him. "If there's anything you need, sir, I'll..." Lucas ducked into the room, went over to a metal barrel in the corner, and slowly pulled out what looked like the sturdiest baseball bat he could find, weighing it in his hand. "Young master?" Without a word, he turned to leave, bat in tow. Back in the living room, Matthew silently took Lucas's suit jacket and his recently yanked-off tie. Samuel Dalton frowned. "Lucas, what the hell are you doing?" Next to him stood Grace Turner, a woman in her early 50s, dressed like she just walked out of some high-end boutique. She had that pampered, elegant vibe down to a T. Sitting closest to Grace was Ethan Turner, a guy in his 20s with a ridiculously frizzy perm that made his head look like a dandelion puff. Throw in that smug face of his, and honestly, he looked like a llama in human form. Yep, Lucas Dalton's half-brother, Grace's pride and joy. The name alone screamed high hopes and big dreams. Lucas didn't bother responding to anyone. His eyes locked onto Ethan, who was lounging around like he owned the place. "You seriously think you should still be sitting there?" Ethan was busy inspecting his nails, barely glanced up. "Oh? What's up, big bro? Missed me or something? Want to catch up?" Clad in just a white shirt, Lucas stood eerily still, his vibe cold, pressuring, and dangerous. And then, crack! Lucas swung a heavy baseball bat straight at Ethan's head. Ethan reacted fast, leaping aside just in time. The bat smashed into the solid wooden coffee table, reducing it to splinters. Panicking, Ethan dove behind Grace. "Mom!" Grace was trembling, terrified. "Samuel, you see what he's doing." Samuel slammed his hand on the table. "Lucas Dalton, this is not the place for your tantrums." But Lucas couldn't care less about the lecture. He lifted the bat again, rage spilling from his eyes. Bang! Thud! Crash! Screams. "Somebody help me!" Ethan howled at the top of his lungs. Grace tried to rush over, sobbing, but Matthew whitsed in and stopped her cold. No chance in hell she was getting through. Meanwhile, Ethan was dragged to the floor. Lucas straddled him and started punching like his fists had a personal grudge. Lucas's words were low and vicious. "Last time you tried messing with me, I let it go. Thought you were just an idiot kid. Should have known better. Turns out you take right after your mother, always poking where you shouldn't." Each fist landed with a sickening thud. Ethan's nose was a bloody mess. Lucas grabbed him by the throat, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "Ethan Turner, I better not see this happen again. I don't care if it's your fault or not. Next time something shady happens, I'm coming for you first. Got that?" That car, the one that almost hit him and Claire Alton? Yeah, one of Ethan's lackeys was behind the wheel. Lucas had seen him around before. If it had just been him, maybe he wouldn't have exploded like this. But Claire, she'd been one step away from ending up under that damn car. The more he thought about it, the more furious he got. And when he looked back at Samuel, all that heat had burned itself cold. "You," Samuel's chest heaved with rage. Grace sobbed and screamed, "Lucas, how could you beat up your own brother like that?" "Brother?" Lucas bent down, picked up the baseball bat again, shirt undone at the neck, expression calm like thunder just passed. "Who the hell are you calling my brother?" Grace was speechless. Lucas shot a glance at Samuel, cutting him off before he could speak. "Mr. Dalton, I want them both gone in 5 minutes. If not, I swear I'll throw them out myself. Okay with you?" "You?" Grace was shaking with anger. "I'm still your elder." Lucas didn't flinch. "And what does that make you? A mistress? Don't flatter yourself." He pointed a finger at Ethan behind him. "And what, we're calling illegitimate brats people now too? What the hell is wrong with your mouth? Do you have any manners at all?" Grace Turner shrieked. Smack! A loud slap cut through the air, instantly silencing the entire living room. Grace cupped her swollen cheek, stumbling into the corner of the couch. Her hair was a mess, her ears buzzing, and her face puffed up within seconds. "Lucas, you actually hit my mom? You're dead!" Ethan Turner yelled, trying to lunge forward. Matthew White was quicker, stopping him with ease. No matter how much Ethan flailed, he couldn't break free. Lucas Dalton had slapped Grace with zero hesitation and all his strength. Holding a baseball bat in his left hand, he slowly swept his cold gaze over Grace and Samuel Dalton. Samuel looked up at the man standing so close. He didn't recognize this version of his son. The Lucas he remembered wasn't like this. Lucas bent down slightly, planting one hand next to Samuel, effectively blocking his way. His voice was low, but firm. "I don't want to see or hear a single trace of those two in this house, not even once. I mean it, no matter what excuse." "You," Samuel's face darkened. "You think you can tell me what to do? Can't I?" Lucas shot back, eyes like ice. He slowly straightened up, gaze sweeping across the room. "Everyone here, listen up. If either of them ever shows up in this house again, I'll make sure I find each and every one of you. And when that happens, you better be ready to deal with consequences." "Lucas Dalton," Samuel roared. Lucas let out a cold laugh. "Huh, so you still remember I'm a Dalton?" He turned back to Samuel, expression unreadable. "Since we're being honest, let me lay it all out." His voice dipped, sharp as a blade. If you keep acting like this, I'll make sure you lose everything. I want to see how loyal she stays when you've got nothing left, not a dime." Grace's face twisted in disbelief. "You've got no right to kick me out. Ethan's your blood too." Lucas looked her dead in the eye. "Did I ever say I acknowledged him?" Grace was speechless. Lucas pressed down slightly on the bat, voice cool. "Throw them both out. And everything they brought with them, don't leave a single thing." "Don't touch me," Grace screamed, thrashing wildly. Useless. Matthew dragged the mother and son to the door like they weighed nothing. Lucas dropped the bat, walked over, sat down next to Samuel. He took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After a pause, his voice was scratchy. "Old man, was she really worth everything to you?" Samuel shot him a death glare instead of an answer. Lucas chuckled darkly, like there was nothing left between them. No family, no blood. "If you're really so hooked on women, I can find you some better ones. Ones that actually make it worth your while. How about that?" When Samuel swung at him, Lucas caught his wrist midair. His eyes were as cold as deep winter. "From the moment Mom died, you and I became enemies. Don't expect respect from me. The only reason I haven't killed you is because I don't want to shame her in the afterlife." He let go of Samuel's wrist and stood. "Take care of yourself." On his way out, Lucas spotted the Turner duo loitering near the road, still screaming profanities like it'd changed their fate. Grace was from a rural background, and back when she was young, she had met Samuel at a nightclub. One thing led to another, and Ethan Turner came into the picture. She knew how to play her hand, at least well enough to keep Ethan. After that, Samuel practically had a second household, leaving Lucas's mother to suffer alone. And in the midst of all that chaos, he went off and had another kid, Emily. Lucas's mother was the first to find out about Emily. She showed up at the Dalton house after her birth mother passed away and entrusted her to Lucas's mom right before the end. Lucas's mom was heartbroken at first, but in the end, she still took in the 3-year-old and raised her like her own. Then, out of the blue, 10 years later, Grace Turner turned up at their door with Ethan. Just 7 days after that, Mrs. Dalton took her own life. That's why, even though both Emily and Ethan were illegitimate, Lucas could accept Emily. They practically grew up together, and Emily had always treated Mrs. Dalton with genuine kindness. The resentment had already taken root in Lucas's heart a long time ago. What really got to him was how Samuel didn't even bother pretending to grieve. Less than a year after Mrs. Dalton died, he had the audacity to let Grace move in, for days. That was the moment Lucas cut off all emotional ties with his father for good. On the surface, he still played the dutiful son, only to take over the family business one step at a time, eventually forcing Samuel out of the Dalton group altogether. Over the next few years, Lucas built up his own empire, Muno International. By now, Samuel couldn't even begin to challenge him. In the car, Matthew hesitated for a good while. "Mr. Dalton, where to now?" "Where's Benjamin?" "I'll check." Matthew dialed Benjamin's number. After hanging up, he said, "He's at a bar." "Take me there." Back at Muhan Mansion. The moment Claire stepped in, a group of very professional-looking men pinned her gently onto the couch, and then started tending to her wounds. A woman with long hair and glasses quietly handled her arm. She didn't say much, just focused on the job. "All done, Miss Alton." "Thanks." Claire was still cradling her arm. After the woman left, Claire noticed a lineup of sharp-dressed men stationed at the entrance. Every one of them standing with their hands clasped neatly in front, facing away from the house. Basically looked straight out of a bodyguard movie. What she didn't know was that all 24 of them were Lucas's best protection detail. Most used to be in the military. Because Lucas didn't take her back himself, he wasn't at ease, so he sent the entire squad to watch over her. At Galaxy Bar, when Lucas stepped into the booth, Benjamin nearly choked on his drink. "Dude, you freaking kill someone or what?" The man's white shirt was splattered with blood. Just looking at it gave you the chills. Lucas said nothing, pulled up his pants legs and sat down, pouring himself a drink like it was nothing. Matthew came in and quietly filled Benjamin in. Once he got the backstory, Benjamin clinked his glass against Lucas's. "Hell yeah, that little punk had it coming, been acting way too cocky for his own good." Then he just kept going, rambling on. Lucas suddenly said, "You might have actually had a point that time." Huh? Benjamin looked confused. Benjamin had warned him before. The moment Lucas showed any feelings for Claire, someone would try to use it against him. Claire would get dragged into all of it. And that's exactly what happened. Ethan had sent someone to try and run Claire down. Who knew what the next move would be? Tampering with a plane she was flying? Thinking back to that moment, the car rushed straight at her. His heart had nearly burst from fear. A cold, sharp look crept into Lucas's eyes. Late at night, Claire hadn't gone to bed. She was still in the living room, waiting for Lucas. Suddenly, her phone lit up. She quickly opened WeChat, and her eyes froze on the messages. About you wanting to move out earlier. I'm okay with it.